Love Potions Are for Losers by Wynne Valentine.
Demonically yours. A paranormal romantic comedy about accidental demon summoning and magical soul bonds. By Wynne Valentine. Copyright 2025 by Wynne Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or localities is entirely coincidental. Wynne Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. 1. The Summoning Disaster. The fluorescent lights in conference room Synergy hummed with the same soul-crushing frequency as Jess's last remaining brain cell. She stared at the projector screen where her latest campaign design, 3 weeks of late nights and enough coffee to kill a small horse, had just been systematically demolished by Brad from marketing. It's just very artsy, you know? Brad gestured vaguely at her mock-up, his perfectly coiffed man bun somehow staying immaculate despite his animated hand-waving. Our focus groups respond better to, more traditional approaches, maybe something with stock photos? And Comic Sans always tests well with the 18 to 34 demo. Jess felt her eye twitch. Comic Sans. For a luxury skincare brand. The typography choices were intentional, she said, keeping her voice level despite wanting to scream into the void. The serif font speaks to heritage and quality, while the color palette— Right, but consider this, Brad interrupted, clicking to his own slide. A explosion of neon pink and yellow assaulted everyone's retinas. Millennial pink is having a moment, and look, he pointed to a stock photo of a woman laughing while eating salad. Relatability. Jess's creative soul died a little more. Great notes, Brad, their boss Monica chirped from the head of the table. Jess, can you have a new version incorporating Brad's feedback by Wednesday? Wednesday, Jess repeated flatly. That gave her exactly 2 days to completely scrap 3 weeks of work and create something that would make her art school professors weep. Perfect. Meeting adjourned. Monica swept out of the room, Brad trailing behind her like an overeager golden retriever. Jess slumped forward until her forehead hit the conference table. The fake wood grain pressed uncomfortably against her skin. But the minor physical discomfort was nothing compared to the existential crisis happening in her chest. 5 years. 5 years she'd been at Pinnacle Marketing Solutions, telling herself it was temporary. Just until she figured things out. Just until she saved enough money to pursue her real art. Just until she felt brave enough to take the leap. Just until she turned into exactly the kind of person she'd sworn she'd never become. That rough, huh? Zara's voice came from somewhere above her head. Jess lifted her face from the table, probably sporting an attractive wood grain pattern on her forehead. Her best friend stood in the doorway, looking effortlessly put together, in a way that Jess had given up trying to achieve around the time she discovered dry shampoo could substitute for actual washing. Brad wants me to use Comic Sans, Jess said, as if those 5 words explained the entire tragedy of her existence. Oof, Zara winced, and closed the conference room door behind her. I actually came to tell you. There's a rumor going around that they're giving Brad the Meridian Industries account. The Meridian Industries account. The one Jess had been eyeing for months. The one that actually had a decent budget and a client who appreciated creative work. Of course they are, Jess muttered, gathering her laptop and the printed copies of her now-dead campaign. Because why would they give the interesting projects to someone who actually went to art school when they could give them to someone whose design philosophy peaked with MySpace layouts?
Okay, you need wine, Zara announced. And probably cheese. Definitely cheese.
I need a new career. Or a time machine. Or a lottery ticket. Jess shoved her materials into her worn messenger bag with perhaps more force than necessary. At this point, I'd take a genie in a bottle. 3 wishes. Boom. Done.
I've got something better than a genie.
Zara pulled out her phone with a mischievous grin. TikTok magic. 2 hours later, Jess sat cross-legged on her Murphy bed with a glass of wine that was definitely larger than socially acceptable, watching Zara scroll through an endless feed of 20-somethings doing inexplicable dances.
Here, Zara said, passing the phone over.
Tell me this isn't exactly what you need right now. The video showed a girl about their age, sitting in what looked like a dorm room, surrounded by candles and crystals. She held up a piece of paper with Derek written across it in bold letters.
Ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary friends, the girl said in a theatrical whisper. Today we're doing the hashtag Hex Your Ex spell that's been blowing up my feed. And yes, before you ask, this is totally just for laughs. Mercury's in retrograde anyway, so nothing serious is gonna happen, Jess snorted. Since when do you believe in astrology?
Since never. But just watch.
On screen, the girl was lighting what appeared to be a grocery store candle while chanting something in what sounded like Latin filtered through a California accent. The comments were flowing by too fast to read, but Jess caught phrases like, "Girl, yes," and "This is sending me," and "Did it work?" "See? Harmless fun," Zara said, taking the phone back. Plus, look at these comments. Half these girls are saying it actually worked. Their exes texted them the same day or got food poisoning. Or, and this is my personal favorite, one guy's dating profile got hacked and all his photos were replaced with pictures of him crying. That's... Jess paused, wine making her thoughts fuzzy around the edges. Actually kind of hilarious, right? Pure catharsis. No actual harm done, but you get to pretend you have some cosmic power over the douchebag who told you that you weren't ambitious enough for his 5-year plan. The mention of Derek's parting words hit like a physical blow. Jess reached for her wine glass and discovered it was already empty. When had that happened? I still can't believe he said that, she muttered, padding to the kitchen to refill her glass. Her studio apartment was small enough that padding to the kitchen meant taking approximately 4 steps, but the movement helped clear some of the fog from her head. Like, sorry my dreams don't fit into your color-coded spreadsheet, Derek. The man put your anniversary in his Google Calendar with a reminder alert, Zara pointed out. Multiple red flags were present. Jess's phone buzzed against the coffee table. Instagram notification. She made the mistake of glancing at it. Derek had posted a story. Her thumb moved to the notification before her brain could stop it. The image loaded. Derek at some trendy rooftop bar, arm wrapped around a blonde in a dress that probably cost more than Jess's rent. They were both holding craft cocktails and smiling with the kind of artificially bright happiness that screamed, "Look how great my life is," to an audience of acquaintances. The caption made her stomach drop. When you know, you know. Hashtag blessed. Hashtag upgrade. Upgrade. Oh, that absolute, Zara started, but Jess had already grabbed the phone back and was scrolling through TikTok with wine-fueled determination. Where's that spell video? Jess,
I was kidding about actually. Found it! Jess hit share and sent it to herself. Do we have any candles? Somewhere, but Jess was already moving, muscle memory guiding her to the cabinet above the stove, where she kept the emergency supplies. Behind the flashlight and batteries, her fingers found a dusty vanilla candle from Bath & Body Works, probably left over from her last relationship with actual ambitions. "This'll work," she announced, setting it on her coffee table next to the wine bottle. "Okay, but you know this is just for fun, right? Like, we're not actually summoning the forces of darkness to exact revenge on your mediocre ex-boyfriend." "Totally," Jess agreed, though the wine was making Derek's smug smile burn behind her eyelids. "Just for fun. Cathartic nonsense. Very therapeutic." She tore a piece of paper from her sketchbook and wrote Derek in large, somewhat unsteady letters. The Sharpie bled through to the next page, but whatever. This was about emotional release, not artistic precision. What else do I need? She squinted at her phone screen, trying to parse the TikTok girl's instructions through her wine haze. Something to light the candle, obviously. And she's saying something about intention and protection. Zara leaned over her shoulder. "Oh, and you're supposed to have some kind of herb or oil." She's being pretty vague about the actual requirements. Jess looked around her apartment. Herbs, oil. Her eyes landed on the kitchen again, specifically on the cookbook that had been her grandmother's. Nona had been big on cooking with fresh herbs, always talking about how food made with love tasted better. Maybe there was something in there about oils or spices that could work. The leather-bound book felt heavier than she remembered as she pulled it from the shelf. Nona's Family Recipes was embossed on the cover in faded gold lettering, the binding cracked, but still intact after decades of use. "That's sweet," Zara said, watching her flip through pages. "Using your grandmother's cookbook for your fake spell. She'd probably get a kick out of it." Jess smiled despite her wine and heartbreak-induced mood. Nona probably would have found this hilarious. She'd always been the fun grandmother, the one who taught Jess how to make perfect pasta sauce and told her stories about the old country that sounded more like fairy tales than family history. The pages felt strange under her fingers as she flipped through them, heavier than normal paper, and some of them seemed to shimmer slightly in the candlelight. Must be the wine affecting her vision. "Here," she said, stopping at a random page. "This looks like it has herbs in it." But when she looked closer, the recipe didn't seem quite right. The ingredients were listed in English, but some of the instructions were in what looked like Latin. And the title at the top of the page read, "For the Binding of Restless Hearts," instead of something normal like chicken cacciatore. Weird. Maybe it was some kind of traditional blessing for food or something. Nona had always been a little superstitious. "Jess," Zara said slowly, "that doesn't look like a normal recipe." "It's fine," Jess said, though she was starting to feel like maybe it wasn't fine. The wine was making it hard to focus on the words, which seemed to be moving slightly on the page. "It's just old-fashioned language." Nona was very traditional. She lit the candle with a kitchen match, surprised when the flame caught immediately, despite the wick looking like it had never been burned. The vanilla scent filled the small space, but underneath it was something else. Something that reminded her of thunderstorms and old libraries and secrets whispered in dark corners. "Okay, so I just read this out loud?" She looked at the TikTok video again, but the girl's chanting was too fast and muffled to make out clearly. "Maybe just wing it," Zara suggested, though she sounded increasingly uncertain. "Like, just say what you want to happen to Derek, but keep it light, no actual cursing or anything." Jess held Derek's name over the candle flame. Not quite close enough to catch fire, but near enough that the heat made the paper curl slightly. The words from the cookbook page seemed to hover in her mind, familiar in a way that made no sense. "I bind you, Derek," she began, and the words felt right in her mouth despite having no idea where they came from. "By your own actions are you bound. Let your intentions return to you threefold. Let your words taste of ash. Let your schemes crumble as sand." The candle flame flickered, though there was no breeze in the apartment. "May you know the value of what you discarded," she continued, her voice gaining strength. The wine and hurt and frustration of 5 years in corporate purgatory poured into the words. "May you understand the worth of what you deemed worthless. May you—" The flame suddenly jumped 3 times its normal size, and the paper in her hand caught fire much faster than it should have. Jess yelped and dropped it onto the coffee table where it burned completely to ash in seconds, leaving behind the smell of ozone and something that definitely wasn't vanilla. "Did the temperature just drop like 20 degrees? Zara asked, rubbing her arms. Jess was about to answer when the air in the center of her living room began to twist. That was the only word for it. Like heat waves rising from summer pavement, except it was October and her apartment didn't have air conditioning. "Zara," she said carefully, "are you seeing this?" "Seeing what? The weird shimmer thing? Because yes. And I vote we should probably—" The shimmer exploded outward in a rush of sulfur-scented wind that sent papers flying and knocked over Jess's succulent Fernando. When the air cleared, there was a man standing in her living room. Well, man was probably the wrong word. He was tall, probably 6'2", with sharp cheekbones that could cut glass and storm-gray eyes that were currently fixed on her with an expression of profound irritation. His black hair defied several laws of physics, and there were markings along his forearms that looked like intricate tattoos but seemed to move in the candlelight. Small horns curved from his temples, barely visible under his impossible hair. He was wearing what appeared to be a 3-piece suit that looked like it had been tailored in hell. Literally. "Oh," Jess said faintly. "Shit." The man, demon, looked around her apartment with the kind of disdain usually reserved for public restrooms. His gaze swept over her unmade Murphy bed, the stack of dishes in her sink, her art supplies scattered across every available surface, and finally landed back on her. "This," he said, in a voice like expensive whiskey and barely contained annoyance, "is absolutely unacceptable. 2. Terms and conditions." Kaelix Nethersyde of the Third Circle had been having what mortals might generously call a day, even before he found himself unceremoniously yanked through the dimensional veil into what appeared to be the world's most aggressively beige living space. One moment he'd been hunched over Form 847B, requisition for minor inconvenience deployment, subsection coffee-related mishaps, trying to determine whether a businessman in Toledo deserved to have his espresso machine produce decaf for exactly 3 days as punishment for cutting in line at a Starbucks. The next, reality had twisted sideways and deposited him into what looked like a human storage unit with delusions of being an apartment. The mortal responsible for this indignity was currently staring at him with her mouth hanging open in a way that suggested her mental faculties had temporarily vacated the premises. She was small. All humans were small compared to demons, but this one was particularly compact, with wild auburn hair escaping from what might once have been a bun, and thick-rimmed glasses perched on a nose dotted with freckles. Her clothing appeared to have been selected by someone with no understanding of either fashion or basic color coordination. Most notably, she reeked of cheap wine and poor life choices. "You," he said, his voice carrying the particular brand of authority that came from 8 centuries of bureaucratic experience, "have made a spectacular error in judgment." The mortal made a sound that fell somewhere between a squeak and a dying radiator,
Her companion, a taller woman with considerably better grooming habits, grabbed her arm with enough force to leave bruises. "Jess," the second mortal hissed, "what the actual hell did you just do?" "An excellent question." Kaelix took a moment to assess his surroundings with the practiced eye of someone who'd seen more than his share of human habitats. The space was cramped, chaotic, and filled with what appeared to be art supplies scattered with the abandon of someone who'd never heard of organization. A Murphy bed dominated one wall, unmade, and covered in clothes that suggested their owner had given up on laundry as a concept. The kitchen, if the collection of appliances crammed into a corner could be dignified with such a term, looked like it hadn't seen actual cooking in months. But it was the lingering magical energy that truly offended his sensibilities. The summoning had been performed with all the finesse of a toddler with finger paints, using what appeared to be a legitimate grimoire as if it were some sort of party trick. He'd never seen such spectacular incompetence. "Are you going to answer? Or shall I assume you've lost the capacity for speech?" he inquired, smoothing an imaginary wrinkle from his jacket. His three-piece suit, midnight blue wool with silver thread details, that had taken a master tailor in the 5th circle 6 months to complete, was thankfully undamaged by his impromptu journey through the dimensional barrier. The auburn-haired mortal, Jess, apparently, closed her mouth with an audible snap. You're actually here. You're actually real." "I am many things," Kaelix replied dryly. "Real, unfortunately, is currently one of them. What I am not, however, is pleased about my present circumstances." He gestured at the apartment with the sort of disdain usually reserved for particularly offensive paperwork. "This hovel barely qualifies as shelter, let alone suitable accommodations for a demon of my standing." "Demon," the second mortal repeated faintly. "He said demon." "Indeed I did. Kaelix Nethersyde of the 3rd Circle, currently serving as Senior Administrative Specialist in the Department of Petty Inconveniences." He produced a business card from his jacket pocket, obsidian black with text that seemed to shift and writhe when viewed directly. "Though I suspect my employment status may require updating given my current unauthorized absence from the office." Jess took the card with trembling fingers, immediately dropping it when the text tried to crawl up her arm. Oh my God, I actually summoned a demon. Zara, I summoned a demon." "I can see that," Zara replied, her voice climbing toward hysteria. "The question is, why is he wearing a better suit than anyone I've ever dated?" Kaelix straightened his tie with satisfaction. "Standards, my dear. Standards matter, even in the depths of the underworld." He turned his attention back to Jess, who was now pacing in tight circles while pulling at her hair. "Now then, shall we discuss the terms of your spectacular mistake?" "Terms?" Jess stopped pacing. "What terms? It was supposed to be fake. A joke. You know, haha, let's pretend to hex my ex because social media told me to." The sheer naivety was almost charming. "Nothing involving a grimoire is ever fake, you insufferable creature. Particularly not when performed during Mercury retrograde by someone with latent magical sensitivity." He snapped his fingers and a scroll materialized in the air above the coffee table, unfurling with dramatic flair. "Behold, the soul contract scroll, documentation of your binding." Both mortals leaned forward to peer at the parchment. To their human eyes, it would appear blank, a security feature to prevent tampering by the magically uninclined. "I don't see anything," Jess said after a moment. "Of course you don't. It's written in infernal script with ink made from crystallized regret. Only those with supernatural heritage can read the terms." Kaelix moved closer to the scroll, reading with the bored efficiency of someone who'd reviewed thousands of similar documents.
Let's see. Binding initiated through accidental summoning during astrologically significant period. Contractor's heart's deepest yearning to be fulfilled within 28 days. Failure to complete terms results in permanent dimensional breach at the next convergence. He paused, frowning. Halloween. How thoroughly predictable.
28 days? Jess's voice cracked. What happens if I don't figure out this heart's deepest yearning thing in 28 days? The veil between realms tears permanently, unleashing hell's middle management upon the mortal world. Kaelix rolled up the scroll with practiced efficiency. Picture your worst customer service experience, then multiply it by several thousand, and make it eternal. Zara sank onto the small couch, her face pale. So we're talking about the apocalypse. More of a bureaucratic nightmare, really. Though I suppose for mortals, the distinction is academic. Jess collapsed into her desk chair, which squeaked ominously. Okay, but what exactly is a soul bond? Like, what does that actually mean for us day to day? Because I've never signed a magical contract before, and I'm kind of freaking out here. Kaelix paused, recognizing the practical nature of her question. In his centuries of supernatural bureaucracy, he'd learned that clear expectations prevented most contractual disasters. An excellent inquiry, soul bonds progress through predictable stages with specific consequences at each level. Consequences? Jess's voice climbed an octave. Nothing harmful, he assured her quickly, then reconsidered. Well, mostly nothing harmful. Think of it as supernatural relationship escalation with built-in accountability measures. Could you maybe be more specific? Zara interjected. Because supernatural relationship escalation sounds either really romantic or deeply terrifying. Kaelix settled himself more comfortably and adopted his best bureaucratic explanation voice, the one he used for training new employees. Very well. Soul bonds strengthen through emotional honesty, shared experiences, and physical proximity. The magic responds to genuine connection, not forced interaction. So lying makes it worse? Jess asked. Lying creates what we call resonance dissonance, physical discomfort, magical static, an overall sense that something is fundamentally wrong. The bond actively encourages truth-telling between bonded parties. Jess and Zara exchanged glances. That might actually be useful, Jess admitted. Additionally, Kaelix continued, prolonged separation becomes increasingly uncomfortable as the bond strengthens. Initially, this manifests as mild anxiety and restlessness. By day 14, separation causes headaches, insomnia, and what humans might call phantom limb syndrome, but for emotions. Wait, back up, Jess said, raising her hand like she was in school. Day 14 specifically? Why 14? Soul bonds follow a 28-day cycle with 3 distinct phases. Days 1 through 7. Initial formation. The bond establishes itself, causing mild supernatural side effects, enhanced intuition, emotional echoes, minor magical incidents around both parties. Days 8 through 14. Deepening connection. The bond strengthens considerably. You'll begin to sense each other's emotions, experience mild physical effects during separation, and share magical energy. Share magical energy, Jess interrupted. Your latent abilities will begin manifesting more strongly due to proximity to supernatural essence. My own magic will become more temperamental due to exposure to human emotional complexity, Zara snorted. So you're saying you'll become more emotional and she'll become more magical? Crudely put, but essentially accurate. Kaelix cleared his throat. The final phase, days 15 through 28, is called resonance alignment. Full emotional sharing, significant discomfort during separation, and shared magical experiences. This is when most bonded pairs determine whether to formalize their connection or seek dissolution.
And what happens on day 21? Jess asked quietly.
Kaelix hesitated. This was where supernatural law became both more serious and more complicated. Day 21 marks the point of irreversible commitment. After that threshold, the bond becomes permanent regardless of contract resolution status. It can no longer be magically severed without causing severe trauma to both parties.
Severe trauma?
Jess's knuckles were white where she gripped her chair arms.
Magical backlash that typically results in loss of supernatural abilities for the magical party and serious psychological damage for the human. It's highly discouraged.
So we have 20 days to figure this out, Zara said slowly. Or you're stuck together forever, whether you want to be or not.
Precisely. Though stuck implies unwillingness, many bonded pairs choose to formalize their connection before the 21-day threshold, specifically to retain agency in the decision.
Jess was quiet for a long moment, processing this information.
You said the contract resolves when I fulfill my heart's deepest yearning. How will we know when that happens?
The bond will provide clear indication, Kaelix explained. When both parties are in alignment about their genuine desires, the magic responds immediately. The soul contract scroll will update its terms, typically offering options for bond formalization, dissolution, or modification.
Both parties?
Jess caught the detail immediately. What does that mean? Kaelix felt something uncomfortable twist in his chest. Soul contracts require honest desire from both the summoner and the summoned. Your heart's deepest yearning must be something I can genuinely support and participate in. The magic won't be fooled by forced or fabricated wants. So if I decide I want something you hate, the contract won't resolve?
Correct. And if I decide I want something that contradicts your deepest yearning, we reach an impasse that typically results in bond dissolution with significant magical consequences.
Zara leaned forward. What kind of magical consequences? Loss of awakened abilities for the human, potential reassignment to a less pleasant department for the demon, and a permanent magical marker that makes future supernatural contracts difficult to establish.
Meaning?
Jess pressed. Meaning this is your one chance at magical connection. If our bond fails to resolve successfully, you'll never be able to form another supernatural contract. And I'll likely spend the next few centuries processing paperwork in the Seventh Circle's filing department.
The silence that followed was heavy with the weight of consequences neither of them had anticipated.
Right, Jess said finally. So no pressure at all.
Can't you just
go back? Jess asked, suddenly. Like, snap your fingers and disappear back to hell. Do you think I haven't tried? Kaelix's voice dropped to a level that made the windows rattle slightly. I've attempted 17 different dissolution techniques in the past 10 minutes. The binding holds fast because it was created during Mercury retrograde, when magical energy becomes unpredictable and, frankly, vindictive. He stood and began pacing, his movements sharp with frustration. In hell, problems had solutions. Paperwork had proper procedures. There was order, structure, predictability. This mortal realm nonsense operated on what appeared to be pure chaos and emotional instability. So you're stuck, Zara said slowly. Both of you. Stuck is such an inelegant word, Kaelix replied, though privately he admitted its accuracy. Temporarily inconvenienced by supernatural bureaucracy, that is. Jess collapsed onto her bed, springs creaking in protest. This can't be happening. This can't actually be happening. I was just trying to make myself feel better about Derek being a complete ass, and now I've accidentally started the apocalypse.
Who Kaelix inquired with dangerous calm, is Derek.
My ex-boyfriend. Jess's voice was muffled by the pillow she'd pressed over her face. The one I was supposed to be hexing. 3 years of my life down the drain because apparently I'm not ambitious enough for his 5-year plan.
Something cold and unpleasant twisted in Kaelix's chest, a sensation he couldn't immediately identify.
He told you that you lacked ambition,
among other things. Jess emerged from the pillow, hair even more disheveled than before. Apparently, I'm settling for mediocrity by working at a marketing firm instead of pursuing my art. Never mind that I have bills to pay and a studio apartment that costs more than most people's mortgages.
The unpleasant sensation intensified. In 8 centuries of existence, Kaelix had never felt the urge to personally inconvenience someone based on secondhand information. But this Derek creature was apparently an exception.
Well, he said finally, at the very least, your spell did work. Sort of.
What do you mean? Kaelix allowed himself a small, sharp smile. The binding may have targeted the wrong recipient, but your original hex found its mark. Even now, your former paramour is experiencing a delightful array of minor but persistent annoyances. Nothing harmful, mind you. My department has strict regulations about actual damage, but certainly enough to make his day considerably less pleasant.
For the first time since his arrival, Jess looked genuinely interested.
Really? Oh, yes. Elevator music following him wherever he goes. Coffee that never quite tastes right. Electronic devices developing mysterious glitches at inconvenient moments. Kaelix's smile widened slightly. The spell will continue to escalate until it runs its course or is formally dissolved.
How long does it usually take to run its course? For a hex powered by genuine heartbreak and righteous indignation? Weeks. Possibly months.
Jess was quiet for a long moment, and Kaelix found himself studying her face with more attention than the situation strictly required. She had interesting features. Not conventionally beautiful by any standard, but expressive in a way that suggested depth of character. When she finally spoke, there was something that might have been satisfaction in her voice.
Good.
Now then, Kaelix said, attempting to regain control of the conversation.
We need to establish some ground rules for our temporary cohabitation. I require adequate workspace, proper coffee preparation facilities, and at least 6 hours of uninterrupted silence each evening for administrative catch-up.
Administrative catch-up? Jess stared at him. You're going to do paperwork? Here? The Department of Petty Inconveniences doesn't simply stop functioning because I've been unexpectedly relocated. I have 17 active cases requiring oversight, 43 forms awaiting approval, and a monthly productivity review scheduled for next Tuesday.
Zara raised her hand tentatively.
Quick question about the soul bond thing. If Jess's heart's deepest yearning turns out to be something simple, like getting promoted at work or finally organizing our closet, could this all be resolved by next weekend? Kaelix and Jess both turned to look at her with identical expressions of exasperation.
What?
Zara said defensively. I'm just asking. Maybe we're overthinking this. Heart's deepest yearning refers to fundamental soul desires, Kaelix explained patiently. Career advancement or organizational systems rarely qualify as existential longings. We're talking about core identity, life purpose, or profound emotional needs that have remained unfulfilled. Plus, Jess added quietly, I'm pretty sure my heart's deepest yearning isn't something I can just accomplish with a weekend productivity binge. If it were that simple, I probably would have figured it out by now. The admission hung in the air, carrying more vulnerability than Jess had probably intended to reveal. Kaelix found himself oddly touched by her honesty, even as he maintained his professional demeanor. Very well then, he said briskly. Given our circumstances, I suggest we approach this situation with the systematic efficiency it requires. First, we'll establish your current life satisfaction baseline. Second, we'll identify potential areas of unfulfilled yearning. Third, we'll develop an implementation strategy with clear benchmarks and deadline management.
You want to project manage my existential crisis? Jess asked. I want to resolve our supernatural predicament before Hell's authorities notice my extended absence and send less diplomatically inclined agents to retrieve me.
Less diplomatically inclined?
Kaelix straightened his tie.
I work in middle management, Miss Maxwell. There are far more intimidating demons than myself, and most of them have significantly less patience for human sensibilities.
The threat wasn't entirely empty.
While Kaelix preferred bureaucratic solutions to most problems, Hell's upper management was known for more direct approaches to policy enforcement.
Right, Jess said, standing up with visible determination.
28 days to figure out my heart's deepest yearning and save the world from supernatural middle management. How hard could it be? Kaelix looked around her chaotic apartment, noted her obvious stress management issues, and considered the various ways this arrangement could go catastrophically wrong.
Famous last words,
He murmured, but found himself almost looking forward to finding out. 3. Cohabitation catastrophe. The sound of clinking dishes invaded Jess's wine hangover dreams like the world's most passive-aggressive alarm clock. She cracked one eye open, hoping desperately that the previous night had been some kind of stress-induced hallucination brought on by too much Pinot Grigio and existential dread. The geometric precision with which her coffee mugs were now arranged on the counter suggested otherwise.
What the hell?
She croaked, pushing herself upright on the Murphy bed. Every dish she owned had been washed, dried, and organized by size, color, and what appeared to be frequency of use. Her spice rack, previously a chaotic jumble of expired oregano and questionable curry powder, now resembled something from a magazine spread. Even her art supplies had been sorted into neat, color-coordinated rows that would have made Marie Kondo weep with joy. Kaelix stood at her kitchen counter with his back to her, fully dressed in yesterday's impeccable suit, despite having slept on her couch. He was examining a box of Pop-Tarts with the kind of intense scrutiny usually reserved for bomb disposal. "These cannot possibly constitute adequate nutrition," he announced, without turning around. "The ingredient list reads like a chemistry experiment designed by sadists." Jess rubbed her eyes, wondering if demons always woke up looking like they'd stepped out of a magazine shoot. His hair defied gravity in exactly the same impossible way, and there wasn't a wrinkle to be found on his suit. Meanwhile, she probably looked like she'd been attacked by a raccoon. "It's breakfast," she mumbled, stumbling toward the coffee maker. "You eat it! You don't die! Moving on!" "This is not breakfast. This is processed sugar masquerading as sustenance." Kaelix held up the box like it had personally offended him. "Where I come from, we have standards for morning consumption." "Yeah, well, welcome to millennial survival cuisine." Jess reached for the coffee maker, then stopped. The entire machine had been disassembled, cleaned, and reassembled with what looked like engineering precision. "Did you detail my coffee maker?" The mineral buildup was unconscionable. "I took the liberty of descaling and optimizing the brewing mechanism." Kaelix finally turned around, his storm gray eyes taking in her disheveled appearance with barely concealed horror. "You appear to have slept in your clothing." Jess looked down at yesterday's jeans and wrinkled band-tee. "Yeah, that happens sometimes when you accidentally summon a demon and have an existential crisis." "Barbaric," Kaelix shook his head. "Proper rest requires proper preparation. Clean linens, appropriate sleepwear, a consistent bedtime routine." "Okay, Martha Stewart, I get it. You're very fancy." Jess pushed past him to start the coffee, grateful when it actually worked. "Some of us are just trying to survive capitalism and pay rent." The coffee maker hummed to life, and Jess could have sworn it sounded Happier? Smoother? Whatever Kaelix had done to it, the thing was practically purring. Right, she said, taking a fortifying breath. We need to figure out the logistics here. I have to go to work, and well, I can't exactly leave you here alone to reorganize my entire life. Work? Kaelix raised an eyebrow. You intend to maintain your mundane employment during a supernatural crisis? I intend to keep my job so I can afford to eat something other than Pop-Tarts, Jess shot back. Some of us don't have the luxury of taking impromptu vacations from reality. Kaelix was quiet for a moment, studying her with that unsettling intensity. Very well. What exactly do you propose? 20 minutes later, Jess was speedwalking through the lobby of the Pinnacle Marketing Solutions building with a demon disguised as her visiting cousin from Europe. The glamour he'd cast made his horns invisible and softened his otherworldly features just enough to pass for human, though nothing could completely hide the way he moved, like he owned every room he entered. Remember, she hissed as they waited for the elevator, you're my cousin Kay from, Prague. You're visiting for a few weeks while looking for work in graphic design. Prague, Kaelix repeated with distaste. How thoroughly pedestrian. It's called a cover story. Just go with it. The elevator doors opened to reveal Brad from marketing, resplendent in another aggressively styled man bun and a shirt that looked like it had been designed by someone who'd only heard color described secondhand. Jess! Brad's smile had all the warmth of a corporate press release. Early start today? That's the kind of go-getter attitude we love to see. Yeah, just eager to get started on those revisions, Jess managed, stepping into the elevator. Kaelix followed, his presence somehow making the small space feel even smaller. Brad's eyes immediately fixed on the demon with the calculating interest of someone sizing up potential competition. And who's your friend? This is my cousin Kay, Jess said quickly. He's visiting from Prague. Brad's eyes lit up. How exotic! I actually did a semester abroad in college. Budapest, but close enough, right? He extended his hand. Brad Sullivan, Senior Marketing Strategist. Kaelix stared at the offered hand like it might contain communicable diseases. Kaelix Prochaska, he said finally, shaking Brad's hand with the bare minimum of contact required for politeness. Prohaska. Love it. Very authentic. Brad's smile grew wider. So what brings you to New York? I'm exploring opportunities in the visual arts, Kaelix replied, his accent suggesting expensive education rather than any specific European origin. Though I must say, the standards here are somewhat lower than I anticipated. Brad's smile flickered. Oh, well, I'm sure you'll find something suitable. The market's pretty competitive, but... The elevator dinged and Jess practically sprinted out, dragging Kaelix behind her. Great talking to you, Brad. That was unnecessarily antagonistic, she muttered as they made their way through the open-plan office toward her cubicle. The man has the aesthetic sensibilities of a colorblind child, Kaelix replied without lowering his voice. Someone needed to inform him. Please try to remember that I need this job, Jess hissed, but she couldn't quite hide her smile. Brad's face had been priceless. They reached her cubicle, which looked exactly like every other cubicle in the office. Beige fabric walls, fluorescent lighting, and just enough space for a person to slowly lose their will to live. Jess had tried to personalize it with some of her artwork in a small succulent, but the corporate blandness always won in the end. This is where you spend your days? Kaelix asked, his horror undisguised. Welcome to late-stage capitalism, Jess said, settling into her desk chair. It's not supposed to be enjoyable. Kaelix examined her workspace with the same intensity he'd brought to the Pop-Tarts. His gaze lingered on her small jade plant, sitting in its decorative pot next to her monitor. At least you have Fernando, he said approvingly. Jess blinked. I'm sorry, what?
Fernando, your plant. Jade plants are excellent for absorbing negative energy and promoting financial stability. Kaelix leaned closer to examine the succulent, though this one seems particularly aware. I just call it my plant. I didn't name it Fernando.
Oh, but you did. Came a voice that was definitely not Kaelix's. Jess spun around, looking for the source, but the only people visible were her co-workers at their desks typing away at their computers. Down here, honey, the voice continued, and Jess's gaze dropped to her jade plant. The succulent's leaves rustled slightly, despite the complete absence of any breeze. What the language, dear? Fernando said primly. We are in a professional environment. Jess stared at her plant. Her talking plant. Her talking plant who apparently had opinions about workplace etiquette. This is not happening, she whispered. Oh, it's happening, Fernando replied cheerfully. And might I just say, it's about time you brought someone interesting around here. This place has been absolutely dreadful for my aura. Your aura? Jess repeated faintly. Plants are naturally sensitive to magical energy, Kaelix explained, as if talking houseplants were perfectly normal. Proximity to supernatural beings often awakens latent consciousness. Fernando here seems to have quite a bit to say. 43 years I've been quiet, Fernando announced. 43 years of watching humans make terrible life choices. Do you know how exhausting it is to be a silent witness to that much bad decision-making? 43 years. Jess looked at the plant, which couldn't have been more than 2 years old. Plant time moves differently, sweetie. Trust me, I've been around. Fernando's leaves rustled with what might have been amusement. And can I just say, this one, a tendril gestured toward Kaelix, much better than Derek. Derek had terrible energy, very clingy, very needy. This one has standards. The plant has relationship opinions, Jess said, weakly. Fernando has excellent judgment, Kaelix corrected. Though perhaps we should address the more pressing issue. Which is? Kaelix gestured toward her computer, where her morning task list should have been displaying. Instead, the screen showed a stunning piece of digital art that definitely hadn't been there when she'd left yesterday. Swirling galaxies of color danced across a background that seemed to move and shift as she watched, and the typography was integrated so seamlessly it looked like part of the cosmic design itself. That's beautiful, she breathed. That's impossible, came Zara's voice from behind her. Jess, what the hell is on your screen? Jess turned to find her best friend standing at the cubicle entrance, coffee in hand and eyes fixed on the computer monitor with a mixture of awe and suspicion. I don't know, Jess said honestly. It was just there when I turned it on. Computers don't just randomly generate art that could hang in the Museum of Modern Art, Zara pointed out. She glanced at Kaelix, who was examining the screen with professional interest. And who's this? Zara, meet my cousin Kay. Kay, this is my best friend and work wife Zara. Charmed, Kaelix said, inclining his head slightly. Your friend has been telling me about your workplace culture. It sounds challenging. That's one word for it. Zara's eyes narrowed as she studied him. Prague, right? Indeed. Funny, you don't sound Czech. I've traveled extensively. Zara looked like she wanted to pursue that line of questioning, but her attention was drawn back to the computer screen, where the cosmic art had somehow shifted to display the text for the campaign Jess was supposed to be revising. The words floated among the stars like they'd been written by the universe itself. Jess, Zara said slowly. How did you do this? I didn't do anything, Jess protested. I just sat down and it was there. Latent magical ability often manifests through familiar mediums, Kaelix murmured, too quietly for Zara to hear.
Your artistic training is providing a channel for the supernatural energy.
My what now?
Before Kaelix could explain, the sound of gurgling and sputtering came from the break room, followed by a string of creative profanity that could probably be heard 3 floors down.
The coffee machine's broken again, someone called out. It's making some kind of weird purple liquid.
Purple liquid? Jess started to get up, but Kaelix placed a restraining hand on her arm.
Perhaps we should let that particular situation resolve itself, he suggested.
Why would— What the hell is in my coffee? Brad's voice echoed across the office, pitched several octaves higher than usual. It tastes like regret and poor life choices, Fernando suggested helpfully. Did my plant just—
Welcome to your new normal, honey, Fernando said. Better buckle up. Things are about to get a lot more interesting around here.
As if on cue, every computer in the office chimed simultaneously, and Jess watched in horror as her cosmic artwork began spreading from screen to screen like a beautiful, impossible virus. This is bad, she whispers.
On the contrary, Kaelix said, watching the digital art propagate through the office network with something that might have been pride. This is fascinating.
Jess buried her face in her hands. It was going to be a very long day.
4. The X-Files.
3 sharp raps on the apartment door at precisely 6:30 in the evening interrupted what had been shaping up to be a remarkably peaceful evening. Kaelix looked up from the financial newspaper he'd been reading. Apparently, Hell's subscription to the Wall Street Journal had somehow followed him through the dimensional breach, and observed Jess freeze mid-brushstroke over her latest canvas.
Are you expecting someone? He inquired, noting the way her shoulders had tensed at the sound.
No one ever just shows up here, Jess said, setting down her paintbrush with unnecessary care. Except— Her face went pale. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Before she could answer, a familiar voice called through the door. Jess, I know you're in there. I can see the lights on.
Derek. The name hung in the air between them like a curse made manifest.
Kaelix felt something cold and sharp unfurl in his chest, a sensation he recognized from his work in the Department of Petty Inconveniences, though he'd never experienced it quite so personally before.
What does he want?
Kaelix asked, his voice dropping to a register that made the windows vibrate slightly.
Probably his stuff,
Jess muttered, running her hands through her hair. He texted last week about picking up his things, but I thought he'd forgotten. She looked at Kaelix with growing panic. You have to hide.
I beg your pardon.
Hide. Disappear. Do that invisible thing you did at the restaurant. Jess was already moving toward the door, though her feet seemed reluctant to carry her then. I am not hiding from some mortal whelp who lacks the basic courtesy to— Jess! Derek's voice carried a note of impatience that made Kaelix's fingers twitch. Come on, I know you're avoiding me.
Please, Jess whispered, her green eyes wide behind her glasses. I can't handle explaining you right now, not to him.
Something in her expression, vulnerability mixed with exhaustion, made Kaelix's protective instincts surge unexpectedly. He'd spent centuries managing supernatural conflicts, but this felt different, more immediate, more personal. Very well, he said, though every fiber of his being rebelled against the idea. With a gesture, he rendered himself invisible to mortal eyes, though he remained corporeal enough to intervene if necessary. Jess took a shaky breath and opened the door. Derek Walsh stood in the hallway looking exactly like the kind of man who would put his anniversary in a Google Calendar. He was conventionally attractive in the way of someone who spent considerable time and money maintaining his appearance, perfectly styled hair, designer jeans that probably cost more than Jess's monthly grocery budget, and a smile that managed to be both charming and condescending.
Hey, babe, he said,
as if he hadn't broken up with her 3 weeks ago. Sorry to just drop by, but I was in the neighborhood for drinks with some clients, and I figured I'd grab my stuff while I was thinking about it.
Don't call me babe, Jess said quietly. but she stepped aside to let him in.
Derek's gaze swept over the apartment with barely concealed distaste.
Kaelix watched from his position by the window, cataloging every micro-expression, every subtle dismissal in the man's posture. This was the creature who had deemed Jess insufficient, this walking collection of expensive grooming products and inherited mediocrity.
Place looks exactly the same, Derek said, his tone suggesting this was not a compliment.
Still working on your little art projects, I see.
He gestured toward her easel, with the kind of indulgent smile usually reserved for children's finger paintings.
Kaelix felt his hands clench into fists. They're not projects, Jess said, crossing her arms defensively.
They're paintings. It's called having a creative outlet.
Right, of course. Derek was already moving toward the closet where he'd kept a few changes of clothes. You know, Amanda was just saying how important it is to have hobbies. Keeps you grounded when you're focusing on real career goals.
Amanda?
My girlfriend, Derek said casually, as if mentioning the weather. She's in strategic consulting. Really driven, you know. Has this amazing 5-year plan for partnership track. He pulled a designer sweater from the closet and held it up, frowning. God, I forgot how small this place is. How do you even think in here?
Every word hit like a deliberate insult.
Kaelix watched Jess's face carefully, noting the way she seemed to shrink into herself with every casual cruelty. The protective urge grew stronger, accompanied by a growing desire to show this Derek person exactly what strategic consulting looked like when applied by a demon with 8 centuries of experience in creative problem solving.
The apartment is fine, Jess said, but her voice lacked conviction.
I mean, if you like living in a glorified closet. Derek was stuffing clothes into a gym bag with careless efficiency. Though I guess it works for someone who's not really planning for the future, right?
Kaelix had heard enough. Kaelix might have maintained his invisibility and professional composure if Derek had stopped there.
But something in the man's tone, the casual dismissal, the deliberate cruelty disguised as concern, ignited every protective instinct he developed over 8 centuries of existence.
The apartment's temperature dropped 10 degrees in an instant.
Derek paused, gym bag half full, and looked around with confusion. Is your heat broken? It just got freezing in here.
I hadn't noticed, Jess said. There she was rubbing her arms. Typical, this building is such a dump.
Derek went back to packing, but Kaelix wasn't finished. With careful precision, he began implementing what he liked to call environmental corrections. Derek's phone, sitting on the coffee table, began playing elevator music at a volume just loud enough to be annoying, but too quiet to locate the source. The gym bag zipper started sticking at random intervals, and every time Derek moved toward the door, the floorboards creaked with an ominous groaning sound that suggested structural instability.
What the hell?
Derek muttered, struggling with the zipper. This thing was working fine this morning.
Kaelix allowed himself a small, satisfied smile.
Maybe it's time to go, Jess suggested, though she seemed to be fighting back her own smile.
Yeah, just give me a second.
Derek wrestled with the bag for another moment before finally giving up and slinging it over his shoulder, zipper half open. Look, Jess, I know things ended weird between us.
Weird.
You know what I mean. But I want you to know there's no hard feelings, okay? You're a good person. You're not really built for ambitious goals. And that's fine. Not everyone needs to be a high achiever. The world needs artists and, coffee shop employees and stuff. The condescension in his voice was so thick it was practically visible. Kaelix felt his control slip slightly, and the elevator music from Derek's phone shifted to what sounded suspiciously like a funeral dirge played on kazoos.
Derek frowned and picked up his phone, but the music stopped the moment he touched it.
Anyway, he continued, either oblivious to the supernatural harassment or choosing to ignore it. I'm glad we can be mature about this. Maybe we can grab coffee sometime, as friends.
I could introduce you to Amanda. She's always looking for someone to help with her vision boards and manifestation stuff. Right up your alley. Jess stared at him for a long moment, and Kaelix could practically see her processing the layers of insult wrapped in fake kindness. "Get out," she said quietly. "What? Get out of my apartment. Now." Derek's perfectly groomed eyebrows rose. "Jess, come on. I'm trying to be nice here." "No, you're trying to make yourself feel better about being a complete ass," Jess said, her voice gaining strength. "You don't get to dump me, immediately start dating someone else, and then show up here to explain why I'm not good enough. You especially don't get to insult my art, my apartment, and my life choices while you're picking up the clothes you were too lazy to get for 3 weeks. I never said you weren't good enough. You didn't have to." Jess moved toward the door and opened it. "Your stuff is packed. You can go now." Derek looked genuinely surprised by her backbone.
Babe, you're being dramatic.
Derek went pale. "What the—" "Bye, Derek," Jess said firmly, gesturing toward the hallway. He stumbled toward the door, his gym bag trailing clothes and his phone now playing what sounded like a mariachi version of The Girl from Ipanema at double speed. Just before he crossed the threshold, he turned back. "You know what? Fine. Stay here in your little fantasy world. But don't come crying to me when reality hits and you're 35 and single and working the same dead-end job because you never had the guts to grow up." The words hit their mark. Kaelix could see it in the way Jess flinched. But before he could intervene, she straightened her shoulders and looked Derek dead in the eye. "I'd rather be 35 and single than 32 and soulless," she said. "Have a nice life, Derek. Try not to let the door hit you on the way out." Derek opened his mouth to respond, but his phone chose that moment to start playing what could only be described as demonic heavy metal elevator music. He shot one last confused look around the apartment, then fled. Jess closed the door behind him and leaned against it, sliding down until she was sitting on the floor. For a moment, Kaelix thought she might cry. Instead, she started laughing, a slightly hysterical sound that made his chest tighten with concern. He dropped his invisibility and knelt beside her.
"Are you quite all right?"
"Did you do that?" she asked, gesturing vaguely toward where Derek's phone had been. "The music thing?" "The man was being unconscionably rude," Kaelix said by way of answer. "I merely provided some atmospheric accompaniment to his departure." Jess looked up at him, and for a moment her expression was unreadable. Then she smiled, a real smile, not the forced one she'd worn during Derek's visit. "Thank you," she said softly. "For what?" "For making his phone play circus music when he called me babe. And for—" she gestured between them. "I don't know. For not looking at me like I'm settling for mediocrity." Something warm and unfamiliar stirred in Kaelix's chest. "You are many things, Jessica Maxwell," he said carefully. "Mediocre is not one of them." She studied his face for a moment, and he found himself hoping she wouldn't ask him to elaborate. He wasn't entirely certain he could explain the protective fury that had consumed him during Derek's visit, or the way something inside him had snarled every time the man had dismissed her dreams. "So," Jess said eventually, pushing herself up from the floor, "I'm guessing Derek's going to have a few more interesting musical experiences in his near future?" Kaelix allowed himself a small, sharp smile. "The original hex appears to be escalating. I suspect your former paramour will find himself accompanied by increasingly creative auditory experiences until the spell runs its course." "How long did you say that would take again?" "Weeks. Possibly months." Jess was quiet for a moment, then nodded decisively. "Good. He deserves to have his selfies ruined by phantom mariachi bands." Kaelix studied her face, noting the mix of hurt and determination in her expression. "He was wrong, you know." "About what?" "All of it. Your art, your ambitions, your worth." The words came out more intense than he'd intended, but he pressed on.
The man wouldn't recognize talent if it materialized in his living room wearing a name tag. Speaking from experience? Jess asked, and there was something almost teasing in her voice. Indeed. I am, after all, a supernatural being of considerable power who literally materialized in your living room. He failed to notice entirely. That startled a laugh out of her. A genuine one this time. True, though to be fair, you were invisible for most of it. A minor detail. They stood there for a moment, the apartment feeling strangely peaceful after Derek's departure. Kaelix found himself reluctant to break the comfortable silence, though he couldn't quite identify why. I should probably get back to painting, Jess said eventually. All that righteous indignation has me feeling creative. An excellent use of emotional energy, Kaelix agreed. Much more productive than, say, strategic consulting. Jess grinned. You know, for a demon, you're pretty good at making a girl feel better about her life choices.
I have my moments, Kaelix replied, though privately he thought he was having far too many of those moments where this particular mortal was concerned.
As Jess returned to her easel, humming something that definitely wasn't elevator music, Kaelix settled back into his chair with the newspaper. His attention drifted from the financial reports to the woman across the room, painting with renewed vigor and what looked suspiciously like happiness. Perhaps, he thought, this assignment was proving more interesting than he'd initially anticipated. 5. Coffee shop confessions. I need real coffee, Jess announced the next morning, staring at her perfectly optimized coffee maker with suspicion. Like, coffee that hasn't been engineered by a supernatural perfectionist who probably has opinions about my water-to-grounds ratio. Kaelix looked up from where he'd been arranging her art supplies in what appeared to be some kind of complex geometric pattern. The brewing mechanism is operating at peak efficiency. Your beverage quality has improved by approximately 37%. That's not the point. Jess grabbed her jacket and messenger bag, then paused. Wait, how do you know it's 37% better? I have excellent taste. You've been here for 3 days. Your point? Jess decided not to pursue that line of reasoning. Her brain wasn't equipped to handle demonic coffee mathematics before she'd had actual caffeine. Come on. There's this place called Mystic Grounds that Zara told me about, supposed to have the best espresso in Brooklyn. Mystic Grounds, Kaelix repeated, straightening his tie. The glamour he wore to hide his horns still made her do a double take. He looked almost normal, if normal included impossibly perfect cheekbones and an aura of barely contained otherworldly authority. An interesting name for a coffee establishment. It's probably just trying to be trendy. You know, mystical vibes for the Instagram crowd. Jess slung her bag over her shoulder. Plus, I could use some air that doesn't smell like sulfur and whatever that is you do to clean things. Precision, Kaelix said dryly. It's called precision. 20 minutes later, they stood outside a narrow storefront, wedged between a vintage clothing shop and a place that sold crystals and hemp jewelry. The hand-painted sign read, Mystic Grounds, Coffee, Community, and Other Necessities, in flowing script that seemed to shimmer slightly in the morning light. See? Jess said, pulling open the door. Trendy, mystical aesthetic. Probably charges $8 for a latte and plays ambient music while the conversation died in her throat as they stepped inside. The first thing that hit her was the smell. Not just coffee, though there was definitely coffee, but something else. Something that reminded her of thunderstorms and old books and the way the air felt right before something magical happened. The second thing was the decor, which looked like someone had decided bohemian coffee shop needed more actual magic.
Crystals hung from the ceiling in intricate patterns. Plants covered every available surface with impossible lushness, and the walls were lined with local artwork that seemed to move slightly when she wasn't looking directly at it. The third thing was the barista, who looked up from an espresso machine that definitely hadn't come from any normal restaurant supply catalog, and said, "Oh, good. You brought him. I was wondering when you'd figure out you needed proper guidance." Jess blinked. "I'm sorry, what?" The barista was maybe mid-20s, with purple hair and enough piercings to set off airport security. She wore a name tag that read Luna and an expression of mild amusement. "Your friend here." She gestured toward Kaelix, who had gone very still beside Jess. "Mid-tier demon. Third circle if I'm reading his energy right. Bureaucratic specialization, probably irritation or inconvenience related. And you're the one who accidentally summoned him during Mercury retrograde? Classic mistake. Happens more than you'd think. How did you—" Jess started. "Luna's gift," the barista said cheerfully, as if discussing the weather. "I can read supernatural auras, super useful in this business. Also explains why your coffee at home started tasting better. Demonic perfectionism tends to optimize everything in its immediate environment." She turned to Kaelix with interest. "Kaelix Nethersyde, right? Your reputation precedes you. The Department of Petty Inconveniences has been having a meltdown since you vanished." Kaelix inclined his head with careful politeness.
I was not aware my absence had been noted.
"Oh, honey, you're practically famous down in the supernatural community grapevine. First demon in 3 centuries to just disappear during a routine summoning." Luna grinned. "Some of the lower-tier spirits are taking bets on whether you've gone rogue or just found something more interesting than paperwork." "This is not a normal coffee shop," Jess said weakly. "Define normal," Luna replied, already moving toward the espresso machine. "We serve excellent coffee to humans, supernaturals, and everyone in between. Brooklyn's magical community needs somewhere to get decent caffeine, and the mundane coffee shops don't exactly cater to our specific needs." Jess looked around the shop with new eyes. Now that she was paying attention, she could see that maybe half the customers weren't entirely human. The woman in the corner booth had slightly pointed ears and was reading a book that appeared to be writing itself. The man at the counter ordering a complicated drink had eyes that reflected light like a cat's, and the group of college-age kids near the window were having an animated discussion about something that made the air around their table shimmer. "See it," she whispered. "I can actually see the magic." "Proximity to Kaelix has been awakening your latent sensitivity," Luna explained, pulling shots with practiced efficiency. "Your grandmother was part of the local coven, right? Isabella Maxwell? She used to come in here all the time. Always said her granddaughter would find her way to the community eventually." "My grandmother knew about all this?" "Honey, your grandmother helped establish half the protective wards in this neighborhood. Why do you think your rent is so reasonable for that apartment?" Luna slid 2 cups across the counter. "Double espresso for the perfectionist demon and a lavender oat milk latte for the overwhelmed artist. On the house, since it's your first time." Kaelix lifted his cup and inhaled deeply, his expression transforming into something approaching reverence. "This is exceptional." "Should be. The beans are sourced from a small farm in Guatemala that's run by earth sprites. They grow coffee the way it was meant to be grown, with actual magic." Luna winked at Jess. "Your demon friend is about to become a regular customer." Jess took a sip of her latte and nearly groaned with pleasure. It was perfect, creamy and floral, and somehow exactly what she hadn't known she needed. "This is incredible. Wait until you try the pastries. Our baker's a kitchen witch who specializes in comfort food that actually provides comfort." Luna gestured toward a display case filled with croissants and muffins that seemed to glow with warm golden light. "But first you should check out the community board. Sounds like you two might need some advice about soul contracts." She pointed toward a bulletin board near the back of the shop that was covered in business cards, flyers, and handwritten notes. Jess moved closer, reading over the offerings with growing amazement. Tarot readings and tax preparation, she read aloud. Supernatural legal services, apartment cleansing and pest control, specializing in malevolent spirits and ordinary roaches. Yoga classes for the magically sensitive. She paused at one card that made her heart skip. Emergency soul contract consultation, day or night. That's Marisol, Luna called from behind the counter. Witch lawyer hybrid. She handles all the supernatural legal stuff in the neighborhood. Very good with accidental bindings. Kaelix appeared at Jess's shoulder, coffee in hand and looking more relaxed than she'd seen him since he'd arrived. A competent practitioner could be useful. You mean someone who could break the contract? Jess asked, surprised by the twist of disappointment in her chest. Or at least clarify our options, Kaelix said carefully. Knowledge is power, particularly in bureaucratic matters. Jess nodded, though she wasn't entirely sure why the thought of ending their supernatural arrangement made her feel oddly hollow. She pulled out her phone to snap a picture of Marisol's card, then found herself reading through more of the board's offerings. Look at this, she said, pointing to a cluster of business cards in one corner. Supernatural Artist Collective, enchanted art classes, gallery showings for magically enhanced work. She looked at Kaelix with growing excitement. There's a whole community of people like me. People like you? Artists who work with magic. People who don't have to choose between paying rent and following their passion because they've found a way to make magic part of their career. She touched one of the cards reverently. I didn't know this was possible. Kaelix studied her face with that intense focus he'd developed. Your artistic abilities have been strengthening since our bond formed. Perhaps it's time to explore what you're truly capable of. But what if I'm not good enough? What if it's just beginner's luck or some side effect of being around you? The familiar doubt crept into her voice. What if Derek was right about me not being ambitious enough for real success? Derek, Kaelix said with pointed disdain, wouldn't recognize genuine talent if it performed interpretive dance on his morning commute. He gestured toward the artwork covering the coffee shop walls. Look around you. This community exists because people refuse to settle for the mundane world's definition of possible. Jess followed his gaze, really studying the art for the first time. Each piece seemed to pulse with its own energy. Photographs that moved like living memories, paintings that shifted color with the viewer's mood. Sculptures that whispered secrets when no one was looking. I could learn to do that, she whispered. You could do better than that, Kaelix replied. You have natural ability combined with formal training. That's rarer than you might think. Hey, Luna called from the counter. If you're interested in magical art classes, Celeste teaches them Tuesday evenings. She's the one who did that painting of the storm clouds. See how they actually produce tiny lightning when you walk past? She's amazing with helping people integrate magic into their existing skills. Jess looked at the storm painting and watched a miniature bolt of lightning arc between the painted clouds. This is all real. As real as your demon boyfriend's opinions about proper coffee preparation, Luna said with a grin. He's not my... Jess started, then caught Kaelix's amused expression.
We're contractually bound. It's complicated.
Oh, honey, all the best relationships are complicated. You should see what happened when Marcus the vampire tried to date Sarah the werewolf. Now that was a supernatural incident report and a half. They found a small table near the window, and Jess watched the neighborhood with new awareness. Now that she knew what to look for, she could see the subtle signs of magic everywhere. The way certain buildings seemed to shimmer with protective wards, the small garden plots that grew impossibly lush despite the October weather, the people who moved through the world with just a little more presence than normal humans. It's been here all along, she said wonderingly. All of this, right under my nose. Magic rarely announces itself, Kaelix replied, cradling his espresso like precious cargo. It simply is. Most humans choose not to see it, but I can see it now because of you. Because you were ready to see it. I merely provided the catalyst. Jess studied his profile as he watched the street outside. In the coffee shop's magical atmosphere, his glamour seemed less necessary. She could almost see the sharp intelligence behind his eyes, the way he cataloged every detail of his surroundings with practiced efficiency.
Can I ask you something? She said.
Of course.
Do you miss it? Hell, I mean. Your job, your life there.
Kaelix was quiet for a long moment, swirling the last of his espresso thoughtfully.
I miss the predictability.
He said finally. Hell operates on clearly defined hierarchies and procedures. Everything has its place, its purpose, its proper form in triplicate. That sounds boring. It was. Profoundly, mind-numbingly boring. He looked at her directly. I hadn't realized how boring until I found myself in your chaotic, disorganized, utterly unpredictable world. And now? Now I find myself wondering what will happen next. When was the last time you surprised yourself? That caught her off guard. I don't know. Maybe when I actually stood up to Derek last night? Exactly. You've been living in Derek's idea of your life for so long that you'd forgotten what your own ideas might look like. And you've been living in Hell's idea of your life? For 3 centuries, yes. Kaelix smiled, and it transformed his entire face. Perhaps we're both overdue for a career change. Jess felt something warm and hopeful unfurl in her chest. Around them, the coffee shop hummed with magical energy and quiet conversation. The storm painting flickered with tiny lightning, and somewhere in the corner, someone was having an animated discussion about the proper care and feeding of house spirits. For the first time in years, maybe ever, she felt like she belonged somewhere. So, she said, raising her mug in a mock toast. To career changes and accidental summonings? Kaelix lifted his espresso cup to meet hers. To finding yourself in the most unlikely circumstances. Their cups clinked together with a sound like tiny bells, and Jess could have sworn she saw sparks dance between them. 6. Domestic adjustments. After a week of cohabitation, Kaelix found himself oddly comfortable with human domestic routines, particularly morning coffee preparation and watching Jess create art. He attempted to maintain his demonic dignity while secretly enjoying small human pleasures, like hot showers, a luxury Hell had never bothered to provide, and grilled cheese sandwiches, which Jess made with an alarming frequency that suggested she'd never heard of proper nutrition. You can't live on processed cheese and carbohydrates, he observed from his position at the kitchen counter where he'd taken to reading the morning news while she worked at her easel. Watch me, Jess replied without looking up from her canvas. She was painting something that seemed to shimmer between dimensions, colors flowing into each other like liquid starlight. Her tongue stuck out slightly when she concentrated, a habit that Kaelix had noticed with entirely too much attention. He returned to his newspaper, though his gaze kept drifting to her small form bent over the easel. There was something mesmerizing about watching her work, the way she moved with unconscious grace, completely absorbed in her art. When she painted, she forgot to second-guess herself, forgot to worry about being ambitious enough or living up to someone else's expectations. Fernando thinks you're brooding, Jess said suddenly. Kaelix glanced at the succulent, who rustled his leaves in what might have been agreement. In the week since gaining consciousness, Fernando had developed strong opinions about everyone in the apartment, most of which he shared whether asked or not. Demons do not brood, Kaelix replied with dignity. We contemplate strategically. Jess finally looked up from her painting, pushing her glasses up her nose with the back of her paint-covered hand. And what exactly are you contemplating strategically? Several things, actually.
the way the morning light caught the auburn highlights in her hair, the fact that she hummed under her breath when she was happy, usually something that sounded vaguely like a pop song from this decade. The growing realization that he looked forward to these quiet morning moments more than he'd looked forward to anything in centuries. Bureaucratic efficiency, he said instead. Right. Jess grinned and turned back to her easel. You know, you could just say you like watching me paint. It's not weird. I like watching you read the paper. You get this little wrinkle between your eyebrows when you disagree with an editorial. She made a small adjustment to her painting, adding a streak of silver that somehow made the whole piece pulse with life. Besides, Fernando says you purr when you're content. I most certainly do not. Like a diesel engine, Fernando interjected cheerfully. Very soothing, actually. Much better than Derek's anxious mouth breathing. Kaelix shot the plant a withering look, which Fernando ignored with the supreme confidence of someone who'd spent 43 years observing human foolishness. I am a supernatural entity of considerable power, Kaelix said stiffly. I do not purr. If you say so. Jess was clearly fighting back laughter. Though you should know it's actually kind of cute. Cute. As if you were some sort of domestic animal, rather than a demon who'd once inspired terror in the hearts of, well, mostly low-level bureaucrats. But the principle remained. His phone buzzed with a text notification, providing a welcome distraction from this thoroughly undignified conversation. He glanced at the screen and frowned. Problem? Jess asked, finally looking away from her painting. Work emergency. Someone's forgotten to file their Form 927C, and apparently the entire Department of Minor Annoyances is in chaos. Kaelix stood, already mentally organizing the solution. This should only take an hour or two to resolve. Wait, you're going to help them? From here? Remote consultation. Technology is surprisingly useful for interdimensional bureaucracy. He paused, studying her face. Unless you'd prefer I ignore it? Jess blinked, as if the idea of having a choice in the matter hadn't occurred to her. No, it's fine. You should help, but what about your whole unauthorized absence situation? Technically, I'm providing emergency support while on special assignment. Completely different paperwork category. Kaelix allowed himself a small smile.
Bureaucracy is all about creative interpretation.
He settled at her small kitchen table with his phone and what appeared to be a supernatural laptop that definitely hadn't been there the day before. Within minutes, he was deep in forms and procedures, fielding increasingly frantic calls from demons who'd apparently never learned to think for themselves. Jess watched him work with undisguised fascination. When he was focused on a task, his whole demeanor shifted, less formal, more efficient, with quick, decisive movements that spoke of centuries of experience. His fingers flew over the keyboard with practiced ease, and he spoke to his infernal colleagues with the kind of patient authority that came from being genuinely good at his job. No, Henderson, you cannot substitute Form 831A for Form 831B just because they have similar names, Kaelix said into his phone, his voice carrying the tone of someone who'd explained this many times before. Yes, I understand the filing deadline was yesterday. No, that does not mean you can simply ignore. Henderson, are you listening to me? He hung up with more force than strictly necessary. Rough day at the supernatural office? Jess asked. My colleagues have apparently forgotten how to perform basic functions in my absence. Kaelix rubbed his temples. It's like leaving children in charge of heavy machinery. Maybe they just missed having someone competent around. The simple statement hit him unexpectedly. In hell, competence was expected, not praised. Efficiency was a job requirement, not something worthy of acknowledgement. But Jess said it like it meant something, like his abilities were genuinely valuable rather than simply adequate. Perhaps, he said quietly, returning to his work. Later that afternoon, Jess became absorbed in her own projects, spreading corporate design materials across her bed while her personal artwork covered the easel.
Kaelix found himself glancing over periodically, noting the way she approached each task with different energy. Dutiful and precise for the marketing work, passionate and fluid for her art. Around 5 o'clock, she groaned and threw herself backward on the bed, scattering printed layouts everywhere. "I can't make Brad's Comic Sans vision work," she announced to the ceiling. "It's like trying to make a gourmet meal out of cardboard and sadness." Kaelix looked up from his laptop, where he'd been restructuring an entire department's filing system. "Show me." "You don't want to see this. It'll probably offend your aesthetic sensibilities. I've seen the decor in Hell's break rooms. I'm reasonably resilient." Jess gathered up the scattered papers and brought them over to him. The campaign mock-ups were exactly as bad as she'd implied: garish colors, juvenile fonts, and stock photography that looked like it had been selected by someone with a grudge against beauty. The client wants luxury skincare, but Brad wants it to look like a children's cereal commercial.
Jess explained.
I've tried 17 different approaches, and they all look terrible. Kaelix studied the materials with the same intensity he brought to supernatural paperwork. What if you weren't trying to make Brad's vision work?
What do you mean?
What if you created what the client actually needs and dealt with Brad's objections afterward? Kaelix gestured to her easel. You don't compromise your art for anyone else's limitations. Why compromise your professional work? Because I need this job to pay rent. And you'll keep needing it until you demonstrate that you're capable of more than executing other people's mediocre ideas. Jess stared at him. Are you suggesting I ignore my boss's direct instructions? I'm suggesting you show him a better option. Present both versions, his Comic Sans catastrophe and something that actually serves the client's needs. Let him take credit for the good one if necessary. That's actually not a terrible idea. I've been managing incompetent supervisors for centuries. The key is making them believe your solutions were their ideas all along. Jess gathered up the materials with renewed energy. Okay, but this means I'll be working late tonight, as will I. Henderson somehow managed to file 300 forms in the wrong dimensional category. It's going to take hours to sort out. They settled into a comfortable working rhythm. Jess at her easel, creating an elegant new campaign, while Kaelix sorted supernatural paperwork at the kitchen table. The apartment filled with the quiet sounds of focused work, keyboard clicks, the whisper of paintbrush on canvas, occasional muttered curses in both English and what sounded like ancient Sumerian. Around 9 o'clock, Jess emerged from her artistic trance to find Kaelix still typing steadily, empty coffee cups forming a small battalion around his laptop. "Have you eaten anything today?" she asked. "Food is not required for optimal cognitive function." "That's not what I asked." She moved to the kitchen, pulling ingredients from cabinets with practiced ease. "Grilled cheese? You've already had grilled cheese twice this week, so it's comfort food. Besides, you secretly love them." "I do not." "Fernando saw you smiling after the last one." "Fernando's a plant with an overactive imagination." "Fernando has excellent observational skills," the succulent retorted. "Also, you totally purr when you eat them." Kaelix decided his dignity was a lost cause where this household was concerned. 20 minutes later, they sat across from each other at the small table, sharing sandwiches and the comfortable silence of two people who'd found an unexpected rhythm together. Kaelix had to admit, not that he would say so aloud, that there was something deeply satisfying about this simple domestic moment. In Hell, meals were fuel, efficiently consumed between tasks. Here, even a simple grilled cheese felt like companionship. "Can I ask you something?" Jess said eventually. "Of course. Do you think this," she gestured between them, around the apartment, "is what the contract meant? About my heart's deepest yearning?" Kaelix considered the question carefully. A week ago, he might have said her deepest yearning was obviously career success or romantic fulfillment, something quantifiable and achievable within the allotted time frame.
Now, watching her in the soft lamplight, paint still smudged on her cheek, and eyes bright with creative satisfaction, he wasn't so certain. I think, he said slowly, that your heart's deepest yearning might be more complicated than either of us initially assumed.
Complicated how?
Perhaps it's not about achieving a specific goal. Perhaps it's about becoming the person you're meant to be. Jess was quiet for a long moment, absently tearing her sandwich into small pieces. And who do you think I'm meant to be? Someone who doesn't apologize for taking up space. Someone who creates beautiful things without asking permission. Someone who... He paused, realizing he was venturing into dangerous territory. Someone who knows her own worth. The words hung between them, loaded with more meaning than either was quite ready to acknowledge. Outside, Brooklyn hummed with its usual evening symphony of traffic and voices, but inside, the apartment felt suspended in its own small pocket of possibility. What about you? Jess asked quietly. What's your heart's deepest yearning? The question caught him off guard. In 8 centuries of existence, no one had ever asked what he wanted, only what was expected of him. He looked around the small apartment, at Jess's art covering the walls, at Fernando offering unsolicited commentary from his spot by the window, at the evidence of a life being lived with imperfect but genuine happiness. I'm beginning to think I might not know, he admitted. Jess smiled, and it was like watching sunrise break through storm clouds. Then I guess we'll figure it out together. As if in response to her words, both their phones chimed simultaneously with notifications. Jess's screen showed her revised campaign design had somehow uploaded itself to the company server and been automatically forwarded to the client. Kaelix's phone displayed a message confirming that Henderson's filing disaster had been mysteriously resolved, with all forms properly categorized and submitted. They stared at their phones, then at each other. Did we just... Jess started. It appears our work completed itself, Kaelix said carefully. That's not normal, right?
Not remotely.
Fernando rustled his leaves in what sounded suspiciously like laughter. Oh, honey, normal went out the window the moment you two started acting like an actual team. Kaelix and Jess exchanged a look that was part confusion, part wonder, and part something that neither was quite ready to name. Magic had its own opinions about their partnership. 7. The first date disaster. I figured it out, Jess announced over her morning coffee, waving her phone at Kaelix like she'd discovered the cure for Monday mornings. The solution to our whole soul contract situation. Kaelix looked up from where he'd been organizing her art supplies into what appeared to be a sacred geometric pattern. After 10 days of cohabitation, he'd given up pretending this wasn't a compulsion. Do tell. Dating. She said it with the kind of confidence usually reserved for people who'd just solved world hunger. I need to figure out my heart's deepest yearning, right? Well, what if it's finding the right person? What if I just haven't met him yet? Something cold twisted in Kaelix's chest. I see. Zara's been trying to set me up with her friend David for months. He's a graphic designer too, works freelance, apparently has great taste in restaurants. Jess was already scrolling through her contacts. I'm thinking tonight. Rip the Band-Aid off, you know? Tonight, Kaelix repeated, his voice carefully neutral. Unless you think that's a bad idea. Jess paused, looking at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. I mean, from a contract perspective, is there anything in the supernatural fine print about dating while soulbound? Kaelix considered several responses, most of which involved explaining that the idea of her dating anyone else made him want to rearrange the fundamental laws of physics. Instead, he settled for nothing explicitly prohibitive. Great! Jess's smile was perhaps a bit too bright. Then it's settled. Operation Heart's Deepest Yearning is a go. She disappeared into the bathroom to get ready for work, leaving Kaelix alone with Fernando and his increasingly complicated feelings. That's a terrible idea, Fernando observed. I wasn't aware you had opinions about mortal dating practices. Honey, I've been watching humans make bad romantic choices for 43 years. This ranks somewhere between dating your ex's best friend and falling for someone who lists entrepreneur as their job but sells protein powder on Instagram. Perhaps Jess needs to explore her options, Kaelix said stiffly, and perhaps you need to admit you're jealous. Kaelix didn't dignify that with a response, though Fernando's leaves rustled in what sounded suspiciously like laughter. 8 hours later, Jess stood in front of her closet, having what could generously be called a fashion emergency. She'd tried on every remotely date-appropriate outfit she owned, which wasn't saying much given her wardrobe consisted primarily of vintage band tees and jeans with paint stains. The black dress, she muttered, pulling it out for the third time. Too formal. The blue top with the jeans, too casual. You look perfectly lovely in anything, Kaelix said from his position on the couch where he'd been pointedly not watching her get ready. Jess paused, holding a green sweater against herself in the mirror. You think so? I think this David person would be fortunate to have your company, regardless of your attire. The words tasted like ash in his mouth, but Jess smiled. The first genuine one she'd worn all evening. Thanks. That's really sweet of you to say. She settled on the green sweater with dark jeans and her least scuffed boots. When she emerged from the bedroom, Kaelix felt his breath catch. She looked beautiful. She always looked beautiful, but there was something different about tonight. A nervous energy that made her seem to glow. So, she said, grabbing her jacket and purse. I'll probably be back by 10, 11 at the latest. You'll be okay here alone? I've survived 8 centuries of existence. I believe I can manage a few hours without supervision. Right, of course. Jess hesitated at the door. I know this is weird, given our whole situation, but thank you for being supportive about this. Kaelix nodded, not trusting himself to speak. After she left, the apartment felt strangely empty, as if all the warmth had gone out of it along with her presence. You could have told her, Fernando said into the silence. Told her what? That you're completely gone for her. That watching her get ready for a date with someone else is basically torture. That you'd rather spend eternity filing paperwork in hell than see her with another man. Don't be ridiculous. Kaelix, you reorganized her spice rack alphabetically, by both common and scientific name. You've been purring in your sleep. Yesterday I caught you smiling at her coffee mug. You're about as subtle as a supernatural incident report. Kaelix didn't answer, because Fernando wasn't wrong. Somewhere between the first morning coffee and the comfortable silence of shared work, between grilled cheese sandwiches and watching her paint, he'd fallen completely and irrevocably in love with Jess Maxwell. The realization terrified him more than anything he'd encountered in 8 centuries of existence, which was why he was currently making himself invisible and following her to dinner. Contract security, he muttered to himself as he trailed behind her down the sidewalk. Purely professional interest in her well-being. The restaurant David had chosen was one of those aggressively trendy places in Williamsburg, where the menu was written in chalk and the servers all looked like they'd rather be writing poetry. Jess arrived 5 minutes early and spent them fidgeting with her phone while waiting at the hostess stand. David appeared exactly on time. Tall, sandy-haired, with the kind of casually expensive clothes that suggested financial stability. He greeted Jess with a brief hug and a smile that seemed genuine enough. Kaelix positioned himself at an empty table nearby, invisible but close enough to intervene if necessary. Not that he expected to need to intervene. This was just due diligence. You look great, David said as they were seated.
Zara wasn't kidding about the whole gorgeous best friend thing.
Jess laughed, a sound that made Kaelix's chest tighten. She's biased, but thank you. The conversation flowed easily enough. David asked about her work, made appropriate sympathetic noises about corporate marketing culture, shared stories about his own freelance struggles. He was perfectly pleasant, reasonably attractive, and showed genuine interest in her answers. Kaelix hated him immediately.
So, Zara mentioned you're really into art, David said, leaning forward slightly. What kind of stuff do you paint?
Oh, just personal projects mostly, abstract stuff, nothing special. Jess was doing that thing where she downplayed her talent, and Kaelix felt his hands clench. I'd love to see some of your work sometime. I bet it's amazing. Maybe, Jess said, but she was smiling. That's when things started going wrong. The candle on their table, which had been burning steadily, suddenly flared 3 times its normal size when David complimented her smile. Jess's eyes went wide, but David just blinked and kept talking, apparently attributing it to a draft. Are you okay? He asked. You look a little... The flower arrangement in the center of the table chose that moment to bloom, not metaphorically, literally. The roses opened fully, petals unfurling with an audible rustling sound, releasing a perfume so intense it made the people at neighboring tables look around in confusion. That's weird, David said, staring at the suddenly lush bouquet. Those were definitely just buds when we sat down. Jess made a strangled sound that might have been agreement. Kaelix realized with growing alarm that her awakening magical abilities were responding to her emotional state. Every compliment, every moment of genuine connection was manifesting as increasingly obvious supernatural events. The background music, which had been playing unobtrusive jazz, suddenly shifted to what sounded like a dramatic film score. Violins swelled as David reached across the table to touch her hand, and Jess jerked back like she'd been burned. Sorry, she said quickly. I think I'm coming down with something. We could get the check if you're not feeling well, David offered, looking concerned. No, I'm fine, really. Tell me more about your freelance work. But the supernatural chaos was escalating. Every laugh David drew from her made the candles flicker. When he mentioned traveling to Europe, the wine in their glasses began to shimmer with colors that definitely hadn't come from any vineyard. Other diners were starting to notice, whispering and pointing at their table. Kaelix watched Jess's growing panic with mounting concern. She kept glancing around like she expected supernatural authorities to burst through the doors at any moment. When David excused himself to use the restroom, she slumped in her chair and buried her face in her hands. This is a disaster, she whispered to herself. Complete and total disaster. Kaelix wanted nothing more than to drop his invisibility and comfort her. But that would only make things worse. Instead, he focused on trying to contain the magical feedback, dampening the candle flames and encouraging the flowers to return to their original state. When David returned, he seemed determined to salvage the evening. Hey, want to get some air? There's a nice little park around the corner. They walked the few blocks in relative peace, though Jess still looked like she was waiting for the next supernatural shoe to drop. The park was small and quiet, with a few scattered benches and some attempt at romantic lighting. This is better, David said, sitting beside her on a bench. More private. That's when he leaned in to kiss her. Jess saw it coming and panicked. Not because she didn't want to be kissed. David was attractive and kind and exactly the sort of person she should want to date. But all she could think about was how wrong it felt, how much she wished she were back in her apartment with Kaelix, drinking coffee and arguing about proper nutrition. Her emotional turmoil hit the local power grid like a supernatural EMP. Every streetlight in a 6-block radius went out simultaneously. Car alarms started blaring. In the distance, they could hear the hum of electronics shutting down as the blackout spread outward from their location like ripples in a pond. David pulled back, looking around in confusion. What the hell? Emergency sirens began wailing in the distance. Jess stood up abruptly, her face pale in the darkness. I have to go, she said. I'm sorry, David. I'm really, really sorry, but I have to go. She fled before he could respond, leaving him sitting alone on the bench in the dark, while half of Brooklyn wondered why their power had just gone out. Kaelix followed her home, maintaining his invisibility while staying close enough to ensure her safety.
She practically ran the entire way, tears streaming down her face. At the apartment building, he materialized in the stairwell just as she was fumbling with her keys.
Jess!
She spun around, and he could see the guilt and confusion written all across her face. "Please tell me you didn't see that." "I was providing contract security," he said carefully. "I wanted to ensure your safety." "So you saw the whole thing? The candles, the flowers, the citywide blackout that I caused because I couldn't handle a perfectly nice guy trying to kiss me." She leaned against her door, looking exhausted. "This is hopeless, isn't it? I can't date anyone while I'm like this. While we're like this."
Jess,
"I spent the entire evening comparing him to you," she said quietly. "He's sweet and funny and talented, and all I could think about was how he doesn't read the paper with that little frown between his eyebrows, or how he's never seen me paint, or how he doesn't know that I quote vines when I'm nervous." She looked up at him, her green eyes bright with unshed tears. "What kind of person does that make me?"
human.
Kaelix said softly. "It makes you human." She laughed, but it came out shaky. "I think I'm in trouble here, Kaelix. Big trouble." He wanted to tell her that he was in trouble too, that he'd been lost from the moment she'd summoned him into her chaotic, beautiful life, that watching her with someone else had nearly driven him mad with jealousy. Her emotional turmoil hit the local power grid like a supernatural EMP. Jess nodded, wiping her eyes. "Yeah, maybe dating isn't the answer after all." As she unlocked her door and they went inside, Kaelix reflected that this was the first time in 8 centuries that he'd been grateful for his own cowardice. Because telling Jess the truth, that she was his heart's deepest yearning, that he'd found everything he'd never known he was looking for in her laugh and her kindness and her terrible eating habits, would only complicate an already impossible situation. "How did the date go?" Fernando asked as they entered the apartment. "Don't," Jess said, heading straight for the wine. "Just don't." Fernando's leaves rustled with amusement. "That well, huh?" Kaelix settled into his usual chair and picked up his newspaper, trying to pretend that his hands weren't shaking slightly with relief. Jess was home, safe and sound, and David was presumably still sitting in that dark park, wondering what had just happened to his life. "For what it's worth," Fernando said to the room in general, "I think you both handled that about as badly as possible." Neither of them dignified that with a response, but Kaelix suspected the plant wasn't wrong. 8. Hell's paperwork problem. Kaelix was halfway through his second cup of morning coffee when his phone erupted in a cacophony of notification sounds that could only mean one thing. Hell had found him. The screen displayed 17 missed calls, 43 unread messages, and what appeared to be an urgent video conference request that was making his device vibrate with enough force to rattle the coffee table. Jess looked up from her breakfast, Pop-Tarts, despite his ongoing protests about processed sugar, with raised eyebrows. "Popular morning," she observed. "Unfortunately." Kaelix accepted the video call with the resignation of someone walking to his execution. The screen filled with the stern, angular face of Torrent the Meticulous, whose silver eyes seemed to pierce through the dimensional barrier with laser-like intensity. "Kaelix Nethersyde," Torrent said without preamble, their voice carrying the crisp authority of someone who had never experienced a moment of self-doubt. "Explain yourself." "Good morning to you as well, Torrent," Kaelix replied, settling into his most professional demeanor. "How delightful to see your charming disposition hasn't changed in my absence." "Do not attempt levity with me. You have been absent from your post for 11 days without authorization, during which time..." Torrent consulted what appeared to be a tablet made of obsidian. The Department of Petty Inconveniences has descended into complete chaos. Kaelix felt a stab of something that might have been guilt. Surely Henderson can manage basic operations in my absence. Henderson, Torrent said with the kind of disdain usually reserved for infectious diseases, attempted to reorganize the filing system by astrological sign. We now have 17 separate incidents of paperwork achieving sentience and filing complaints against the department. The irritation subsection hasn't processed a single form since Tuesday. And don't get me started on what Belphegor did to the coffee machine. Kaelix winced. He'd spent 3 centuries building that department into a model of bureaucratic efficiency. The thought of Henderson's well-meaning incompetence unraveling all his work was genuinely painful. "I am sure it's nothing that can't be remedied upon my return," he said carefully. "Your return?" Torrent's perfectly sculpted eyebrow arched with surgical precision. "According to our records, you were summoned for a routine hex implementation. Standard procedure dictates a maximum binding duration of 6 hours. Care to explain why you remain corporeal in the mortal realm 11 days later?" Kaelix glanced at Jess, who was pretending to focus on her breakfast while obviously listening to every word. How exactly did one explain to Hell's most efficient contract specialist that he'd been accidentally bound by an amateur spell and was now experiencing unprecedented levels of domestic contentment? "There were complications," he said. Finally, "Complications." Torrent made a note on their tablet with a stylus that appeared to be carved from bone. "Elaborate." "The summoning was performed during Mercury retrograde by an individual with latent magical sensitivity using a legitimate grimoire. The resulting binding is more complex than standard parameters." "How complex?" "Soul contract. 28 days. Halloween deadline." Torrent looked genuinely interested for the first time. "A soul contract? Accidental or intentional?" "Entirely accidental. The mortal was attempting a simple revenge hex and managed to bind our essences instead." Torrent leaned forward, their silver eyes gleaming. "Fascinating. And the nature of the binding terms? The contractor must fulfill her heart's deepest yearning within the allotted time frame, or suffer permanent dimensional breach at the convergence point." "Classic formulation. Textbook binding parameters." Torrent tapped their stylus against the tablet. "Have you made progress toward resolution?" "Some," Kaelix lied smoothly. "The situation requires careful handling." "Indeed. Well, your personal research project is irrelevant. I'm issuing an immediate recall order." Torrent's expression returned to its default state of professional indifference. "You will return to Hell within 72 hours to resume your duties. The soul contract will be voided as null and invalid due to accidental formation during astrologically compromised conditions." The words hit Kaelix like a physical blow. "You can't simply void an active soul contract." "I can, and I will. The mortal realm's magical regulatory framework recognizes Hell's authority in matters of infernal binding disputes. Your accidental contractor will retain any magical awakening she's experienced as compensation for the inconvenience, but the binding itself will be dissolved." "And if I refuse?" Tornek's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. "Then you'll face formal charges for dereliction of duty, unauthorized realm jumping, and violation of your employment contract, the penalty for which, as you well know, is essence dissolution." Essence dissolution. Complete magical obliteration. As if he'd never existed at all. In the mortal realm, they called it death. But that was too gentle a term for what Hell could do to a demon who'd outlived their usefulness. 72 hours, Torrent repeated. "Don't disappoint me, Kaelix. You've been one of our most reliable assets.
It would be unfortunate to lose you over something so trivial as misplaced sentiment.
The call ended, leaving him staring at his darkened phone screen while his carefully constructed world crumbled around him.
That sounded ominous, Jess said quietly.
Corinth is efficient, Kaelix replied, though his voice sounded strange to his own ears. They prefer direct solutions to complex problems.
And we're a complex problem?
According to Hell's bureaucracy, we're barely a problem at all. Simply an administrative inconvenience, to be resolved through proper channels.
Jess set down her Pop-Tart and turned to face him fully. What happens if you don't go back?
Kaelix met her eyes, seeing the worry there and feeling something twist painfully in his chest. Nothing pleasant. Essence dissolution. Complete magical obliteration. The supernatural equivalent of being erased from existence.
That's not nothing pleasant. That's completely horrible.
Jess stood up abruptly, pacing to the window and back. There has to be another option. Some kind of appeal process or loophole or...
Hell's bureaucracy doesn't operate on appeals and loopholes, Kaelix said gently. It operates on contracts, regulations, and precedent. I signed an employment agreement 8 centuries ago. I am bound by its terms.
So you're just going to go back? Just like that?
The question hung in the air between them, heavy with implications neither was quite ready to address.
Kaelix looked around the small apartment that had become more of a home than anywhere he'd ever lived. At Jess's art covering the walls, at Fernando offering silent moral support from his spot by the window, at the evidence of a life he'd never known he wanted.
I don't know, he admitted, and the honesty of it surprised him.
For 3 centuries, he'd never questioned an order from his superiors. He'd filed his forms, processed his cases, and maintained perfect compliance with every regulation in Hell's extensive bureaucratic code. The idea of defying direct orders from Torinth was so foreign it felt like contemplating treason. But the alternative, returning to his desk, resuming his endless paperwork, pretending that these 11 days had never happened, felt impossible.
What if we solved the contract? Jess asked suddenly. Found my heart's deepest yearning before your deadline? Would that change anything?
Perhaps. If the contract fulfilled naturally, Hell would have no grounds to void it. But Jess... He paused, studying her face. Are you certain you want to pursue that path? Once the contract is complete, our bond would become permanent.
Permanent? How?
Soul bonds, once fulfilled, cannot be broken. We would be connected across realms, across lifetimes. Even if I returned to Hell, part of me would always belong to you, and part of you to me.
Jess was quiet for a long moment, staring out the window at the Brooklyn morning. When she spoke, her voice was steady.
And if we don't solve it, if you go back and Torinth voids the contract,
the magical energy would dissipate. Your awakened abilities would remain, but the connection between us would be severed completely. No more supernatural coffee optimization. No more grilled cheese commentary. No more Fernando telling us we're both idiots.
I heard that, Fernando interjected. And you're both idiots if you're even considering letting Hell's middle management break up the best thing that's happened to either of you in decades.
They looked at each other across the small kitchen, the weight of impossible choices settling between them.
Kaelix wanted to tell her that the past 11 days had been the happiest of his extremely long existence. That the thought of returning to Hell without her made him want to tear holes in reality itself. That she was his heart's deepest yearning, and he was fairly certain he was hers. Instead, he said, we should research our options. There may be precedents we haven't considered.
Right, research. Jess nodded, though her eyes were bright with unshed tears.
Always good to have a plan.
Kaelix's phone buzzed with another message from Torinth.
Countdown begins now. 71 hours, 43 minutes remaining.
He showed the screen to Jess, who stared at it like it was a bomb timer, which, in a way, It was 71 hours to figure out my heart's deepest yearning, she said. No pressure at all.
Jess, it's fine, she said quickly, wiping her eyes. We'll figure it out. We have to, right? Because the alternative is... She didn't finish the sentence, but she didn't need to. They both knew what the alternative was. Kaelix would return to hell, their bond would be severed, and they would go back to being strangers who'd shared 11 perfect days before reality intruded. His phone buzzed again. This time it was Henderson, probably calling about some minor catastrophe that Kaelix could solve in 5 minutes, but that would take the rest of the department 5 hours to untangle. For the first time in 3 centuries, Kaelix declined the call. 71 hours, he said, pocketing his phone. Then we'd better get started. 9. Social media sorcery. When Jess woke up to 47 Instagram notifications, her first thought was that someone had died. Her second thought was that she'd accidentally posted something embarrassing while drunk. Her third thought, which came after scrolling through comment after comment of strangers calling her art life-changing and pure magic, was that maybe she was still asleep. "Kay?" she called out, sitting up in bed and squinting at her phone screen. "I think something weird happened." "Define weird," came his voice from the kitchen, along with the sound of coffee preparation that had become as much a part of her morning routine as breathing. "I posted a picture of that painting I finished yesterday. You know, the one with the swirling colors. And it has 3,000 likes." A pause, then, more carefully, 3,000. "And counting. Look at these comments." Jess scrolled through the responses, reading aloud. "This image literally made me feel better about my breakup. I've been staring at this for 10 minutes, and I swear it's moving. Where can I buy a print? Because I need this in my life." Kaelix appeared in the bedroom doorway, coffee cup in hand and an expression of growing concern on his face. "May I see?" Jess handed over her phone, watching his storm gray eyes scan the screen. His frown deepened with each swipe. "How many people have viewed this post?" he asked. Jess checked the analytics. 58,000? Which is insane because I have like 300 followers, most of whom are college friends who haven't unfollowed me yet. "And when did you post it?" "Last night, around 11, right before bed." She'd been feeling good about the painting, proud even, and had impulsively shared it with a caption about finding magic and creativity. A harmless bit of inspiration posting that she'd figured might get a dozen likes from people who knew her. "Jess," Kaelix said slowly, "I need you to think carefully. What exactly were you feeling when you posted this?" "I don't know. Happy? Hopeful?" She paused, trying to remember her emotional state. "I'd just finished the piece and I loved how it turned out. I was thinking about how good it felt to create something beautiful, how art could make people feel less alone." She looked at his increasingly worried expression. "Why? What's wrong?" Instead of answering, Kaelix pulled up the image on her phone, studying it with the intensity he usually reserved for supernatural paperwork. The painting showed swirling galaxies of color that seemed to dance and flow even in the still photograph, with streaks of gold and silver that caught the light in impossible ways. "It's enchanted," he said finally. "What do you mean, enchanted?" "I mean you accidentally embedded actual magic into this image. Everyone who views it is experiencing a brief touch of the emotional state you were in when you created it. Joy, hope, creative satisfaction. You've essentially bottled those feelings and made them transferable through social media." Jess stared at him. "Your artistic abilities have been strengthening since our bond formed. Last night, you were in a particularly powerful, emotional state, and you channeled that energy directly into both the physical painting and its digital representation." Kaelix handed back her phone, which was still buzzing with notifications. "Congratulations. You've created viral magic." "Oh, God." Jess fell back against her pillows. What do I do? Can I delete it? Will that stop whatever's happening? Deleting the post would prevent new people from seeing it, but the magic is already out there. Social media algorithms are particularly effective at amplifying supernatural energy. They're designed to spread engaging content, and nothing is more engaging than actual enchantment. Her phone rang. Zara's contact photo filled the screen. "Hey, Z," Jess answered, trying to sound casual. "Jess, what the hell did you do?" Zara's voice was loud enough that Kaelix could hear every word. "Your art post is all over my timeline. People are sharing it, saying it cured their depression and gave them life epiphanies. The Today Show wants to interview you about the healing power of digital art. I've had 6 different magazines call the office asking for your contact information." "The Today Show?" Jess's voice came out as a squeak. "And that's not even the weird part. I watched 3 of my coworkers look at your post, and I swear their entire mood changed. Like, instantly. Sarah went from crying about her divorce to humming and organizing her desk. Brad saw it and suddenly decided to completely redesign the Henderson campaign because inspiration struck." Jess met Kaelix's knowing look. That's crazy. Crazy doesn't begin to cover it. Where are you? I'm coming over. We need to talk about how you're going to handle this because your DMs are probably exploding right now. Jess checked her direct messages. 147 unread messages, including several from verified accounts and what appeared to be multiple gallery owners. "Yeah," she said weakly. "You should probably come over." After hanging up, Jess sat in stunned silence while Kaelix paced her small apartment with the restless energy of someone working through a complex problem. "This could actually be beneficial," he said eventually. "Your magical art career could launch immediately. No years of struggling to get noticed, no gradual building of reputation. You've demonstrated genuine power to thousands of people simultaneously. But it was an accident. I don't even know how I did it." Accidents often produce the most authentic magic. You weren't trying to impress anyone or prove anything. You were simply sharing something that brought you joy. That emotional honesty is what made the enchantment so effective. Jess's phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Hi, I'm a curator at the Whitney. Your Instagram post gave me chills. I'd love to discuss a possible exhibition. Are you represented?" "The Whitney," she breathed. "Kay. The Whitney Museum wants to show my work." "Of course they do. You've just proven you can create art that has measurable psychological impact. Museums would be foolish not to be interested." Another message appeared. This time, from someone claiming to be a documentary filmmaker who wanted to explore the intersection of digital art and mental health. Then, another, from a publisher interested in a coffee table book of her work. "This is insane," Jess said, scrolling through offer after offer. "Yesterday, I was a nobody corporate designer, and now everyone wants a piece of me." "Not everyone," came a new voice from the fire escape. Jess looked up to see a figure silhouetted against her window, tall, androgynous, wearing an expensive-looking coat that seemed to shimmer in the morning light. When they stepped into view, she could see sharp cheekbones, silver eyes, and an expression of mild interest. Kaelix said, his voice carefully neutral. "In the flesh, so to speak." Torrance gaze swept over the apartment with the same clinical assessment they'd brought to their video call. "Though I must say, experiencing this realm in person is quite different from remote observation." "What are you doing here?" Jess asked, clutching her phone like a weapon. "Conducting a field evaluation," Torrance replied smoothly. "Your little social media experiment has attracted attention in certain circles. Hell has a vested interest in understanding how mortal magic interfaces with modern technology." "You're here because of my Instagram post?" "Among other things." Torrance moved closer, and Jess could feel something like cold electricity in the air around them. Accidental viral enchantment is quite rare. Most practitioners require years of training to embed magic in digital media effectively, yet you've managed it on your first attempt. I didn't mean to. Of course you didn't. That's what makes it so fascinating. Torrent's smile was sharp as broken glass. Untrained power often produces the most interesting results. Kaelix stepped protectively closer to Jess. What do you want, Torrent? At the moment, simply to observe. Though I should mention that your little supernatural influencer has attracted notice from more than just museums and media outlets. Torrent gestured toward the window. There are 3 separate supernatural entities currently surveilling this building, all hoping to understand what you've accomplished.
Are we in danger? Jess asked.
Not immediate danger, no. Curiosity mostly. Though I would recommend being more careful about your magical output in the future. Not all supernatural attention is benign.
Is that a threat?
It's practical advice. Torrent's expression softened slightly, becoming almost sympathetic. You're walking into a world you don't understand, Miss Maxwell. Magical artists who achieve this level of recognition typically have decades of training and powerful protections. You have Kaelix. Kaelix is plenty of protection, Jess said firmly, surprising herself with the conviction in her voice. For now, perhaps, but his situation remains fluid. Torrent's gaze shifted to Kaelix. 62 hours remaining by my count. The reminder hit like cold water. In all the excitement about the Instagram post, Jess had momentarily forgotten about the countdown to their forced separation. We're working on the contract, Kaelix said. I'm sure you are, though I notice you haven't made much progress in identifying Miss Maxwell's deepest yearning. Torrent looked between them with knowing eyes. Perhaps you're looking in the wrong places. Before either of them could respond, Torrent moved toward the window with fluid grace. I'll leave you to your newfound fame. Do try to be more careful with your magical output. And Kaelix? They paused at the fire escape. Don't make me come collect you. They vanished in a shimmer of displaced air, leaving behind only the faint scent of ozone and unspoken threats. Well, Jess said after a moment of stunned silence. That was terrifying. Torrent has that effect on people, Kaelix agreed, though his voice was tight with tension. Jess's phone buzzed again, Zara texting that she was in the lobby. Within minutes, her best friend was bursting through the door with coffee, bagels, and a laptop bag that suggested she meant business. Okay, Zara said, setting up what looked like a mobile command center on Jess's coffee table. We need to talk strategy. You've got interview requests, gallery inquiries, and about 15 different people claiming they can make you rich and famous. We need to figure out how to handle this without you getting completely overwhelmed or taken advantage of. There's something else, Jess said. The art. It's actually magical. Like, literally magical. Zara paused in her unpacking. Magical how? The painting is enchanted. That's why people are having such strong reactions to it. I accidentally embedded actual magic into the image. Okay, Zara said slowly. So we're dealing with actual supernatural talent, not just regular viral content. You're taking this remarkably well, Kaelix observed. I've had time to adjust to the weirdness. Plus, magical or not, Jess needs proper representation and guidance if she's going to navigate this. Zara pulled up a spreadsheet on her laptop. I've been researching everyone who's reached out. Some of these galleries are legit, but there are definitely a few people trying to take advantage. They spent the next hour working through the flood of opportunities, with Zara's business sense and Kaelix's supernatural knowledge helping Jess separate genuine offers from potential scams. By the time they finished, she had a preliminary plan for moving forward, carefully, with proper legal protection, and with full awareness of both the mundane and magical implications of her newfound abilities. This is really happening, Jess said, looking at the organized list of contacts and opportunities. I could actually make a living from my art. More than a living, Zara corrected,
If you play this right, you could be financially independent within a year. And professionally fulfilled, Kaelix added quietly. Creating work that genuinely helps people, rather than trying to make luxury skincare look relatable. Jess smiled, feeling a surge of the same hopeful energy that had powered her enchanted painting. For the first time in years, the future looked bright, with possibility, rather than shadowed by compromise. Her phone buzzed one more time. A message from an unknown number. Your art saved my life yesterday. Thank you. Simple words, but they hit her with more force than any gallery offer or media request. This was why she'd started making art in the first place. To create something beautiful that could touch other people's lives. 61 hours, she said quietly, looking at Kaelix. 61 hours, he agreed. But as she looked around at the evidence of her emerging magical career, at Zara's supportive planning, at Kaelix's proud smile, she began to think she might finally understand what her heart had been yearning for all along. 10. Zara's intervention. Zara had always prided herself on being the kind of person who could read a room in 30 seconds flat. It was what made her good at her job, excellent at dating, and indispensable as a best friend. But sitting in Jess's apartment, watching her supposedly visiting cousin demonstrate an encyclopedic knowledge of supernatural contract law while discussing demonic bureaucracy like it was a normal Tuesday morning conversation, she was starting to think her radar needed serious recalibration. So let me get this straight, she said, interrupting what appeared to be a heated debate about interdimensional filing procedures. You're suggesting we consult someone who specializes in accidental soul bonds, which is apparently a real thing that happens often enough to require specialists. Marisol has an excellent reputation, Kaelix replied, not looking up from the business card he'd been studying. Her success rate with Mercury retrograde complications is particularly impressive. Right. Mercury retrograde complications. Zara set down her coffee cup with perhaps more force than necessary. And this is all completely normal to you because you're from Prague, where they presumably teach supernatural contract negotiation in high school. Jess and Kaelix exchanged a look that was loaded with about 17 different layers of meaning, none of which Zara was supposed to notice. Z, Jess said carefully. What exactly are you getting at? I'm getting at the fact that your cousin, who allegedly works in graphic design, knows more about magical law than most people know about their own tax codes. I'm getting at the fact that every time something supernatural happens around here, he doesn't look surprised. He looks annoyed, like someone's doing paperwork wrong. And I'm getting at the fact that Fernando has been giving you two relationship advice for the past week. Fernando doesn't give relationship advice, Jess protested weakly. Oh, honey, Fernando piped up from his spot by the window. We're way past pretending I don't talk. I've been offering commentary on your love life since day 3. Zara pointed triumphantly at the succulent. See? Your plant just proved my point. Technically, Fernando continued, I've been conscious much longer than that. But the magical awakening definitely amplified my ability to vocalize my very reasonable observations about the romantic tension in this apartment. The plant is discussing magical awakening, Zara said, her voice climbing toward hysteria. The plant is using words like vocalize and talking about romantic tension. This is not normal plant behavior, Jess. Jess looked like she wanted to crawl under her Murphy bed and hide for the next decade. I can explain, can you? Because I've been keeping a mental list of weird things that have happened since your mysterious cousin arrived, and it's getting pretty extensive. Zara pulled out her phone and started scrolling. Day 1. The office coffee machine starts brewing people's emotional needs instead of their actual orders. Day 2. Your computer creates award-worthy digital art by itself. Day 3. Brad's lunch spontaneously rearranges itself into a mandala pattern. Day 4.
You've been keeping a list?
Kaelix asked, sounding impressed despite himself.
I keep lists of everything. It's called being organized.
Zara fixed him with the kind of stare she usually reserved for lying ex-boyfriends. But the really interesting thing isn't the magical chaos. It's how you respond to it. Normal people would be freaking out. You just manage it. Like it's your job. The silence that followed was so thick, Jess could practically see it settling over the apartment like fog. Also, Zara continued, gaining momentum, I've been having these weird hunches lately, like really specific ones. Yesterday, I knew Maria from accounting was going to call in sick before she even woke up, feeling terrible. Last week, I somehow knew to take a different route to work that avoided a massive traffic jam that hadn't even happened yet. And every time I look at you two together, I get this overwhelming sense of... She paused, struggling for words. Rightness. Like this is how things are supposed to be. Fernando rustled his leaves approvingly. Finally. I was wondering when someone was going to notice the obvious.
The obvious?
Jess squeaked. Sweetie, your auras are practically braided together at this point. Anyone with the slightest bit of sensitivity can see it. Fernando's tone was gently exasperated. Zara's been picking up on magical energy for weeks now. She just didn't know what to call it. Zara stared at the plant, then at Jess, then at Kaelix, who was looking like he was mentally calculating the supernatural fallout of this conversation. Magical energy, she repeated slowly. I have magical energy. Minor prescience abilities, most likely, Kaelix said, his professional demeanor kicking in. Proximity to strong supernatural bonds often awakens latent talents in humans with hereditary sensitivity. It's quite common, actually. Hereditary sensitivity.
Your grandmother probably had some degree of magical awareness. Maybe your great-grandmother. These things tend to skip generations and manifest during times of emotional or supernatural stress.
Zara was quiet for a long moment, processing this information with the same systematic approach she brought to everything else. So let me see if I understand. Jess accidentally summoned you, not her cousin, but actually summoned you from somewhere else. You're some kind of supernatural being. She's been developing magical abilities. I'm apparently psychic, and Fernando is a sentient plant who's been watching us like we're his personal soap opera.
That's remarkably accurate,
Kaelix admitted.
And you've been lying to me about all of this because...
Jess winced. Because it sounds completely insane when you say it out loud?
Jess, honey, I work in marketing. I've heard much more insane things presented as completely reasonable business strategies. Try me.
So Jess did. Starting with the hashtag HexYourExSpell and Derek's Instagram story, moving through the accidental summoning and soul contract, covering the past 2 weeks of domestic supernatural chaos, and ending with Torrent's ultimatum and their rapidly shrinking deadline. Zara listened without interrupting, occasionally asking clarifying questions or requesting Fernando to repeat something she'd missed. When Jess finished, Zara sat back and stared at the ceiling for a full minute.
Okay,
she said finally. First of all, I'm impressed you managed to keep this secret for 2 weeks. I would have cracked and told someone by day 3. Second, Derek totally deserved to be hexed, so no guilt there. Third, hell has bureaucracy? That's somehow both surprising and completely predictable.
You're taking this remarkably well, Kaelix observed.
I'm having a controlled breakdown, there's a difference. Zara rubbed her temples. But here's the thing. Everything you just told me explains literally everything that's been weird about my life lately. The hunches, the way I immediately trusted Kaelix even though his cover story was obviously garbage, the fact that I've felt more,
I don't know, more myself these past 2 weeks than I have in years.
The awakening process can be quite energizing, Kaelix said. You're accessing abilities you've always had, but never knew how to use.
Right, so now what? Zara looked between them. Because from where I'm sitting, you have 50-something hours to figure out Jess's heart's deepest yearning before some supernatural middle manager drags Kaelix back to hell and voids your magical contract. Did I get that right?
Torrent isn't middle management, Kaelix said stiffly. They're a high-level contract specialist. Same energy. Zara waved a hand dismissively. The point is, we need a plan. And lucky for you, I happen to be excellent at plans.
We? Jess asked hopefully.
Obviously we. You think I'm going to let my best friend lose her magical soulmate to supernatural bureaucracy without a fight? Please. I have a reputation to maintain. Zara pulled out her laptop with determined efficiency. Now, let's talk about this heart's deepest yearning thing. What exactly does that mean in practical terms? Kaelix leaned forward, suddenly all business.
Soul contracts are fulfilled when the bound individual achieves their truest desire, not what they think they want, but what their soul actually needs for completion. It has to be authentic, deeply felt, and freely chosen.
So not just, I want to be successful, or I want true love, Zara said, taking notes. Something more specific and personal. Exactly. And the magic can tell the difference between genuine desire and surface wants. You can't fake your way through a soul bond. Zara turned to Jess with laser focus. Okay, so what makes you feel most like yourself? What makes you feel complete and authentic and like you're exactly where you're supposed to be?
Jess looked around the apartment, at her art covering the walls, at Kaelix reading over Zara's shoulder with genuine interest, at Fernando providing commentary from his sunny spot by the window, at the evidence of a life that 2 weeks ago she'd never imagined was possible. This, she said quietly, right here, right now, creating art that actually helps people. Having magic be part of my life instead of something I have to hide or apologize for. Being with someone who makes me feel like I'm enough, exactly as I am. She looked at Kaelix as she said the last part, and something passed between them that made Zara clear her throat meaningfully. Okay, that's progress. But we need to be more specific. The contract needs something actionable, right? Something that can be clearly identified as achieved.
The magical art career is promising, Kaelix said thoughtfully. Her Instagram post proves she can create enchanted work that genuinely affects people. If she committed to that path professionally...
But what if that's not enough? Jess interrupted. What if my heart's deepest yearning isn't just about career success? What if it's about... She trailed off, looking between her two most important people.
About what, honey? Fernando prompted gently.
About finding my family. Not blood family, chosen family. People who know all my weird, magical stuff and love me anyway. People who make me feel like I belong somewhere. Her voice got smaller. People who make me feel like home.
The apartment went very quiet. Brooklyn hummed outside, but inside felt suspended in possibility.
Well, Zara said eventually, her voice suspiciously thick. I think we can work with that.
Fernando rustled his leaves approvingly. Now we're getting somewhere.
Kaelix was looking at Jess like she'd just solved quantum physics, his formal mask slipping to reveal something that looked like wonder. 51 hours, Zara announced, checking the countdown on her phone. Think that's enough time to build someone a magical chosen family?
With the right plan, Kaelix said, his voice careful but hopeful, it might just be.
Jess felt something warm and bright unfurl in her chest. For the first time since Torrent's ultimatum, The deadline didn't feel like a death sentence. It felt like a deadline in the best possible way.
They had work to do. The halfway point.
Kaelix woke on day 14 of their binding to the unfamiliar sensation of contentment seeping through his bones like warm honey. For exactly 3 seconds he luxuriated in the feeling. The soft morning light filtering through gauze curtains, the distant sound of Jess humming in the kitchen, the scent of coffee that had somehow become synonymous with home.
Then he realized he could feel her emotions as clearly as his own.
The realization hit him like cold water. Jess's sleepy satisfaction, her anticipation for the day ahead, her underlying happiness, all of it flowed through him as naturally as his own heartbeat. And judging by the way she'd gone very still in the kitchen, she was experiencing the same phenomenon.
Kay? Her voice carried across the small apartment, tentative and slightly odd.
Are you feeling weird this morning?
Define weird,
he called back, though he was already climbing out of bed and moving toward her with more urgency than the situation probably warranted. Like I can taste your grumpiness before coffee, which, for the record, tastes like old newspaper and existential dread. Despite everything, Kaelix found himself smiling.
Your morning optimism feels like sunshine mixed with caffeine addiction.
This is new, Jess said, wrapping her hands around her coffee mug like an anchor. The whole feeling each other's feelings thing? Soul bonds strengthen over time, Kaelix explained, though his usual professional detachment felt impossible when he could sense her nervous excitement threading through his consciousness. Day 14 represents a significant threshold. Our connection has deepened considerably. How much deeper are we talking? Because if you start knowing what I'm thinking, emotional resonance only, he assured her quickly. Though the connection will continue to strengthen until the binding is either fulfilled or severed. Jess nodded, but he could feel her underlying anxiety spiking. The deadline, now exactly 2 weeks away, hung between them like a sword. So, we're officially past the halfway point, she said, settling across from him at the small table. 14 days down, 14 to go. No pressure at all. Jess, I know what my heart's deepest yearning is, she said suddenly, the words tumbling out in a rush. I figured it out yesterday, after Zara left. After everything with the Instagram post and the galleries and realizing I could actually have a career doing magical art. Kaelix went very still. Through their bond he could feel her certainty, her fear, and underneath it all, something that felt like love so pure it made his chest ache. And, he managed, it's this. She gestured between them, around the apartment that had become their shared space. It's not just the magical career, or the found family, or finally feeling like I belong somewhere. It's you, us, this thing we've built together. The words hung in the air between them, beautiful and terrifying and absolutely impossible. Jess, you can't, he started. Can't what? Can't want to be with you? Can't be happy for the first time in years? Can't love someone who makes me feel like I'm enough exactly as I am? Her voice was gaining strength, but he could feel her vulnerability underneath the brave words. Because I do love you, Kaelix. I love your terrible opinions about human nutrition and the way you reorganize everything when you're nervous. I love watching you read the paper and feeling like we're the most domestic thing in the universe. I love that you see me, really see me, and you don't think I need to change. Every word hit him like a physical blow. Through their bond, he could feel the truth of her feelings, the depth of her affection, the way her love had grown from annoyance to friendship
to something that felt like coming home, and he could also feel his own terror at the realization that she was offering him everything he'd never known he wanted. "You don't understand," he said, standing abruptly and beginning to pace. "This connection, it's not natural. It's the result of magical binding. How can you be certain your feelings are genuine and not just a byproduct of supernatural influence? Are you serious right now?" Jess stood as well, her hands clenched at her sides. "You think the soul bond made me fall in love with you?" "I think the soul bond makes it impossible for either of us to think clearly about this situation. Or maybe," Jess said, her voice dangerously quiet, "the soul bond just gave us permission to feel what was already there." Kaelix stopped pacing and looked at her. Really looked at her. In the morning light, with her hair a disaster and her glasses slightly crooked, she was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen, and the most terrifying. Because she was right. The connection between them had started before the bond strengthened, in quiet morning coffees and shared work sessions, and the way she'd defended him to Derek. "Even if that were true," he said carefully, "it doesn't change our circumstances. In 14 days, I have to return to hell or face essence dissolution. Torrent isn't going to be swayed by romantic sentiment, so we don't let Torrent make that decision." Jess moved closer, and he could feel her determination blazing through their bond. "We fulfill the contract. We make this official, permanent, whatever that means in supernatural law." "Jess, you have no idea what you're asking. Permanent soul bonds don't just mean we're connected. They mean we're bound across realms, across lifetimes. If I'm recalled to hell, you'll feel every moment of it. If something happens to you, I'll experience your pain as my own. There's no divorce clause in supernatural contracts." "Good," she said firmly. "I don't want a divorce clause." The simple statement broke something inside him. For 8 centuries, he'd existed in careful isolation, maintaining professional distance from everyone around him. The idea of being permanently connected to another being, of sharing not just space, but soul, should have terrified him. Instead, it felt like the only thing that made sense. "You could have anyone," he said quietly. "Someone human, someone uncomplicated. Someone who doesn't come with interdimensional baggage and bureaucratic overlords. I don't want anyone else." Jess reached for his hands, her touch sending warmth racing up his arms. "I want the demon who fixes my coffee maker and reads me stock reports like bedtime stories. I want the person who makes me feel brave enough to pursue my dreams and smart enough to figure out how to make them work. I want you, Kaelix, all of you, complications and all." Through their bond, he could feel the truth of her words, the unwavering certainty of her choice. And underneath his own fear and self-doubt, he could feel something else rising. Hope, fierce and bright and absolutely reckless. "The bond would have to be formalized," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "officially registered with both mortal and infernal authorities. There would be paperwork." "I'm dating someone who gets excited about proper filing procedures. I think I can handle paperwork and contracts. Multiple contracts in several different magical languages. I'll learn." And Torrent would have to approve the arrangement, which means convincing them that our partnership serves Hell's interests. "Your magical art consulting business idea," Jess said, her eyes lighting up. "We could actually do that. I could work with supernatural clients, create magical art for interdimensional purposes. It would be unprecedented." Kaelix felt his professional instincts engaging, the part of him that had thrived on solving complex bureaucratic puzzles for 3 centuries. The revenue potential alone would be significant, and the diplomatic advantages of having a human artist who could bridge mortal and supernatural communities. "See? We're not just talking about personal happiness. We're talking about legitimate business opportunity. They stood there in her tiny kitchen, hands linked and possibilities spinning out between them like golden thread. Through their bond, Kaelix could feel Jess's excitement building, her creative mind already working through the logistics of their proposed future. But he could also feel his own deep-seated fear of vulnerability, the voice that whispered he didn't deserve this kind of happiness. What if I'm not enough? The words slipped out before he could stop them.
What if you realize that domestic contentment with a bureaucratic demon isn't actually your heart's deepest yearning?
Jess squeezed his hands, her love flowing through their connection like a warm tide. What if you realize that being loved, exactly as you are, is worth more than any position in hell's hierarchy? The question hung between them, challenging and hopeful and terrifying in its simplicity. Before Kaelix could answer, his phone erupted in a cascade of notification sounds that shattered the moment. Both their phones actually, chiming and buzzing with enough urgency to suggest either a natural disaster or a supernatural emergency. What now? Jess muttered, reaching for her device. The first thing Kaelix saw was a news alert. Mysterious power outages spreading across Brooklyn. The second was a text from Henderson. Emergency meeting. All department heads. Something weird happening with mortal realm energy grid. Jess's phone was displaying a flood of Instagram notifications and what appeared to be several dozen missed calls from numbers she didn't recognize. My art post, she said, scrolling through the chaos. It's spreading again, but differently this time. She showed him her phone screen, where her original painting was being shared thousands of times with increasingly frantic captions. This image just fixed my anxiety attack. Looked at this during a panic attack and immediately felt better. Is this some kind of therapeutic art? Because it literally stopped my crying. The emotional magic is amplifying, Kaelix realized. Your strengthened abilities are affecting the original enchantment. It's becoming more powerful. More powerful how? Before he could answer, Fernando rustled his leaves urgently. Hate to interrupt the relationship breakthrough, but we have bigger problems. Look outside. They moved to the window and Jess gasped. The street below was filled with people, all walking in the same direction with the kind of focused determination usually reserved for Black Friday sales. They carried phones, tablets, laptops, anything that could display Jess's artwork. They're being drawn to the source, Kaelix said grimly. The magic is calling them here. Here? To my apartment? To you. You're the anchor point for the enchantment. Jess's phone rang. Zara's name flashed on the screen. Z? What's happening out there? Jess, you need to get out of your apartment. Now! Zara's voice was tight with panic. There are hundreds of people converging on your building. They're all carrying devices with your art on them, and they look, I don't know how to describe it, peaceful but determined, like they're pilgrims or something. Through the window, they could see more people arriving by the minute. Young professionals abandoning their morning commutes. College students streaming down the sidewalk. Families with children, all drawn by the same inexplicable need to be near the source of the magical art that had touched their lives. This is bad, Jess said. This is catastrophic, Kaelix corrected. Mass supernatural influence on this scale will attract every magical authority in the tri-state area, not to mention mundane authorities trying to figure out what's causing the crowd. Can we stop it? Not without severing your connection to the original artwork, which would likely cause massive magical backlash and possibly permanent damage to your abilities.
Weakers and Thursday, Fred, second having the abilities. Second block, first playful one not limby, low of it, like one, now for four, this is the fill that I got, no, really, the smart, taste, and has a sewer, oh, had as madam, where tis, if we give, and as you submit, the holes, free, some other weird. I did not give him, but this with me, you would have right, eat, got him, finish after the edge, are right in here, notions, oh, pimp, circle that, ready his meal, or neckly one. Now, but stoked, cooked, much like, chocolate, to the open practice, Demonically, just something to do with it, Jezbit, big work, nothing to like, just stop, Lloyd, where are you, with Hans, me, sir, you're all right, look at me, every time, look at it, again, we're not, or smith, me, there, or, well, safety, 5, then I'm, every come, awesome. There is actually like a direct run back in the process. I'm living here in this whole career on the place. I'm so red so. You know, after a minute's long, I will go rear out sharp. This will be like a first every minute. I think about this pocket. It was like a quickly. Another sees rolling out always seems never to retaliate with if her and come in the middle of the breathe. Hair and all the second raiders. I just use get it. Where you're yeah, one. Listen up, you're need next mystery with you, nursing chip, and one even if you're being hurt is under how they're hurt by fantastic edge on lost the head and some way, and trader be false, David, straight live back for town, the meanest, and Yevu or Nick, winged all the hotels during the pit. Great averages, here, and the notes bear that is coordinator, made great paper with certain limits, lines, and arts by so I'm Lucas will find a slice of them, make up living, Lucas, for some Kevin Dempsey, sure, most have never snagging law, I imagine, I mean, I just Jimmy there. That's good feeling. Now, Mr. Must go check this. Notice seems having foreign good fin no has to fit. When it's on you, like or the is no better. Just but the question the ranks now. This is here. Seems like you're in shirt you have to go to the end ends up and it's mixed in film from the very spend his power I do know live down. I still if he is on a shadow we would shadow play up and it's like Martin then never makes right on racing that just pure camel is a big express there's no has to know that yet night target win times Martin I just thought take up I'm sure looking really confess is individual and so archer that then that wouldn't look tax there but here on late I tax into I'm flipping days we'll see a reminder just do it up with you or the day by your I'll take him to the up to life I'm suspected by no but I run to fresh love boy I'm me for my lash or a tin bear which yes you can accommodate they would them to you can stay 1 minute just she waiting you live with a scroll people wait let me just outside it's get away right the worst it's store we the there's no I'm not for fire to see but it's power play rounding leave up how it works now right there they the when here is say we were here start first of all it's big and it's really for what miss minute come holy how we got great what's the mayor that's song I'm with like anger I was praise I'm tired of cups but this bullshit in there up is the garage or can't settle up that's right this is any gets like flowers in the one ring speaking of him the hard to have to no it's any here that's probably I'm towering why smash yeah give me just give me so subscribe I'm serving the team work there's no let's was it table it's rid of mine or they're in the clearing the one under my which you could do it nor which I already consider it maybe they measure for them start then I came the game from the other middle should not face some says and here's one hit is that up to me for instance because is in a of them better than ever it's exactly wasn't then that wasn't with mapping given it does a room meal for to line to he's charged what is on one case with my pay you believe you know we work this I mean the thing is risk was awesome but it's been sad well sorry the minfic on come on what it's telling me when I click area prints have one has mold oh of course I'm wheeling other and I'm in one day this did neighbor shipped up some prepared to me oh me didn't cook the roof got look I have no open for one roof and idea see when guys with I'm just missing a ship I am and that's had having you want to tell me is that I mean I'm still straight parallel my eater hammer how you how do we like say oh it's straight I'm willing to tell you can feel I'm moving it's then so I and 6 hours making such dark very long and me the glory I said lonely people like a present always mail you want to my way is that or said thing that they Rio am changing your abs for general these pulled and a little chicken or use of the figure let's furnish the where it's all manager and I and I'm fast the full of them hey as I've been hurts but as how do I mean like a try out and remember data dream I mean well like I'm look remember me this is on there like student look at that angel story you are doing it's the nearing hour women blue river you should just tell them sick to me and company and shaping and the fruit beyond thing and they come natural and I'm scared look at and the cards wasn't this little there's simple great election subs viable subs the ranger sound I am with the how is going get after so no I'm even do that why are there happy enough let me lots of great story blame what ways and limits all things they yeah I like the wing and blames in there there one pain you know for quality like when we pop your meeting somewhere at the tap and messages something hanging you look other breakers are happy in his chaos let's watch the many I want to have your season starting his hand all could be here for me you know one arrow fall really now they're
14 days Jess said quietly 14 days Kaelix agreed. Through their bond, he could feel her determination crystallizing, her decision to face whatever came next rather than run from it. And underneath his own fear, he felt something else. A fierce protectiveness that had nothing to do with duty and everything to do with love. Whatever happens, he said, we face it together. Jess smiled, and it was like watching dawn break over Brooklyn. Together, she agreed. Outside, the crowd reached critical mass, and somewhere in the distance, sirens began to wail. 12. Separation and sacrifice. Jess woke up in Zara's guest room feeling like she'd been turned inside out and wrung through a supernatural washing machine. Every nerve ending ached with a peculiar kind of wrongness, as if someone had surgically removed something essential from her chest and left only phantom pain behind. The headache had started around 2 a.m., a persistent throb that felt like her brain was trying to escape through her skull. By 4 a.m., she was shivering despite Zara's heated apartment, her body convinced it was freezing even though the thermostat read 72 degrees. By dawn, she'd given up pretending to sleep and was curled in the window seat, staring at the direction of her apartment and fighting the irrational urge to run home. "How long has it been since you slept?" Zara asked from the doorway, holding 2 cups of coffee and wearing the expression of someone who'd been listening to her best friend toss and turn all night. "What time is it?" Jess accepted the coffee gratefully, wrapping her hands around the mug to combat the phantom cold that seemed to be seeping from her bones. 9:30. You've been here 14 hours. 14 hours. It felt like weeks. Jess could still feel Kaelix's emotions humming faintly in the back of her mind. Worry, frustration, and something that felt like his own version of the physical discomfort currently making her want to crawl out of her skin. "This is ridiculous," she muttered, pulling on yesterday's clothes with hands that shook slightly. "It's not like we're actually attached by a magical leash. I should be able to spend one night away from him without feeling like I'm dying." "Should be," Zara agreed, settling beside her with her own coffee. "But soul bonds apparently don't care about what should be logical. How bad is it, really?" Jess considered lying, then decided her best friend deserved honesty. Like someone turned the volume down on everything. Colors look duller, food tastes like cardboard, and I keep turning to say something to him before remembering he's not there. Plus, there's this constant ache in my chest, like grief, except I haven't actually lost anything. "Except you have," Zara said gently. "Temporarily. You've lost your other half." "He's not my other half," Jess protested automatically, then stopped. "Is he?" "Honey, you've been happier in the past 2 weeks than I've seen you in 3 years. You light up when he walks into a room. You finish each other's sentences about supernatural bureaucracy, which should not be romantic, but somehow is. And last night, you literally made yourself sick being away from him." Jess stared into her coffee, watching the steam curl upward. "That doesn't mean he feels the same way." "Are you kidding me? The man stress cleaned your entire apartment while you're gone. That's not casual roommate behavior. That's my person is missing and I don't know how to function behavior. You don't know that he—" "Jess," Zara's voice was firm but kind. "I've been watching you two orbit each other for 2 weeks like your planets caught in each other's gravitational pull. The only question is whether you're going to admit what's already happening or keep pretending this is temporary." Before Jess could respond, her phone buzzed with a text from Kaelix. "The coffee tastes wrong. Everything tastes wrong. Are you all right?" She stared at the message, feeling something warm uncurl in her chest for the first time in hours. "On my way home," she typed back. 20 minutes later, she was climbing the stairs to her building, each step making the phantom ache ease slightly. By the time she reached her door, she could breathe normally again, the crushing weight in her chest lifting like fog in sunlight. She opened the door to find her apartment transformed into something from a lifestyle magazine's fever dream. Every surface gleamed with the kind of aggressive cleanliness that suggested stress-induced organizing taken to supernatural levels. Her art supplies had been arranged into perfect geometric patterns that would have made a mathematician weep with joy. The kitchen sparkled like something from a commercial, and she was pretty sure the grout between her bathroom tiles had been individually scrubbed with a cotton swab. Even her books had been reorganized, not just alphabetically, but by subject, then by color, then by size. Kaelix stood at the stove wearing his perfectly pressed suit despite the early hour, attempting to flip what appeared to be pancakes with the careful precision of someone performing surgery. His movements were controlled, methodical, but she could see the tension in his shoulders and the way his hands weren't quite steady. "Morning," she said softly. He turned, and the relief that flashed across his face was so naked she felt her heart skip. For a moment, his carefully maintained composure cracked completely, and she saw raw need in his storm-gray eyes. The same desperate ache she'd been feeling all night. "You're back," he said, his voice rougher than usual. "I'm back." She moved closer, noting the dark circles under his eyes and the way his shoulders relaxed as she entered his space. "Rough night. I may have reorganized a few things." He gestured vaguely at the apartment's transformation, returning to his pancakes with the intensity of someone trying very hard to appear normal. "And possibly spent several hours researching the long-term effects of soul bond separation." "Find anything useful?" "Extended separation can cause permanent damage to the connection," he said, his voice carefully neutral, though the definition of extended varies depending on the strength of the bond. In some cases, even 12 hours can begin to cause degradation if the bond has reached sufficient depth. Jess moved to stand beside him at the stove, close enough that their shoulders brushed. The contact sent warmth racing through her system like diving into a heated pool after hours in the cold. "How bad was it for you?" she asked. "I spent 3 hours alphabetizing your book collection by genre, author, and publication date. Then I reorganize your spice rack by both common and scientific name, despite the fact that you own exactly 4 spices. Then I clean the baseboards with a cotton swab because they seemed insufficiently geometric." He flipped a pancake with surgical precision. "I may have also called my office to check on a filing emergency that didn't actually exist and spent an hour color-coding your art supplies by temperature classification." "Kai, I couldn't sleep," he admitted quietly, still not looking at her. "Everything felt wrong without you here. The apartment was too quiet. The coffee tasted like dishwater despite being prepared to exact specifications, and I found myself constantly reaching for my phone to share random observations with you." The honesty in his voice made her chest tight. "What kind of observations?" "A news article about art therapy programs in hospitals that I thought you'd find interesting. A particularly ridiculous bureaucratic memo from Henderson about proper stapler usage. The way the morning light hits that spot on the wall where you hung your latest painting." He paused in his cooking. "Everything reminded me of you. Every news story had an angle I wanted to discuss with you. Every bureaucratic frustration made me want to vent to someone who would understand my administrative outrage. Every beautiful thing made me wish you were here to see it." Jess felt tears prick at her eyes. "I missed you too. More than I thought was possible for someone I've only known for 2 weeks. Technically, we've been soul bonded for 14 days. That creates an accelerated intimacy timeline that can mimic the attachment patterns of much longer relationships." "Is that your professional opinion, or are you trying to rationalize why separation felt like someone was tearing out pieces of my soul?" Kaelix was quiet for a moment, focusing intently on the pancakes. "Both," he said finally. She laughed despite everything, moving to put her arms around his waist from behind. He went very still, then leaned back into her touch with a sigh that sounded like coming home. "These smell amazing," she said, peering over his shoulder at the perfectly golden pancakes. When did you learn to cook?
Approximately 4 hours ago. Stress cooking seemed preferable to stress cleaning after I'd already organized everything twice. He gestured toward the counter, where she could see an open cookbook and what appeared to be detailed notes written in his precise handwriting. Fernando provided commentary on technique. "I heard my name," Fernando piped up from his spot by the window, his leaves rustling with what might have been satisfaction. "And might I just say, watching you two idiots realize you can't function apart was both painful and adorable. Like a very slow, romantic emergency."
Thank you for that assessment, Kaelix said dryly, plating the pancakes with the same attention to detail he brought to everything else. They settled at the small table with breakfast that was, frankly, better than anything Jess had ever made in her own kitchen. The domesticity of the moment, sharing a meal Kaelix had prepared while wearing yesterday's clothes in the apartment they'd somehow started thinking of as theirs, felt both natural and surreal. "So," she said around a bite of pancake that was apparently made with actual vanilla extract and some kind of berry compote he'd whipped up from scratch, "I think we need to talk about what happened yesterday." Kaelix's fork paused halfway to his mouth. "The argument," she confirmed, "because I've been thinking about it all night, and I'm pretty sure we were both saying things we didn't mean because we were scared." "Scared of what?" "Of this." She gestured between them at the space that hummed with connection and possibility. "Of admitting that whatever this is between us has gotten a lot bigger than a temporary supernatural inconvenience." Kaelix set down his fork, his expression carefully controlled. "Jess, I know you're going to tell me it's complicated because of the soul bond, or because you're from Hell's Middle Management, or because we only have 13 days left. But Kay, I've never felt like this about anyone, not Derek, not anyone before him. You make me feel like I'm enough exactly as I am. Like my weird artistic brain and my corporate job frustrations and my complete inability to keep plants alive are all somehow charming instead of problematic." "You are enough," he said quietly. "More than enough. You're extraordinary." "Then why did you suggest I should date other people?" The question hung between them, heavy with hurt and confusion. Kaelix was quiet for a long moment, staring at his hands. "Because," he said finally, "the closer we get, the more it's going to hurt when this ends. And it has to end, Jess. Even if we figure out your heart's deepest yearning, even if we somehow resolve the contract successfully, I still have to return to hell eventually. This apartment, this life, this feeling of belonging somewhere, it's temporary. And I thought it would be easier for you if you had other options." "Easier for me? Or easier for you?" "Both," he admitted. "I've never been attached to anything before. Not my job, not my realm, certainly not another person. The idea of having something this good and losing it anyway is terrifying," she finished. "Terrifying," he agreed. Jess reached across the table to take his hand, threading their fingers together. "What if we didn't lose it?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, what if instead of spending our last 13 days preparing for goodbye, we spent them figuring out how to make this permanent? What if my heart's deepest yearning isn't about career success or getting my life together, but about building a life with you?" The hope that flickered across his face was quickly suppressed. "Soul contracts don't work that way. They're about individual fulfillment, not relationship outcomes." "Are they?" "Because this whole experience has taught me that I don't actually want to be fulfilled by myself. I want to be part of something bigger, something that makes me better than I am alone." She squeezed his hand. "Maybe my heart's deepest yearning is about connection, about found family, about building a partnership with someone who sees the world differently than I do, but somehow makes perfect sense anyway." Before Kaelix could respond, Fernando rustled his leaves urgently. "Incoming supernatural signature," he announced. "Something powerful
And it doesn't feel friendly. The temperature in the apartment dropped 10 degrees in an instant, and the windows rattled in their frames. Jess felt the hair on her arms stand up as power crackled through the air. Not the warm, chaotic energy of her own awakening magic, but something cold and controlled and decidedly threatening. "That's not possible," Kaelix said, standing so quickly his chair scraped against the floor. "The building has protective wards, and my dimensional signature is masked."
Apparently not well enough, Fernando said grimly, as frost began forming on the windows despite the October warmth outside.
The front door burst open without anyone touching it, hinges creaking in protest as a figure stepped through. Tall, elegant, wearing an immaculate charcoal suit that made Kaelix's wardrobe look casual. The newcomer radiated authority like heat from a furnace. Their features were sharp and androgynous, their hair silver white, and their eyes the pale blue of winter ice.
"Kaelix Nethersyde," they said, their voice carrying the kind of cold precision that suggested they'd never had to repeat themselves.
"You're late for work."
"Torrent," Kaelix breathed, and Jess felt his fear spike through their bond.
"Who's Torrent?" she asked, though she was already backing toward the kitchen counter where she kept her grandmother's grimoire.
"My supervisor," Kaelix said grimly, "from Hell's Contract Enforcement Division."
Torrent's pale gaze shifted to Jess, taking in her rumpled clothes, her defensive posture, and the obvious intimacy of the domestic scene they'd interrupted. "And you must be the human who's caused such administrative chaos with your incompetent summoning technique."
"I prefer to think of it as creative problem-solving," Jess said, lifting her chin despite the supernatural chill making her teeth chatter. "How refreshing. A mortal with delusions of adequacy."
Torrent stepped fully into the apartment, and every surface they passed developed a thin coating of ice.
"Kaelix, gather your things. Your unauthorized absence has created significant disruption in the Department of Petty Inconveniences, and your immediate return is required."
"I can't leave," Kaelix said, moving to stand slightly in front of Jess.
"The soul contract is an accident of incompetent spellwork and astrological misfortune," Torrent interrupted. "Human magical fumbling hardly constitutes legitimate infernal obligation. Miss Maxwell will retain any awakened abilities as compensation for the inconvenience. But your binding is hereby nullified under Authority Code 847-J. Involuntary supernatural employment."
"You can't just cancel a soul contract," Jess protested. "There are rules."
"Indeed there are." Torrent produced a scroll from thin air, unrolling it with a snap. "And those rules clearly state that contracts formed without informed consent from both parties are invalid. You summoned blindly, without understanding the consequences. Therefore, no legitimate obligation exists."
"But we want the contract," Jess said desperately. "We choose to honor it. Doesn't that count for anything?"
"Human desires rarely factor into infernal law, I'm afraid." Torrent's smile was sharp as winter frost. "Though your attachment is understandable, soul bonds do create the illusion of profound connection. It's quite convincing while it lasts."
"This isn't an illusion," Kaelix said, his voice gaining strength. "What Jess and I have built is real."
"Is it? Or are you simply experiencing magical manipulation that feels authentic?" Torrent moved closer to him, their presence making the air itself feel thin and cold. 2 weeks of forced proximity and supernatural bonding would create artificial intimacy in anyone. You've been compromised, Kaelix. Emotionally attached to an assignment. It's quite unprofessional.
Through their bond, Jess could feel Kaelix's certainty wavering, doubt creeping in like ice water through cracks in a dam.
She wanted to argue, to fight back, But a terrible part of her wondered if Torrent was right. How could she tell the difference between real love and magical manipulation? How could anyone? However, Torrent continued, hell is not entirely unreasonable. Given the unusual circumstances, I'm prepared to offer alternative resolution.
What kind of alternative? Jess asked warily.
A test, Torrent said, their pale eyes glinting.
If your connection is truly genuine rather than magically induced, it should survive without supernatural reinforcement. I'll suspend the soul bond for 24 hours. If, after a full day of separation without magical influence, you both still choose to pursue this attachment, Hell will consider legitimizing your contract.
And if we don't? Kaelix asked. Then you return to your duties with a valuable lesson learned about the dangers of emotional compromise. And Miss Maxwell continues her human existence with enhanced magical abilities and no supernatural obligations. Torn smiled that cold, sharp smile again. A generous offer, considering the administrative chaos your absence has created. Jess looked at Kaelix, seeing her own uncertainty reflected in his eyes. 24 hours apart had nearly driven them both to distraction when they'd still had the soul bond as an anchor. A full day of separation, without any magical connection, might be unbearable. Or it might prove that everything they thought they felt was just supernatural manipulation after all. We need to discuss this, she said. By all means. You have 1 hour to decide. Torrent moved toward the door, then paused. Oh, and Kaelix, if you choose the test and fail, you'll be transferred to the 7th Circle's filing department, permanently. I trust that's sufficient motivation for clarity. They vanished in a swirl of frost and bureaucratic menace, leaving the apartment 20 degrees warmer, but somehow feeling much more fragile. Jess and Kaelix stared at each other across the small space that had become their world. Well, Fernando said into the silence, that was unpleasant. 24 hours, Jess said quietly. 24 hours. Kaelix agreed. Are we really considering this? I don't know, he said honestly. What if they're right? What if everything we think we feel is just magical manipulation? What if it's not? She countered. What if the soul bond just gave us permission to feel what was already there? Before either of them could answer, Fernando's leaves rustled urgently again. Hate to interrupt the existential crisis, but we have company. Different supernatural signature this time, and they feel panicked. The building's lobby buzzer rang insistently, followed by someone pounding on the apartment door with obvious desperation. Jess! Kaelix! Please! I know you're in there! I need help! The voice was unfamiliar, high-pitched with fear. And definitely not human. Jess and Kaelix exchanged glances. Their relationship crisis would have to wait. Coming, Jess called, moving to unlock the door. On the other side stood a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, with elaborate braids adorned with small silver bells, and wearing what looked like a flowing bohemian dress that seemed to shift colors as she moved. Her skin had a faint, iridescent quality, and her eyes held depths that suggested she wasn't entirely mortal. Thank the elements, she gasped, pushing past them into the apartment. You're the magical couple everyone's talking about, right? The ones who've been helping with supernatural crises? Yes, Jess said uncertainly. Are you okay? No, I'm absolutely not okay. The woman spun to face them, her bells chiming with agitation. My bonding ceremony is tonight, and my intended just told me he's having second thoughts because his family thinks I'm too unpredictably magical for their traditional bloodline. And if we don't complete the ritual before midnight, our mate bond will dissolve permanently, and I'll lose my connection to the Fae courts, and he'll be exiled from his pack, and... She stopped, gasping for breath. Slow down, Kaelix said in his most professional voice. What kind of bonding ceremony? Where will Fae hybrid pairing? she explained rapidly. I'm Lyra Moonwhisper, half Fae, and my intended is Marcus Rivera, Beta Wolf, from the Brooklyn Pack. We applied for cross-species magical bonding 6 months ago, got approval from both communities, planned the whole ceremony, and now his family is freaking out because my magic has been getting stronger as we approach the full moon.
Stronger how? Jess asked, her artistic mind immediately starting to work on the problem.
I keep accidentally turning things into butterflies when I'm nervous. This morning I transformed his entire breakfast into a swarm of monarchs, and his mother is convinced I'm going to butterfly their whole family if they upset me.
Despite everything, Jess found herself smiling. That's actually kind of beautiful. Not helpful when you're trying to prove you're stable enough for permanent bonding, Lyra wailed. We need someone to mediate the ceremony, someone who understands both magical bonding and cross-species relationships. Everyone says you two are the experts on making impossible magical contracts work. Jess and Kaelix looked at each other. Their own relationship was hanging by a thread. They had 1 hour to decide whether to risk everything on Torrance test, and now a desperate, supernatural couple was asking them to save their own bonding ceremony. We're not exactly experts, Kaelix said carefully. Are you kidding? You've been dealing with an accidental soul bond for 2 weeks, and you're both still here. Still choosing each other every day. You've made the impossible work. Lyra grabbed both their hands, her touch sparking with Fey magic. Please. The ceremony location is already set up in Prospect Park. Both families will be there, and we just need someone to help us prove that love can bridge any magical divide. Through their bond, Jess felt Kaelix's professional interest warring with his personal uncertainty. Here was a chance to help another couple navigate supernatural bureaucracy, to use their experience for something positive. And maybe, she thought, helping Lyra and Marcus figure out their magical compatibility would help them understand their own. What exactly would we need to do? She asked. Facilitate the ritual, help mediate any family objections, and provide magical stability if my butterfly problem gets out of hand. Lyra looked between them hopefully. The ceremony is designed to test whether our magic is compatible for permanent bonding. If it works, we'll be connected across species and realms. If it doesn't, you'll know definitively whether your connection is real or just magical attraction. Kaelix finished, understanding dawning in his voice. Exactly. Lyra's eyes brightened. Just like your situation, right? You're testing whether your bond is genuine or just supernatural manipulation. Jess felt something click into place. What time is the ceremony? Sunset. 6:30. She looked at Kaelix, seeing the same realization in his eyes. Torrance had given them 1 hour to decide about the test. But they didn't have to spend the next 24 hours sitting around wondering. They could use their time helping another couple work through the same questions they were facing. We'll do it, she said. Jess! Kaelix started. We'll do it, she repeated firmly, but first, you need to help us with something. Anything, Lyra said gratefully. We need to send a message to Torrance the Meticulous in Hell's Contract Enforcement Division, Jess said, her mind racing ahead to a plan that was either brilliant or completely insane. Tell them we accept their test, but we want to spend our 24 hours of separation doing community service for the supernatural community. We'll prove our connection is real by working together to help other magical couples, starting with yours. Kaelix stared at her. That's either the smartest thing I've ever said or the dumbest. But if we're going to find out whether what we have is real, I'd rather do it while helping people than while sitting around feeling sorry for ourselves. I can deliver a message to Hell's bureaucracy, Lyra said eagerly. Fey magic has diplomatic immunity for cross-realm communication. Tell Torrance we accept their terms, Kaelix said slowly. But we request to spend our separation period in active supernatural community service, demonstrating our individual magical abilities while maintaining professional distance. And if we still choose each other after 24 hours of working together without the soul bond, Jess added, then Hell will honor our original contract and allow us to formalize our partnership.
Kaelix finished. Lyra grinned, her whole form shimmering with excitement. This is the most romantic thing I've ever heard. You're turning a bureaucratic test into a supernatural wedding planning service. Is it romantic? Jess asked, looking at Kaelix. Or is it just postponing the inevitable? I guess we'll find out tonight, he said. But there was something in his eyes that looked like hope. Outside, Fernando rustled his leaves approvingly. Now that's how you face an impossible deadline, by helping other people solve theirs first. As if summoned by their decision, frost began forming on the windows again. Torrance' voice echoed through the apartment without their physical presence. Terms accepted. Soul bond suspension begins now. You have 24 hours. The moment the words faded, Jess felt something essential tear away from her chest. The warm, constant presence of Kaelix's emotions vanished, leaving behind an emptiness that was immediately familiar from the night before, but somehow much worse now that she knew it was intentional. Across the room, Kaelix swayed slightly, his hand moving instinctively toward his heart. So, Lyra said brightly, apparently oblivious to their sudden emotional amputation. Shall we head to the park and save my relationship? Jess looked at Kaelix, really looked at him without the soul bond's constant emotional updates. He was still beautiful, still wearing that expression of careful professionalism that she'd learned to see through, but now she couldn't feel his thoughts or his feelings, couldn't sense the warmth of his affection or the depth of his concern. He was just a very attractive demon in an expensive suit, who happened to be excellent at supernatural bureaucracy. The question was that enough? Let's go save a relationship, she said, hoping that helping Lyra and Marcus would help her figure out the answer. 13. Professional partners. Kaelix was finishing his morning review of Hell's administrative bulletins when someone knocked on the apartment door with a particular rhythm that suggested desperation rather than casual visitation. Through the soul bond, he felt Jess's curiosity spike from where she sat at her easel, working on a piece that seemed to shimmer with increasingly sophisticated magical energy. I'll get it, he called, straightening his tie and preparing to deal with whatever crisis had found its way to their door. Over the past few days, their apartment had somehow become an unofficial consultation point for supernatural beings experiencing bureaucratic difficulties. He opened the door to find a young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s, with intricate henna patterns covering her hands and arms, and wearing flowing fabrics that seemed to move independently of any breeze. Her dark eyes held the particular strain that came from prolonged magical exhaustion. "Are you Kaelix Nethersyde?" she asked, clutching a business card from Mystic Grounds. "Luna said you might be able to help with a soul bond crisis." "That depends on the nature of the crisis," Kaelix replied, stepping aside to let her enter. "And you are?" "Amara Okafor. I'm a textile artist who specializes in emotion-responsive fabrics." She gestured to her clothes, which Kaelix now realized were shifting color subtly as she spoke. "I accidentally created a soul bond with my business partner through our shared magical work, and now our magic is completely entangled. Every piece either of us makes affects the other's emotional state, and it's becoming impossible to create anything independently." Jess looked up from her easel, paintbrush paused mid-stroke. "That sounds complicated." "It's a nightmare," Amara said, collapsing onto the small couch with obvious relief at finding someone who understood supernatural problems. "Kai and I have been creative partners for 3 years. We work perfectly together professionally, but neither of us wanted a romantic relationship. The soul bond happened during our biggest commission, designing ceremonial robes for a supernatural wedding. And now we can't figure out how to untangle our magic without destroying our business partnership." Kaelix felt his professional instincts engaging.
This was exactly the sort of complex, supernatural bureaucracy problem he'd spent centuries solving. Accidental professional soul bonds have specific legal procedures for resolution. The key is determining whether the bond serves a legitimate business purpose or constitutes magical harassment.
How do we figure that out? Amara asked. We analyze your magical compatibility, document the effects on your individual abilities, and create a formal assessment for the supernatural authorities, Kaelix explained, already mentally organizing the necessary paperwork. However, the process requires someone who can objectively evaluate magical artistic collaboration. Someone like Jess, Amara said hopefully, looking toward the easel where a half-finished painting seemed to pulse with its own inner light. Luna said you're the expert on magical art that actually helps people, instead of just showing off. Kaelix felt a familiar surge of pride at the recognition of Jess's growing abilities. Over the past week, her artwork had evolved from accidentally magical to deliberately therapeutic, each piece designed to provide specific emotional benefits to its viewers. Watching her artistic growth had become one of his greatest pleasures, even as it reminded him that his time to witness her success was rapidly dwindling. I'm still learning, Jess said, but she was already setting down her brush and moving toward them. What exactly do you need me to evaluate? Whether our collaborative magic is actually productive or just codependent, Amara replied. We brought samples of our individual work versus our collaborative pieces. If you could help us understand what's happening magically, we might be able to figure out how to restructure our partnership. She gestured toward a large bag by the door that Kaelix hadn't initially noticed. Everything's in there. Fabric samples, design sketches, even a few finished pieces. We've been documenting everything since the bond formed, but we need someone with objective magical sight to interpret the results. Jess looked at Kaelix, and he could feel her uncertainty through their connection. This was a significant responsibility. Their assessment could determine whether Amara and her partner maintained their magical abilities or lost them entirely through forced bond dissolution. What's the legal framework for professional bond assessment? Jess asked him. Standard procedure requires three-party valuation,
Kaelix explained, slipping into his most professional tone.
First, individual magical baseline assessment to establish each party's natural abilities. Second, collaborative work analysis to determine whether the bond enhances or inhibits their individual talents. Third, formal recommendation for supernatural authorities regarding bond status. And you know how to do all that? Amara asked hopefully. I've processed hundreds of similar cases in Hell's Department of Petty Inconveniences, Kaelix confirmed. Though I've never worked with a magical artist of Jess's caliber before, her abilities could provide insights that pure bureaucratic analysis might miss. Jess straightened slightly at the compliment, and Kaelix felt her confidence solidify through their bond. Show me what you've brought, she said. The next hour transformed the apartment into an impromptu magical art laboratory. Amara spread fabric samples across every available surface while Jess examined each piece with the focused intensity she brought to her own work. Kaelix documented their findings with bureaucratic precision, creating the kind of detailed analysis that supernatural authorities would find useful. Look at this, Jess said, holding up two fabric samples that appeared nearly identical to Kaelix's eyes. This piece was created by Amara working alone, and this one was a collaboration. Can you see the difference in the magical weave? Kaelix studied the fabrics, using his supernatural senses to analyze their energy patterns. The collaborative piece has more complex magical architecture. The individual work is beautiful but relatively simple. The collaboration shows layered enchantments that neither artist could have achieved alone. Exactly, Jess said, her excitement growing as she warmed to the analysis. Amara, your individual magic focuses on color and texture, right? But in the collaborative pieces, there's also emotional resonance and temporal stability. That suggests your partner brings something your magic naturally lacks. Kai specializes in structural enchantments, Amara confirmed. His work makes magical textiles last longer and resist fading, but it tends to be kind of rigid. My work is more expressive but less durable.
So the soul bond isn't just randomly linking your magic, Jess continued, moving between samples with a kind of systematic approach that reminded Kaelix why he found her mind so attractive. It's creating complementary magical synthesis. Your individual weaknesses become collective strengths. Kaelix made notes on his supernatural tablet, translating Jess's artistic insights into the formal language that supernatural bureaucracy required. This constitutes productive magical synergy rather than dependent codification. Very different legal classification. What does that mean for us? Amara asked. It means your soul bond is serving a legitimate business purpose, Kaelix explained. Instead of dissolution, you'd be eligible for voluntary bond formalization with built-in professional boundaries. You could maintain your magical collaboration while establishing clear limits on emotional sharing. That's perfect, Amara said with obvious relief. We love working together, we just don't want to share feelings about everything. Professional boundaries would solve most of our problems. Jess was still studying the fabric samples, but Kaelix could feel her mind working on something beyond Amara's immediate problem. Kay, she said slowly, this collaborative magic architecture, it's similar to what happens when we work together, isn't it? The question hit him more directly than she'd probably intended. Over the past week, he'd noticed that their best problem-solving happened when they combined her creative insights with his bureaucratic expertise. Their approaches to supernatural challenges complemented each other in ways that seemed almost too perfect to be coincidental. There are certain similarities, he admitted carefully. Your artistic analysis provides perspectives that pure administrative review would miss. My bureaucratic experience gives your insights practical application. But it's more than that, Jess said, moving closer to him, with a sample of Amara's collaborative work still in her hands. When we work together, I can see magical patterns I'd never notice on my own, and you understand creative solutions to problems that bureaucracy alone can't solve. She was standing close enough that he could smell the paint on her fingers and see the small flecks of gold that appeared in her eyes when she was excited about an idea. The professional distance he'd been maintaining felt increasingly artificial. Your magical sight has been developing rapidly, he said, trying to focus on the technical aspects of their collaboration rather than the way her presence made his chest feel warm and tight. Proximity to supernatural energy often accelerates latent abilities. Or maybe, Jess said softly, we're just good together. The words hung between them, carrying implications that went far beyond professional collaboration. Kaelix found himself studying her face, noting the paint smudge on her cheek and the way her hair had escaped its ponytail to curl around her face. For a moment, the space between them felt charged with possibility. Then Amara cleared her throat. Should I come back later? Because there's definitely some kind of magical energy building up in here, and I'm not sure it's related to my fabric samples. Jess stepped back, cheeks flushing pink. Sorry, we should focus on your assessment. Kaelix forced himself to return attention to his tablet, though every nerve ending remained acutely aware of Jess's proximity. Right. Professional boundaries. They spent the next 2 hours completing Amara's evaluation, with Jess providing artistic analysis while Kaelix handled the bureaucratic documentation. By the time they finished, they had a comprehensive assessment that would allow Amara and her partner to formalize their soul bond with appropriate professional protections. I can't thank you enough, Amara said as she carefully packed her fabric samples. Luna was right. You two really are the experts on making magical partnerships work. We're hardly experts, Jess said, but she was smiling with the satisfaction of work well done. Are you kidding? You just solved in 3 hours what Kai and I have been struggling with for weeks. Amara paused at the door. Plus,
Watching you work together was like seeing a masterclass in magical collaboration. You should seriously consider offering consulting services to the supernatural community.
After Amara left, Jess settled back at her easel while Kaelix reviewed his notes. The afternoon light streaming through the windows caught the magical shimmer in her latest painting, and he found himself watching her work with the same fascination he'd developed for human morning routines.
She's right, you know, Jess said without looking up from her canvas. We are good at this. The supernatural consulting thing.
We make an effective team,
Kaelix agreed, though the admission felt dangerous given their rapidly approaching deadline.
What would happen if we wanted to make it official?
The consulting work, I mean. She paused in her painting, finally looking at him directly. Could we actually build a business around helping supernatural beings with bureaucratic problems? The question sparked a mix of excitement and pain in Kaelix's chest. The idea of combining their abilities into a legitimate supernatural business was professionally compelling and personally impossible. The market demand certainly exists, he said carefully. Hell's bureaucracy is overwhelmed with cross-realm incidents, and most supernatural beings have limited understanding of proper administrative procedures. A consulting service that bridges magical and bureaucratic expertise could be quite successful.
But, Jess prompted, clearly hearing the unspoken complications in his voice.
But I have existing employment obligations that complicate independent business ventures, he said. And you'd need advanced magical training to handle some of the more complex cases we'd encounter. Advanced magical training like what Celeste offers at Mystic Grounds?
Among other things.
Kaelix set down his tablet, recognizing that this conversation was moving toward territory he wasn't prepared to navigate. Jess, you should pursue magical training regardless of our circumstances. Your abilities are developing too rapidly to leave unguided.
Our circumstances, she repeated.
You mean the fact that you have to leave in 10 days?
The blunt statement of their deadline hit like cold water. 10 days. 10 days until Halloween, until the contract resolved or the veil tore permanently, until Torrent arrived to collect him, regardless of their personal preferences.
Yes, he said quietly. Jess was quiet for a moment, her brush moving across the canvas with mechanical precision. What if we found a way to change those circumstances? Change them how? I don't know yet. But Amara and her partner found a way to formalize their professional soul bond with boundaries that work for them. Maybe there's something similar we could do. A way to maintain our partnership without you having to abandon your responsibilities or me having to give up my life here. The hope in her voice was almost painful. Kaelix wanted nothing more than to believe such a solution existed. But his centuries of bureaucratic experience had taught him that supernatural law rarely bent for personal convenience. The Department of Petty Inconveniences doesn't typically approve extended mortal realm assignments, he said. What about transfers, new positions, interdimensional consulting roles? Those require significant justification and departmental approval that... He stopped, struck by an unexpected thought. Actually, there might be precedent for collaborative consultation services. Hell's efficiency ratings have been declining due to lack of mortal realm perspective on cross-dimensional incidents. Meaning a human-demon consulting partnership might address a legitimate bureaucratic need. He felt his professional instincts engaging, the same excitement he got from solving complex administrative puzzles. If we could demonstrate measurable value to Hell's operations, we could propose a formal business arrangement instead of just resolving the soul contract, Jess finished, her eyes lighting up with understanding. It would require extensive documentation, case studies, cost-benefit analysis, and approval from multiple departments, Kaelix warned. The bureaucratic requirements alone could take months. But it's possible? It's conceivable. The admission felt like stepping off a cliff. Though highly irregular. and dependent on factors beyond our control.
Jess set down her brush and turned to face him fully. 10 days to put together a business proposal that convinces hell's bureaucracy to let you stay on Earth as my professional partner?
In essence, yes. Challenge accepted. Before Kaelix could respond, his supernatural senses detected familiar energy patterns approaching the building. Not threatening, but definitely official.
"We have company," he said, moving to the window. "Supernatural signature probably here on business rather than social call."
A moment later, someone knocked on the door with a precise rhythm that suggested official supernatural business. Kaelix opened it to find a tall woman in an elegant silver suit, carrying a briefcase that practically hummed with contained magic. "Miss Maxwell? Mr. Nethersyde? I'm Magistrate Chen from the Brooklyn Supernatural Affairs Office. I understand you've been providing consultation services to members of our community." Jess and Kaelix exchanged glances. "Informal assistance only," Kaelix said carefully. "Nothing that would require official oversight." "On the contrary," Magistrate Chen said with a slight smile. "We've received 3 separate reports this week of your successful intervention in complex supernatural bureaucratic matters. Amara Okafor's case this morning was the final confirmation we needed." "Confirmation of what?" Jess asked. "That Brooklyn's supernatural community has its first effective human supernatural consulting partnership in over a century." Magistrate Chen consulted her tablet. "The improvement in successful case resolution since you began working together is statistically significant. We'd like to discuss formalizing your collaboration." Kaelix felt his heart rate spike. Official recognition meant opportunity, but it also meant scrutiny that could expose their soul bond situation to authorities who might not be sympathetic to their circumstances. "What kind of formalization?" he asked. "Certification as licensed supernatural consultants, with all the legal protections and business opportunities that status provides." Magistrate Chen's smile widened. "Brooklyn Supernatural Affairs has been looking for qualified consultants to handle our overflow caseload. If you're interested, we'd like to offer you a probationary contract." Jess looked at Kaelix, and through their bond he felt her excitement mixed with uncertainty. This was exactly the kind of opportunity they'd been discussing, arriving at the perfect moment and creating exactly the kind of complications they couldn't afford. "We'd need to review the terms," Jess said diplomatically. "Of course. Though I should mention that successful completion of the probationary period would establish you as essential personnel for supernatural community stability. That designation carries significant legal protections, including advocacy support for any personal circumstances that might otherwise interfere with your professional obligations." The implications were clear. Official recognition as essential supernatural consultants could provide exactly the bureaucratic justification Kaelix needed to remain on Earth permanently. "When would you need an answer?" he asked. "Given the current caseload crisis, as soon as possible, preferably by Halloween." Magistrate Chen handed them each a business card that felt warm to the touch. "The supernatural community needs advocates who understand both magical and mundane bureaucracy. You've already proven you can bridge that gap effectively." After she left, Jess and Kaelix stood in their apartment surrounded by the evidence of their growing partnership. Amar's assessment paperwork, Jess's magical artwork, the business cards from other supernatural beings who'd sought their help. 10 days to save your bureaucratic career and accidentally start mine, Jess said. "No pressure at all," Kaelix replied. But for the first time since Torrent's threats began, he felt genuine hope. Through their soul bond, he felt Jess's determination blazing bright as her magical artwork. Whatever came next, they would face it together. 14. The gallery opening.
Kaelix adjusted his tie for the 7th time in as many minutes, watching Jess fuss with the placement of her latest painting from across Mystic Ground's transformed main room. Luna had somehow convinced the coffee shop's owner to host a pop-up gallery showing of Jess's magical artwork. And now, supernatural beings from across New York were filtering in to see what all the fuss was about. "You're nervous," Fernando observed from his traveling pot near the entrance, where he'd been greeting guests with unsolicited commentary about their auras. "It's very cute, but also very obvious." "I am not nervous," Kaelix replied, straightening his already perfect posture. "I am vigilant. There's a difference." "Uh-huh. And that's why you've been reorganizing the pamphlets on that table for the past 10 minutes? Kaelix looked down at his hands, which were indeed rearranging informational brochures about local supernatural services into increasingly precise geometric patterns. He forced himself to stop and instead focused on watching Jess, who was explaining the inspiration behind her storm painting to a small group that included what appeared to be a vampire, 2 witches, and someone whose ears were definitely too pointed to be entirely human. She looked radiant. The black dress she'd borrowed from Zara highlighted the auburn in her hair, and her eyes practically glowed with excitement as she talked about her art. This was Jess in her element, confident, passionate, completely in control of her magic and her message. "She's amazing," he said without thinking. "Yes, she is," came a crisp voice from behind him. "Though I must say her technique could use some refinement." Kaelix turned to find Torrance standing near the back wall, immaculate as always, in a midnight blue suit that probably cost more than most people's cars. They held a champagne flute that sparkled with what was definitely not normal champagne, their silver eyes fixed on Jess with professional interest. "You came," Kaelix said, surprised despite himself. "I make it a policy to evaluate all potential business partners before finalizing contracts." Torrance gestured toward the artwork covering the walls, each piece humming with its own subtle magical energy. "Her raw power is impressive, but she lacks the precision that comes with formal training. She's been awakening her abilities for exactly 2 weeks, indeed, which makes her progress all the more remarkable." Torrance moved closer to examine a painting that seemed to shift between seasons as viewers watched. Spring blossoms melting into summer heat, autumn leaves falling into winter snow, an endless cycle contained within the frame. This one is particularly sophisticated, the temporal magic required for such seamless transitions. "She painted that yesterday," Kaelix said, unable to keep the pride from his voice. "Spent 3 hours on it while I was handling some paperwork for Henderson." 3 hours. Torrance made a note on their ever-present tablet. Most practitioners require months to achieve this level of temporal manipulation. Your influence on her development has been significant. There was something in their tone that made Kaelix look at them more carefully. "Is that a problem?" "On the contrary, it suggests that your partnership dynamic enhances both of your capabilities. Quite valuable from a productivity standpoint." Torrance took a sip of their definitely not champagne. "Speaking of which, I have preliminary approval for your contract modification." Kaelix's heart stopped. "Already?" "The revenue projections you provided were quite compelling. Hell's board of directors is eager to explore this new market opportunity." Torrance's smile was sharp, but not unkind. "Congratulations, Kaelix. You've successfully monetized romance." Before Kaelix could respond, the gallery's front door burst open with enough force to make the little bell above it sound like a fire alarm. Derek stumbled in, wild-eyed and clutching his phone like a lifeline. "Jess," he called out, his voice pitched several octaves higher than normal. "Thank God you're here. You have to make it stop."
The entire gallery turned to stare as Derek made his way through the crowd, completely oblivious to the fact that he'd just interrupted a supernatural art showing. His usually perfect hair looked like he'd been electrocuted. His clothes were wrinkled beyond repair, and there was a faint sound of auto-tuned elevator music following him like a very persistent ghost.
Derek? Jess broke away from her conversation, moving toward her ex with a mixture of concern and exasperation. What are you doing here? How did you even find this place?
I followed the sound, Derek said, gesturing wildly at his phone, which was now playing what sounded like a mariachi band having an existential crisis. It's been getting louder all day, like it was leading me somewhere. And then I saw the sign and thought, maybe you could. He trailed off as he finally noticed his surroundings. The obviously supernatural clientele, the artwork that definitely wasn't behaving according to normal physical laws, and Fernando waving a frond at him from his pot by the door.
What the hell is this place? Derek whispered.
A coffee shop? Jess said carefully. They're having an art showing. That painting just changed from winter to spring while I was looking at it. Contemporary art, Kaelix said smoothly, moving to stand beside Jess. Very avant-garde.
Derek's gaze bounced between them, then landed on Torrance, who was watching the proceedings with the clinical interest of someone observing a particularly fascinating experiment.
Right, Derek said slowly. Contemporary art. Sure. That's why everyone here looks like they stepped out of a fantasy novel. And there's a plant that keeps making commentary about my deeply troubled aura. Your aura is deeply troubled, Fernando confirmed helpfully. Also, you smell like desperation and energy drinks. When's the last time you slept? Derek stared at the talking plant for a long moment, then turned back to Jess with the expression of someone whose worldview had just shattered into a million pieces. This is all real, isn't it? He said quietly. The music, the weird tech glitches, all of it. You actually cursed me. I hexed you, Jess corrected. There's a difference. Curses are much more serious. You hexed me with actual magic. Derek laughed, but it sounded more like hysteria than humor.
Of course you did. Of course the woman I dumped for being unambitious turns out to be some kind of witch with magical powers and a supernatural boyfriend who looks like he stepped out of a magazine spread for very expensive suits monthly.
Ex-boyfriend? Torrance interjected smoothly. Miss Maxwell is currently in a committed partnership with Kaelix. The paperwork should be finalized within the week. Derek looked at Torrance like they'd just spoken in ancient Sumerian. Paperwork? Don't ask, Jess said quickly, then softened her voice. Derek, I'm sorry about the hex. I was angry and hurt, and I didn't really think it would work. But it's been escalating because... She paused, glancing around at the gallery full of supernatural beings who were all pretending not to listen while obviously hanging on every word. Because you got what you wanted, she finished. You moved on. Found someone who fits your 5-year plan, started living the life you thought you deserved. The magic doesn't know how to punish someone who's already happy. Derek was quiet for a long moment, his phone still playing what now sounded like a lullaby performed by a very sad accordion. When he spoke, his voice was smaller than Kaelix had ever heard it. I'm not happy, though. What? I'm not happy. Derek repeated, looking around the gallery with something that might have been wonder. Amanda's perfect on paper, but she doesn't laugh at my stupid jokes. She doesn't leave Post-it note drawings on my bathroom mirror. She doesn't make grilled cheese at midnight or get excited about finding a $20 bill in her jacket pocket. He looked directly at Jess. She's not you. The gallery had gone completely silent except for the gentle hum of magical artwork and Derek's phone, which had shifted to playing what sounded suspiciously like a very slow, very sad version of I Will Always Love You. Derek, Jess started. I know, he said quickly. I know it's too late. I know I screwed up. And I know you're with someone who actually appreciates what an amazing person you are. But I needed to say it. I needed you to know that I was wrong. About everything.
He gestured around the gallery, taking in the impossible art and the supernatural clientele and the general air of magic that permeated everything.
This is incredible, he said. You're incredible. And I was too stupid and too scared to see it. He looked at Kaelix with something that might have been respect. Take care of her. She's the best person I've ever known.
Derek's phone gave one final, mournful wheeze and fell silent.
The hex is broken, Kaelix observed, feeling the last traces of magical harassment dissipate into the air. Yeah, Jess said softly. I think it is.
Derek nodded, straightening his shoulders like someone who'd just set down a very heavy weight. I should go. Let you get back to your supernatural art opening.
Derek, Jess called as he reached the door. For what it's worth, I hope you find what you're looking for.
Thanks, Derek said. And for the first time since Kaelix had known him, he sounded genuinely sincere. I hope you two are really happy together. From the look of things, you deserve it. After Derek left, the gallery slowly returned to its previous buzz of conversation and artistic appreciation, but Kaelix could feel the emotional weight of the encounter settling over both of them like a blanket.
You okay? He asked quietly, moving closer to Jess.
Yeah, she said, then reconsidered. Actually, better than okay. That felt like closure, I guess. Like finally putting that chapter of my life to bed.
And how do you feel about that?
Jess looked around the gallery, at her artwork glowing with magical energy, at the supernatural beings discussing her pieces with genuine appreciation, at Torrance making notes about market potential on their tablet. Then she looked at Kaelix, and her smile was bright enough to power the entire building.
Ready for whatever comes next, she said.
Kaelix leaned down to press a soft kiss to her forehead, feeling their bond pulse with warmth and contentment. Around them, the gallery continued to buzz with excitement about her work. But all he could focus on was the woman in his arms and the impossible future they were building together.
Me too, he said.
From his spot by the door, Fernando rustled his leaves approvingly.
About time you two figured it out.
15. Derek's final scene. Derek's supernatural harassment reached peak absurdity on a Tuesday morning that started with his alarm clock playing what sounded like a funeral dirge, performed by caffeinated squirrels. By the time he stumbled to his bathroom, his smart mirror was displaying his reflection in sepia tones, while his electric toothbrush hummed the melody to taps. Standing in his kitchen, watching his coffee maker brew what appeared to be liquid disappointment. While his phone played a mariachi version of All by Myself, Derek finally accepted that his life had become a surreal nightmare of musical harassment. The small rain cloud that had been following him for the past week chose that moment to release a perfectly targeted sprinkle directly onto his toast. "This is insane," he muttered, then immediately regretted speaking when his smart speaker responded by playing what could only be described as elevator music remixed with whale songs. He'd tried everything. New devices, factory resets, even switching phone carriers. Nothing worked. The supernatural harassment followed him everywhere, adapting to whatever technology he used with the persistence of a very creative curse. Which, he was beginning to suspect, it probably was. Derek pulled out his phone, ignoring the way it was now playing what sounded like a lullaby, sung by very sad robots, and scrolled to Jess's contact. His thumb hovered over her number for a long moment before he finally pressed call. "Derek?" Jess's voice carried surprise and what might have been concern.
Everything okay?
No, he said honestly. Everything is definitely not okay. I need to see you, please. There was a pause, and he could hear voices in the background. Jess talking to someone, though he couldn't make out the words. Okay, she said finally. But, Derek, if this is about Amanda or getting back together... It's not, he interrupted quickly. I need to talk to you. About everything. About the music and the rain cloud and whatever's been happening to me since that night at your apartment. Another pause. You know where I live? Actually, I don't think your apartment is the right place for this conversation. What about that coffee shop? The one where you had the art show? Mystic Grounds? Jess sounded surprised. Are you sure? It's kind of weird there. Derek looked around his kitchen, where his refrigerator was now humming what sounded like a death march, while his microwave blinked the time in Morse code.
Weird sounds perfect right about now.
An hour later, Derek stood outside Mystic Grounds, his phone playing what could generously be called experimental jazz, while the rain cloud above his head drizzled with what seemed like deliberate spite. Through the window, he could see Jess sitting at a corner table with Kaelix, both of them watching him with expressions that suggested they were prepared for either an apology or a complete breakdown. The little bell above the door chimed as he entered, except instead of a normal chime, it played a few bars of sad trombone that made everyone in the coffee shop look up. Rough morning? Asked the purple-haired barista, Luna, he remembered from the art show, with the kind of amused sympathy usually reserved for natural disaster victims. Rough month, Derek corrected, making his way over to Jess's table. Mind if I sit? Please. Jess gestured to the empty chair, and Derek noticed that Kaelix had positioned himself where he could keep one eye on the door and the other on Derek. Protective, but not aggressive. Professional. Derek sat down, and his phone immediately shifted to playing what sounded like a funeral march, performed by a kazoo orchestra. So, Jess said gently, talk to me. Where to even start? Derek looked around the coffee shop, taking in details he'd missed during his panic at the art show. The way the plants seemed to turn toward whoever was talking, the subtle shimmer around some of the customers that suggested they weren't entirely human, the general air of barely contained magic that made his skin prickle. This place is really magical, isn't it? He said finally. Like, actually magical, not just trendy, mystical aesthetic. Yeah, Jess said. It really is. And you're really a witch. I prefer magical artist. But sure. And he's really a demon. Derek glanced at Kaelix, who inclined his head with the kind of formal politeness that somehow managed to be both respectful and slightly threatening. Technically, I'm a supernatural administrative specialist, Kaelix corrected, though demon is accurate. Derek nodded, like this was all perfectly normal conversation material.
Right. Supernatural administrative specialist. Of course. He looked back at Jess. So, when you said you hexed me, you meant you actually, literally hexed me. With real magic. I did. And I'm sorry about that, by the way. I was angry and hurt, and I didn't really think it would work. But it did work. Obviously. Derek gestured at his phone, which was now playing what sounded like a very slow, very sad version of the wheels on the bus. The question is, how do I make it stop? Jess and Kaelix exchanged a look that contained about 17 different layers of silent communication. That's complicated, Jess said finally. Complicated how? The hex isn't really about punishment, Kaelix explained, his tone taking on the kind of professional efficiency Derek was beginning to recognize. It's about balance, magical justice, if you will. It escalates when the target's behavior doesn't align with the universe's sense of fairness. The universe has opinions about fairness? The universe has very strong opinions about how people treat each other, Jess said. especially people they're supposed to care about. Derek was quiet for a moment, processing this. So the reason it's gotten worse is because deep down, you know you treated me badly, Jess finished. And until you actually address that, really address it, not just apologize because you want the music to stop, the magic will keep escalating. I did apologize. At the art show, you acknowledged that you were wrong, Kaelix corrected. That's different from understanding why you were wrong, or demonstrating that you've learned from it. Derek stared at them both, feeling like he was receiving relationship counseling from a supernatural tribunal, which, given the circumstances, he probably was. Okay, he said slowly. So what exactly do I need to do here? Because I'm pretty sure my presentation to the Meridian Industries Board is going to go very badly if my laptop starts playing circus music in the middle of my quarterly projections. Jess leaned forward, her expression serious but not unkind. You need to figure out what you actually want, Derek, not what you think you should want, or what looks good on paper, or what fits into your 5-year plan. What you actually want. I want the magical harassment to stop. That's what you want to stop happening. What do you want to start happening? The question hit him like a physical blow. When was the last time anyone had asked him what he wanted? When was the last time he'd asked himself? I don't know, he admitted quietly. Then that's where you start, Jess said. Figure out what actually makes you happy. Not what you think should make you happy, what actually does. Derek's phone had gone quiet, he realized. For the first time in weeks, there was no background soundtrack of supernatural harassment following him around. It stopped, he said, looking at the device in wonder. Honesty is powerful magic, Kaelix observed. Admitting you don't know what you want is often the first step toward figuring it out. But what about Amanda? My job. The 5-year plan. Derek heard himself asking, though the questions felt hollow, even as he spoke them. What about them? Jess asked. Are they making you happy? Derek thought about Amanda's perfectly organized life, her color-coded calendar, her strategic approach to relationships. He thought about his job, the endless client meetings and performance reviews and corporate ladder climbing that had seemed so important just months ago. No, he said finally. They're not. Then maybe it's time to try something different. Like what? I don't know, Jess said with a smile. That's kind of the point. You get to figure it out. Derek looked around the coffee shop again, at the obvious magic humming in the air, and the impossible plants, and the people who were clearly not entirely human, at Jess, who looked happier and more confident than he'd ever seen her. At Kaelix, who was watching him with something that might have been sympathy. Can I ask you something? Derek said to Jess. Sure. Are you happy? Really happy? Jess glanced at Kaelix, and the smile that spread across her face was like watching sunrise over Brooklyn. Yeah, I really am. Good, Derek said, and meant it. That's really good. He stood up, feeling lighter than he had in months. His phone stayed quiet, and when he looked up, the rain cloud was gone. Thank you, he said, for the honesty, and for not turning me into a toad or whatever. Toads are amphibians, Kaelix said seriously. Transmutation spells require significantly more advanced magical training than simple hexes. Derek stared at him for a moment, then started laughing. Real laughter, not the polite chuckles he perfected for client meetings. You know what? I'm going to miss you guys. In a weird, completely surreal way. You could always come back, Jess offered. Once you figure out what makes you happy. The magical community is more welcoming than you might think. Thanks, but I think I need to figure out the regular world first before I start exploring the magical one. Derek paused at their table. For what it's worth, you two are perfect together. Anyone with half a brain could see it.
Apparently, I don't have half a brain, Jess said wryly.
Apparently, neither of us did, Derek replied. But better late than never, right? He made it halfway to the door before turning back. Jess?
Yeah?
For the record, you were never unambitious. You were just ambitious about different things than I understood. He looked directly at Kaelix. Take care of her. She's extraordinary.
I know,
Kaelix replied simply. Derek nodded and walked out into the Brooklyn morning, his phone silent and his head clear for the first time in months. He had no idea what came next, whether he'd break up with Amanda, quit his job, or completely upend his carefully planned life. But for the first time in years, the uncertainty felt like possibility instead of failure. I was back inside Mystic Grounds. Jess and Kaelix sat in comfortable silence, watching through the window as Derek walked away with something that looked suspiciously like hope in his step.
Think he'll be okay? Jess asked.
I think he'll figure it out, Kaelix replied. Humans are remarkably adaptable when they stop fighting themselves.
Speaking from experience?
Speaking from observation. Kaelix reached across the table to take her hand. Though I may have some personal insight into the benefits of unexpected life changes, Jess grinned. Like accidentally getting summoned by a wine-drunk graphic designer? Like discovering that home isn't a place or a plan. It's a person who makes grilled cheese at midnight and thinks your terrible opinions about nutrition are charming. That's very romantic for a supernatural administrative specialist. I'm a demon of many talents. From the corner of the coffee shop, Fernando rustled his leaves approvingly. About time Derek figured out he was the problem. I was getting tired of all that negative energy every time he showed up. You knew he'd figure it out? Jess asked. Honey, I've been watching humans make bad choices for 43 years. Derek's not a bad person, just a confused one. Sometimes it takes a little magical intervention to help people see clearly. Jess squeezed Kaelix's hand, feeling their bond pulse with warmth and contentment. Around them, the coffee shop hummed with magical energy and quiet conversation, the sound of a community that had made space for both of them. So, she said, one ex-boyfriend crisis resolved. What's next on our supernatural agenda? Truth-binding ceremony tomorrow, Kaelix replied. Followed by, hopefully, official approval for our interdimensional business partnership. And after that we get to find out what happens when a demon and a magical artist try to build a life together in Brooklyn. Sounds perfect, Jess said. And sitting there in Mystic Grounds, surrounded by magic and possibility and the best kind of chosen family. It really did. The ultimatum. Kaelix was halfway through his morning coffee when his phone erupted in the kind of notification cascade that could only mean one thing. Hell was having a very bad day. The screen displayed 37 missed calls, 89 unread messages, and what appeared to be an urgent summons, marked with the kind of infernal priority coding usually reserved for interdimensional incidents, or Henderson accidentally setting the break room microwave on fire again. Work emergency? Jess asked, looking up from her laptop where she'd been responding to commission requests from supernatural clients. The gallery opening had generated more interest than either of them had anticipated. Apparently. Kaelix accepted the incoming video call with the resignation of someone who knew exactly how this conversation was going to go. Torrance' face filled the screen, their usual professional composure strained around the edges in a way that suggested they'd been dealing with bureaucratic chaos for several hours. Kaelix, they said without preamble, we have a problem. Good morning to you as well, Torrance. I trust you slept well? I don't sleep. And neither should you, given the circumstances. Torrance consulted their ever-present tablet with sharp, efficient movements. The Department of Petty Inconveniences has descended into complete anarchy in your continued absence. Henderson somehow managed to file 3,000 incident reports in the wrong dimensional category. Belphegor has been using the coffee machine to brew what he claims are productivity potions. And don't get me started on what happened when someone left Visago in charge of the filing system. Kaelix felt a familiar stab of guilt. Surely the situation isn't that dire. Visago organized everything by emotional resonance instead of case number, Torrent interrupted. We now have 17 separate reality tears where paperwork has achieved sentience and is demanding union representation. That's concerning. Concerning doesn't begin to cover it. We've had to call in emergency consultants from 3 different circles, and the overtime costs alone are bankrupting the department. Torrent's silver eyes fixed on him with laser-like intensity. Which brings me to why I'm calling. Kaelix felt his chest tighten. Through their bond, he could sense Jess's growing anxiety as she picked up on his emotional state. I'm listening. Hell's Board of Directors has reviewed your situation and determined that your extended absence has become problematic. While they appreciate the revenue potential of your proposed business venture, they can no longer afford to have their most competent administrative specialist playing house in the mortal realm. I see. Do you? Because I'm not certain you understand the gravity of the situation. Torrent leaned forward, their perfect composure cracking slightly. This isn't just about your department anymore, Kaelix. Your absence has created a cascade failure across multiple divisions. Other departments are requesting transfers to avoid the chaos. Morale is at an all-time low. And yesterday, 3 junior demons filed formal complaints claiming that working conditions have become unreasonably disorganized. Kaelix closed his eyes. In 3 centuries of bureaucratic service, he'd never heard of demons filing complaints about workplace organization. The situation must be truly catastrophic. What are you asking me to do? I'm not asking, Torrent said flatly. I'm issuing a direct order from Hell's Executive Council. You have 48 hours to return to your duties and restore order to your department. This is not negotiable. And if I refuse? Then you'll face formal charges for dereliction of duty, abandonment of post, and willful negligence resulting in interdimensional property damage. Torrent's voice dropped to the kind of register that made reality itself seem less stable. The penalty for which, as you are well aware, is essence dissolution. The words hit Kaelix like a physical blow. Essence dissolution. Complete magical obliteration, as if he'd never existed at all. The supernatural equivalent of being erased from existence. 48 hours, he repeated numbly. 48 hours, Torrent confirmed. And Kaelix? This time there will be no extensions, no negotiations, no creative interpretations of policy. The Council has made its position clear. Hell's operational efficiency takes precedence over individual sentiment. The call ended, leaving Kaelix staring at his darkened phone screen while his carefully constructed world crumbled around him. That sounded bad, Jess said quietly, though through their bond he could feel that she'd caught enough of the conversation to understand exactly how bad. Hell is experiencing some difficulties in my absence, Kaelix said, his voice sounding strange to his own ears. More than I anticipated. How bad is it, really? Kaelix looked at her, at the woman who'd accidentally summoned him into her chaotic, beautiful life and somehow convinced him that home wasn't a place but a person. At the art supplies scattered across their coffee table, evidence of commissions that could launch her magical career. At Fernando offering silent moral support from his spot by the window. Bad enough that they're willing to dissolve my essence if I don't return immediately to fix it. Dissolve your essence? Jess's voice climbed toward panic. That's the supernatural death thing, isn't it? Complete magical obliteration, yes. Then you have to go back. The words came out flat, emotionless, but Kaelix could feel the devastation behind them through their bond. You have to go back and fix whatever's wrong. Jess! No, don't. She stood abruptly, moving to the window where she could look out at Brooklyn without having to meet his eyes. Don't try to make this about choice when we both know there isn't one. You can't let yourself be erased from existence because I accidentally summoned you into my problems.
You didn't accidentally summon me into your problems, Kaelix said, standing as well. You summoned me into the best 2 weeks of my very long existence. 2 weeks that are about to get you killed. 2 weeks that showed me what I was missing. He moved to stand behind her, close enough to touch but not quite daring to. Jess, I spent 3 centuries believing that duty and efficiency were the highest forms of existence. You taught me that there are things worth more than obligation. Like what? Like waking up every morning to the sound of you humming in the kitchen. Like watching you paint and seeing the exact moment when inspiration hits. Like sharing grilled cheese at midnight while you explain why pineapple belongs on pizza. His voice broke slightly. Like finding someone who looks at me and sees not just what I am, but who I could be. Jess turned then, and he could see tears tracking down her cheeks. That's exactly why you have to go back. Because you're not just what you are. You're someone who spent 3 centuries building something important, and you can't let that all fall apart because of me. It's not falling apart because of you. It's falling apart because I chose to stay. And now you're choosing to go back? The words hung between them, heavy with inevitability. Kaelix wanted to argue, to find some loophole or alternative solution that would let him stay in this impossible life they'd built together. But he'd spent too many centuries in hell's bureaucracy to believe in miraculous last-minute saves. The truth-binding ceremony, he said quietly. If we can complete the contract modification before the deadline. 48 hours, Jess interrupted. You said they gave you 48 hours. The ceremony isn't scheduled until the end of the week. I know. So what are you saying? That you're going to go back to hell? Clean up whatever supernatural disaster Henderson created? And then somehow convince them to let you return for a magical truth ceremony that might not even work? Kaelix was quiet, because when she put it like that, it sounded as impossible as it was. There has to be another way, Jess said, but even she didn't sound convinced. Perhaps if I could delegate the crisis management to someone competent. Is there anyone competent in your department besides you? Not precisely. Then there's no way to fix it without you being there personally. No! Jess sank down onto the couch, burying her face in her hands. Through their bond, Kaelix could feel her trying to process the magnitude of what they were facing. Not just separation, but the potential end of everything they'd built together. How long? She asked without looking up. How long what? How long would it take you to fix everything? To get the department back to normal? Kaelix considered the scope of what Torrance had described. Reality tears, sentient paperwork, interdimensional union disputes, weeks, possibly months depending on how thorough a mess they've made. And hell would just let you come back after that? No questions asked? I don't know. The honesty hurt. Torrance seemed to think the business proposal had merit. But that was before this crisis. Now they're more interested in getting their competent manager back than in innovative business ventures. Yes. Jess was quiet for a long moment, and Kaelix found himself memorizing everything about the scene. The way the afternoon light caught the auburn in her hair, the small furrow between her eyebrows when she was thinking hard. The way Fernando's leaves rustled softly in the breeze from the window. What? I understand why you have to go. If I had employees depending on me, if my leaving meant other people would suffer, I'd make the same choice. She looked up at him, and her smile was heartbreaking in its acceptance. I hate that I understand. But I do. Kaelix felt something break inside his chest. This was why he loved her. not just for her creativity or her kindness, but for her ability to see the bigger picture, even when it destroyed her own happiness. "Jess, don't," she said, standing and moving toward him. "Don't say goodbye yet. We still have 48 hours. Let's not waste them on sadness." She reached for his hands, threading their fingers together, and he could feel her determination through their bond, the decision to make their remaining time count, rather than mourn what they were losing. "What do you want to do?" he asked. "Everything," she said simply. "I want to do everything we can in 48 hours. I want to paint while you read me the financial reports. I want to make terrible coffee and watch you fix it. I want to argue about proper nutrition while we eat grilled cheese for breakfast. I want to pretend this is just another normal day in our completely abnormal life. And then we'll figure out how to survive whatever comes next." Kaelix pulled her closer, feeling their bond pulse with shared resolve. Outside, Brooklyn hummed with its usual chaos, but inside their apartment felt suspended in borrowed time. 48 hours, he said. 48 hours, she agreed. From his spot by the window, Fernando rustled his leaves sadly. "You know, for once I really hope you two are wrong about something." But they all knew better than to hope for miracles. Sometimes love meant making impossible choices. Sometimes duty really did come first. Sometimes 48 hours was all you got. 17. The Almost Confession. Jess stared at her reflection in the bathroom mirror, applying mascara with a kind of precision usually reserved for nuclear disarmament. Tonight was their last night together, possibly forever, and she was determined to make it count. She'd spent the afternoon preparing what could only be described as the most romantic evening her tiny apartment had ever seen. Homemade pasta sauce simmered on the stove, from an actual recipe, not her usual dump whatever's in the fridge into a pan approach. Candles flickered on every available surface, and she'd even managed to coax her ancient sound system into playing something more sophisticated than her usual songs to paint to playlist. The plan was simple: dinner, conversation, and finally telling Kaelix exactly how she felt about him. Not the tentative confessions they'd been dancing around, but the full truth. The kind of honesty that the upcoming truth-binding ceremony would demand anyway. If they were going to be separated, she wanted him to know exactly what he meant to her. "You're being ridiculous," she told her reflection, then immediately applied more lipstick because, ridiculous or not, she wanted to look good while having her heart broken. In the main room, Kaelix was setting the small table with the kind of meticulous attention to detail that had become both endearing and slightly maddening over the past 2 weeks. He'd conjured actual cloth napkins from somewhere, and the mismatched plates she'd inherited from her grandmother looked almost elegant under his careful arrangement. "Something smells incredible," he said as she emerged from the bathroom. "Please tell me you didn't spend the entire afternoon cooking for my benefit." The words came out lighter than she'd intended, but she caught the way Kaelix's expression tightened briefly before he masked it with professional composure. "Jess, about tomorrow." "No." She moved to the stove, stirring the sauce with perhaps more force than necessary. "No talking about tomorrow tonight. Tonight is just tonight. Normal dinner, normal conversation, normal evening for two people who definitely aren't facing supernatural deadline crises." "Normal," Kaelix repeated, moving to stand beside her. "I'm not certain either of us has ever qualified as normal. Then tonight, we fake it." She turned to face him properly, taking in the way he'd dressed for their impromptu date night. No tie, shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, hair slightly mussed in a way that suggested he'd been running his hands through it. He looked relaxed and worried and heartbreakingly handsome all at once. "You look beautiful," he said quietly, and the sincerity in his voice made her chest tighten. You clean up pretty well yourself. They stood there in her tiny kitchen, surrounded by the evidence of their domestic life. His reading glasses on the counter, her art supplies scattered across every surface, Fernando offering silent moral support from his spot by the window. And Jess felt her heart do something complicated in her chest. This was what she was going to lose. Not just Kaelix, but this whole life they'd accidentally built together. Dinner, she said firmly, before she could start crying into the pasta sauce. Let's eat before everything gets cold. They settled at the table, and for a while it almost worked. The conversation flowed easily. Kaelix told her stories about his more ridiculous colleagues. Apparently, Belphegor had once tried to organize the entire filing system by color, which had resulted in several minor interdimensional incidents. And Jess shared tales from her art school days that made him laugh in that surprised way that suggested he didn't get enough practice at it. The pasta was actually edible. The wine made everything feel slightly less desperate, and for stretches of time, Jess could almost pretend this was just another normal evening in their not normal life. It was only when they'd finished eating and moved to the couch that the weight of their situation settled back over them like a blanket. Thank you, Kaelix said, pulling her against his side with the kind of careful tenderness that made her want to cry. For dinner, for all of this. These past 2 weeks have been the best of my very long existence. Mine too, Jess said, settling into the curve of his arm. Even with all the chaos and supernatural disasters and Derek's musical harassment, especially because of all that. His voice was soft, contemplative. I spent 3 centuries believing that order and predictability were the highest forms of existence. You showed me what I was missing. What were you missing? Surprise! Joy! Someone who makes even mundane moments feel extraordinary. He pressed a kiss to the top of her head. The possibility that home isn't a place, it's a person. Jess felt tears prick at her eyes. This was it. This was the moment she'd been building toward all evening. Time to be brave, time to be honest, time to tell him exactly how she felt before they ran out of time entirely. Kaelix, she started, turning to face him properly. I mean to tell you something. The lights went out, not just in her apartment. Through the window, they could see the entire block plunging into darkness as the power grid flickered and died. In the distance, car alarms began wailing as traffic lights failed throughout Brooklyn. What the hell? Jess stood up, moving to the window. Outside, she could see people spilling onto the sidewalks, phones glowing like modern torches as everyone tried to figure out what had happened. It's not a normal blackout, Kaelix said grimly, joining her at the window. Look, he pointed toward the sky, where the aurora borealis, definitely not supposed to be visible from New York City, was painting the darkness in shades of green and gold. The magical display was beautiful and absolutely terrifying in its implications. That's not normal, Jess said. That's the veil weakening, Kaelix corrected. Halloween's still weeks away, but something's causing massive supernatural disruption. As if summoned by his words, Jess's phone erupted in notifications. Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, every social media platform she used was pinging with alerts. My art, she realized, scrolling through the chaos. It's spreading again. She showed him her phone screen, where her original magical painting was being shared at an exponential rate. But this time, the comments were different, more urgent, more desperate. I can't stop looking at this. This is the only thing keeping me calm right now. Does anyone know where this came from? I need more. It's responding to the collective anxiety, Kaelix said, reading over her shoulder. The power outage, the supernatural display. People are scared, and your art is providing comfort. The magic is amplifying in response to the emotional need. Is that bad? Before he could answer,
Her phone rang. Zara's contact photo filled the screen. Jess? Thank God. Are you seeing this? The whole city's going crazy. People are gathering in parks and public spaces, all carrying devices with your artwork on them. It's like... Zara's voice was tight with controlled panic. It's like they're being called somewhere. Through the window, they could see it starting already. People emerging from buildings, moving with the same purposeful determination they'd witnessed at her apartment building days earlier. All of them carrying phones, tablets, laptops, anything that could display her magical art. They're coming here, Jess realized. Aren't they? The magic is calling them to the source, Kaelix confirmed. You're the anchor point for the enchantment. As it grows stronger, the pull becomes more irresistible. More sirens in the distance. More people in the street. All moving in the same direction with the peaceful but determined expressions of pilgrims on a holy journey. This is bad, Jess said. This is catastrophic, Kaelix corrected. Mass supernatural influence on this scale will attract every magical authority on the East Coast. Not to mention mundane authorities trying to figure out what's causing the crowd. Can we stop it? Not without severing your connection to the original artwork entirely, which would likely cause massive magical backlash and possibly permanent damage to my abilities, Jess finished. Right, so we're basically screwed. Kaelix turned to face her, his storm gray eyes serious in the candlelight.
Not screwed. Challenged.
What's the difference? The difference is that we face whatever comes next together.
He reached for her hands, threading the fingers together.
Whatever happens with the crowd, whatever magical authorities show up, whatever chaos erupts around us, we handle it as a team. Jess felt something warm and fierce bloom in her chest. Even though you have to leave tomorrow, especially because I have to leave tomorrow. His voice was steady, certain.
If these are our last hours together, I want to spend them showing you exactly how extraordinary you are.
Outside, the crowd was growing larger, drawn by magic they didn't understand toward a woman who was only beginning to comprehend her own power. The aurora borealis danced across the Brooklyn sky, and somewhere in the distance, supernatural authorities were probably mobilizing to investigate the disturbance. But inside her small apartment, surrounded by candles and the evidence of their impossible life together, Jess felt oddly calm. So, she said, squeezing his hands, what exactly do we do when several thousand people show up outside my building because my art is magically compelling them to find me? We improvise, Kaelix said, his smile both confident and slightly terrifying. I am, after all, a demon with 8 centuries of crisis management experience. And I'm a graphic designer with 2 weeks of magical training and a really inconvenient tendency to create viral supernatural content. Perfect partnership, really. Jess grinned, feeling the last of her fear transform into determination. Let's go save Brooklyn from my magical art, then. After you, Kaelix said, gesturing toward the door with a formal bow that was both ridiculous and oddly romantic. As they headed toward what was likely to be the most chaotic night of their lives, Jess realized she'd never gotten to tell him how she felt. But watching him face supernatural crisis with the kind of calm competence that made her heart race, she thought maybe actions would speak louder than words anyway. Besides, if they survived whatever was about to happen, she'd have plenty of time to explain exactly how much she loved him. And if they didn't survive, well, at least they'd go down fighting together. 18. Zara's prophecy. Zara had always prided herself on being the practical one. While Jess painted her feelings and made questionable life decisions, Zara researched solutions and kept backup plans for her backup plans. So when she woke up at 3 a.m. with her head full of visions that felt more real than the pillow under her cheek, her first instinct was to reach for her phone and start taking notes. The visions hit her in waves, each one crystal clear,
and absolutely terrifying in its implications. Flash, Jess standing in a courtroom that wasn't quite a courtroom, surrounded by beings in expensive suits with 2 sharp teeth, her eyes dull, lifeless, all the magical spark extinguished, like someone had blown out a candle. Flash, Kaelix in what looked like an infernal office building, filing paperwork with mechanical precision while something vital had been surgically removed from his soul. Flash, the same courtroom but different, Jess and Kaelix facing the tribunal together, their hands linked, magic crackling between them like lightning, but the outcome unclear, the consequences unknown. Zara sat up in bed, her heart pounding as the images settled into her memory with uncomfortable clarity. She'd been having hunches for weeks now, but this was different. This felt like prophecy, and prophecy, she was beginning to understand, came with responsibilities. 20 minutes later, she was dressed and heading toward Brooklyn, her laptop bag slung over her shoulder, and Fernando's traveling pot carefully secured in a canvas tote. She'd texted Jess about the power outage and the crowds, but she hadn't mentioned the visions. How exactly did you explain to your best friend that you'd just witnessed 2 possible futures for her relationship, both of them heartbreaking in different ways? The streets were chaos. Emergency vehicles raced toward Brooklyn, while crowds of people moved in the opposite direction, all carrying devices displaying Jess's artwork. The aurora borealis still painted the sky in impossible colors, and Zara could feel the magic in the air like electricity before a storm. Her phone buzzed with a text from Jess. "Heading out to deal with supernatural crowd situation. If you don't hear from us by morning, call that lawyer witch we found." Zara typed back quickly. "On my way. Don't do anything heroic without backup." By the time she reached Jess's neighborhood, the situation had escalated beyond anything she could have imagined. Police barricades blocked the main streets. News vans crowded the intersections, and what appeared to be several thousand people had gathered in Prospect Park, all staring at their devices with expressions of peaceful devotion. "This is insane," she muttered, making her way through the crowd toward the park entrance. "This is absolutely..." "Zara!" She turned to see Jess and Kaelix approaching through the throng, both of them looking like they'd been through a supernatural blender. Jess's dress was wrinkled and her hair had escaped its careful styling, while Kaelix's shirt sleeves were rolled up and his tie was completely missing. "Thank God you're here," Jess said, pulling her into a quick hug. "This is so much worse than we thought." "How worse?" Zara asked, though the scene around them pretty much spoke for itself. "The magical pull is getting stronger," Kaelix explained, his voice carrying the kind of controlled tension that suggested he was operating on pure adrenaline. "More people are arriving every hour, and they're not just from New York. We've got reports of crowds forming in other cities wherever the artwork has been shared." "So this is going national?" "International," Jess corrected grimly. "Someone posted it on Instagram with geolocation tags. Luna says there are similar gatherings starting in London and Tokyo." Zara felt her stomach drop. The visions hadn't shown her the global scope of the crisis. "What are the authorities saying?" "The mundane authorities think it's some kind of social media phenomenon," Kaelix said. "Mass hysteria triggered by viral content. They're not wrong, exactly, but they're missing the magical component entirely." "And the supernatural authorities?" "That's the problem," Jess said. "They're mobilizing. Luna got word that emergency tribunals are being convened in multiple realms. Everyone wants to know who's responsible for the largest accidental magical influence event in recorded history." Zara looked around at the peaceful crowd, all of them bathed in the ethereal light of the aurora. "They don't look dangerous." "They're not," Kaelix agreed, "but the magical disruption they're creating is affecting the fundamental structure of reality. If it continues to escalate..." "Reality tears," Jess finished. "Permanent damage to the veil between realms, basically apocalyptic consequences from my Instagram post." "Right!" Zara pulled out her laptop, settling onto a nearby bench. "Then we need to fix this, and I think I might know how." She looked up at both of them, taking in their exhausted faces and the way they instinctively moved closer together when stressed. The visions crystallized in her memory, and she made a decision that felt both terrifying and inevitable. I need to tell you both something about what I saw.
Saw when?
Jess asked, settling beside her on the bench. About 3 hours ago, I had visions, I guess, really clear ones, about what happens next. Zara opened her laptop and pulled up her notes, organized with the kind of systematic efficiency that had gotten her through 6 years of corporate crisis management. 2 possible outcomes for the tribunal hearing. Kaelix went very still. What tribunal hearing? The one that's going to happen tomorrow morning, Zara said, consulting her notes. Emergency session, multiple realm representatives, formal charges being filed against both of you for unauthorized mass magical influence. Both of us? Jess's voice climbed toward panic. But Kaelix wasn't even involved in the original spell. He's bound to you through the soul contract. Legally, you're considered joint operators of any magical workings. Zara looked between them, which means you'll face the tribunal together. And the 2 outcomes? Kaelix asked, his bureaucratic instincts obviously engaging despite the circumstances. Zara took a deep breath. Option 1, they find you guilty and void the contract as punishment. Jess loses her magical abilities permanently. You get reassigned to some kind of supernatural purgatory, and neither of you ever sees the other again. That's horrible, Jess whispered. Option 2 is complicated. Zara pulled up another set of notes. They offer you a choice. Voluntary contract modification with full magical disclosure, but the terms are unknown. Could be anything from exile to permanent binding to... She trailed off, realizing she didn't actually know what supernatural authorities considered appropriate punishment for reality-threatening Instagram posts. Did you see which outcome actually happens? Kaelix asked. No. The visions cut off at the moment of choice, but there was something else. Zara closed her laptop and looked directly at them. In both visions, the key factor wasn't the legal arguments or the magical evidence. It was whether you 2 could be completely honest about your feelings in front of the tribunal. Honest how? Like truth-binding level honest. No holding back, no careful wording, no trying to protect each other from the consequences. Complete emotional transparency. Zara felt heat rise in her cheeks. Which, by the way, you're both terrible at. We are not, Jess started. Jess, you spent this entire evening planning to confess your feelings and didn't manage to actually do it, Zara interrupted. And Kaelix, you've been in love with her since approximately day 3, but keep framing it as professional partnership because you're terrified of being vulnerable. Both of them stared at her, then at each other, then back at her. You can see that? Kaelix asked. Honey, everyone can see that. You 2 are about as subtle as a supernatural incident report. Zara pulled Fernando's pot out of her bag and set it on the bench between them. Fernando, back me up here. Oh, they're definitely in love, Fernando confirmed cheerfully. Have been for ages. It's very sweet and also very frustrating to watch. See? Zara gestured triumphantly. Even the plant knows. Fernando's very observant, Jess said weakly. Fernando's a succulent with better relationship instincts than both of you combined. Zara leaned forward, fixing them with her most serious expression. Look, I don't know exactly what's going to happen tomorrow, but I know that the only way you get through it is together. Really together. Not just contractually bound. Around them, the crowd continued to grow, drawn by magic they didn't understand. Emergency vehicles flashed in the distance, and somewhere in the supernatural bureaucracy, tribunals were being convened to decide their fate. So, what do we do? Jess asked quietly. We practice, Zara said firmly. We spend the rest of the night figuring out how to be completely honest with each other, so when the time comes, you don't freeze up or hide behind professional language or try to protect each other from the truth. Practice emotional honesty, Kaelix repeated, like he was trying to translate the concept into something his bureaucratic brain could process.
Practice saying what you actually feel instead of what you think you should feel. Zara opened her laptop again. I'm going to ask you questions, and you're going to answer them. Honestly. No hedging, no deflecting. No, it's complicated. This is terrifying, Jess said. Good. If it's not terrifying, you're not being honest enough. Zara looked between them. First question. Jess, what scares you most about the tribunal tomorrow?
Jess was quiet for a moment, staring at her hands. When she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. That they'll decide I'm not worth the trouble I've caused. That Kaelix will realize he's better off going back to his old life than staying bound to someone who accidentally creates international magical incidents.
Kaelix, Zara continued, without giving him time to reassure Jess. Same question.
That I'll lose her, he said immediately. That I'll have to go back to existing instead of living, and I'll spend eternity knowing what I gave up. The honesty hung between them like a bridge neither had known how to build.
Better, Zara said, making notes, but still too safe. We need to go deeper. For the next 2 hours, while Brooklyn dealt with supernatural chaos and emergency crews tried to manage the growing crowds, Zara put Jess and Kaelix through what could only be described as accelerated relationship therapy. She asked about fears and dreams and the exact moment they've fallen in love. She made them practice saying difficult truths and admitting embarrassing feelings and explaining what they actually wanted from their impossible future.
By dawn, they were exhausted, emotionally raw, and more honest with each other than either had been with anyone in their entire lives. One more question, Zara said as the first light began to creep over Brooklyn. If the tribunal offers you a choice between safety and each other, what do you choose?
Each other, they said simultaneously without hesitation.
Every time?
Zara pressed.
Every time, Jess confirmed.
Without question, Kaelix agreed.
Zara smiled and closed her laptop. Then you're ready.
In the distance, sirens wailed as more emergency vehicles arrived to deal with the ongoing crowd situation. But here in the park, surrounded by thousands of people drawn together by accidental magic, 3 friends and a prophetic succulent had spent the night preparing for the most important conversation of their lives.
Whatever happens, Zara said, packing Fernando back into his traveling pot, you face it together, and you tell the truth. All of it.
What if the truth isn't enough? Jess asked.
Then at least you'll know you tried everything.
Zara stood, slinging her laptop bag over her shoulder. Besides, you've got something most people don't.
What's that?
A love story that's already survived accidental demon summoning, viral magical art, supernatural bureaucracy, and Derek's musical harassment. Zara grinned. If that's not tribunal proof, I don't know what is.
As they made their way back through the crowd toward whatever awaited them,
Zara felt the weight of prophecy settling around them like destiny. She'd done everything she could to prepare them. Now it was up to love, truth, and the supernatural justice system to figure out the rest.
19.
The Ravine Revelation. Following Zara's suggestion, Kaelix took Jess to Prospect Park's ravine for what he claimed was a magical ritual to strengthen her power before the final confrontation with the supernatural authorities. In reality, he was planning to perform a separation ritual that would break their soul bond and free her from any consequences of his defiance of hell. The ravine was exactly as he remembered it from his research. A secluded wooded area within the park where the ley lines intersected, creating a natural amplifier for magical workings.
Dense trees created privacy from the ongoing crowd situation, and the small stream running through the clearing provided the flowing water element essential for separation spells. What he hadn't counted on was how the natural magic would interact with their strengthened soul bond. "This place feels intense," Jess said, stepping into the stone circle that had been worn smooth by decades of magical use. "Like there's electricity in the air." "Ley line intersection," Kaelix explained, pulling the necessary supplies from his bag: candles, salt, a silver bowl he'd conjured from thin air. "The magical energy here is particularly strong." "Strong enough to do what, exactly?" Jess settled cross-legged on the grass, watching him arrange the ritual components with practiced efficiency. "Because I have to say, after Zara's whole emotional honesty boot camp, I'm feeling pretty powerful already." Kaelix paused in his preparations. He'd been hoping to ease into the explanation, but Jess's direct question left him no choice but to be honest. "Strong enough to break our soul bond," he said quietly. The words landed between them like a bomb. "I'm sorry, what?" Jess scrambled to her feet, her voice climbing toward panic. "Break our soul bond? Why would we want to break our soul bond?" "Because the tribunal tomorrow isn't going to end well for either of us," Kaelix said, continuing his ritual setup with careful precision. "Best case scenario, they void the contract and you lose your magical abilities. Worst case, they decide you're a threat to dimensional stability and bind your powers permanently, while exiling both of us to separate realms. So your solution is to break up with me preemptively. My solution is to free you from the consequences of my poor decisions." Kaelix lit the first candle, his hands steady despite the turmoil in his chest. "If there's no soul bond, there's no joint responsibility. You can claim the magical incidents were entirely my doing, return to your normal life, and avoid supernatural prosecution altogether." "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard," Jess said flatly. "It's logical, strategic. It protects you from..." "From what? From being happy? From finally finding someone who loves me exactly as I am?" Jess moved closer, and Kaelix could feel her anger and hurt radiating through their bond. "Or are you protecting yourself from having to admit you care about me more than your precious bureaucratic reputation?" The accusation hit home. Kaelix's hands stilled over the ritual components. "This isn't about reputation," he said. "Then what's it about? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're running away." "I'm trying to save you." "From what? A relationship with someone who thinks you're worth fighting for?" Jess's voice cracked. "Newsflash, Kaelix, I don't need saving. I need you to stop making decisions about my life without consulting me." The ravine's natural magic pulsed around them, responding to their emotional intensity. Kaelix could feel it amplifying everything: their anger, their fear, their love. The truth he'd been trying to avoid rose in his throat like a tide. "I'm terrified," he said, the words torn from somewhere deep in his chest. "I'm absolutely terrified that you'll realize I'm not worth all of this chaos. That you'll wake up tomorrow and decide a demonic bureaucrat with abandonment issues isn't worth fighting hell's entire legal system for." "And I'm terrified that you'll decide I'm too much trouble," Jess shot back. "That you'll go back to hell and realize your perfectly organized life was better without a chaotic artist who accidentally creates international magical incidents." They stared at each other across the stone circle, both breathing hard, the ritual components forgotten between them. The magic in the air crackled with the intensity of their emotions, making the very ground beneath their feet hum with power. "This is ridiculous," Jess said finally. "We're both terrified of the same thing, which is that the other person doesn't love us as much as we love them." The honesty hung in the air like a challenge. Kaelix felt the ravine's magic pressing against his consciousness, demanding truth, refusing to accept the careful deflections and professional distance he'd hidden behind for 3 centuries. "I love you," he said, the words erupting from him with the force of magical compulsion. "I love you so much it terrifies me. I love your terrible eating habits and your obsession with putting pineapple on pizza. I love watching you paint and seeing the exact moment when inspiration strikes. I love that you talk to plants and quote vines when you're nervous and make midnight grilled cheese like it's a religious experience." Kaelix, I'm not finished. The magic was in him now, demanding complete honesty. "I love that you see the best in people, even when they don't deserve it. I love that you're brave enough to pursue your dreams, and kind enough to forgive your enemies, and stubborn enough to fight for what you want. I love that you looked at a demon who'd spent 3 centuries filing paperwork and decided I was worth summoning into your life." Jess was crying now, tears streaming down her face as she listened to him bare his soul in the magical circle. "I love you too," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "I love your ridiculous opinions about proper nutrition and the way you reorganize everything when you're stressed. I love that you read me stock reports like bedtime stories and fix my coffee maker without being asked. I love that you make me feel brave enough to take risks and smart enough to figure out how to make them work." "Jess, I'm not finished either." She stepped closer, closing the distance between them until they were standing face to face in the center of the circle. "I love that you see me exactly as I am, and think that's enough. I love that you're competent and caring, and completely terrible at expressing feelings. I love that you chose me over duty and comfort and the predictable life you'd built for yourself." The magic around them was building to a crescendo, responding to their honesty with a power that made the air itself seem to glow. "I love you," Kaelix said again, reaching for her hands. "I love you enough to defy hell's bureaucracy and risk essence dissolution and stand before a supernatural tribunal tomorrow and tell them exactly how I feel. I love you enough to face whatever consequences come from accidentally turning my Instagram art into a reality-threatening magical incident," Jess replied, threading their fingers together. "I love you enough to choose you over safety, over normalcy, over everything I thought I wanted before I knew what I actually needed." Their first real kiss happened as the ravine's magic peaked around them, sealing their emotional bond, just as a familiar chill descended over the clearing. They broke apart to find Torrance standing at the edge of the stone circle, impeccable as always in their perfectly tailored suit, watching the proceedings with the clinical interest of someone observing a particularly fascinating experiment. "How touching," Torrance said, their voice carrying its usual crisp authority. "Though I must say, your timing is remarkably poor." "Torrance," Kaelix said, moving protectively in front of Jess. "You're early." "Am I?" "The emergency tribunal convenes in 1 hour, and you're here conducting unauthorized magical rituals instead of preparing your defense." Torrance's silver eyes fixed on the ritual components scattered around the circle. "Separation spell, I presume? How pragmatic of you." "It's not what it looks like," Jess said, stepping up beside Kaelix. "On the contrary, it's exactly what it looks like. A demon attempting to sever his soul bond to protect his human partner from supernatural prosecution." Torrance made a note on their tablet, admirable in its sentiment if utterly futile in its execution. "Futile. The tribunal has already reviewed your case, dear. Joint magical responsibility, reality-threatening consequences, international incident scale." Torrance's smile was sharp, but not entirely unkind. "Severing your bond now would only confirm your guilt while eliminating your best defense." "Which is?" Kaelix asked. "That your partnership genuinely serves the greater good. That your combined abilities create something more valuable than the chaos they've caused." Torrance gestured toward the magical energy still crackling around them. "Though I must admit, after witnessing that display, I'm beginning to understand what all the fuss is about. Jess and Kaelix exchanged glances, their hands still linked, their bond humming with newfound strength. The tribunal is ready for us? Jess asked. The tribunal is ready for you, Torrent corrected. The question is, are you ready for the tribunal? Kaelix looked at Jess, at the woman who just confessed her love in a magical circle that demanded nothing but truth. At the person who'd chosen him over safety, over normalcy, over everything the mundane world said she should want. Yes, he said. We're ready. Then come along, Torrance said, turning toward the path out of the ravine. It's time to face the consequences of your choices. As they followed Hell's most efficient bureaucrat toward their supernatural trial, Jess squeezed Kaelix's hand. No more separation spells, she said quietly. No more separation spells, he agreed. Whatever happens next, we're in this as a team. Damn right we are, Kaelix said. And their bond practically buzzed with shared determination. Behind them, the ravine's magic settled back into its natural rhythm, but the power of their confession lingered in the air like a promise. They'd told each other the truth. They'd chosen love over fear, partnership over protection. Now all they had to do was convince a supernatural tribunal that their accidental love story was worth saving. 20. The negotiation. Jess had expected supernatural court to look like something out of a fantasy movie. Stone chambers, floating candles, maybe some ominous throne situation. Instead, the tribunal was being held in what appeared to be a very expensive conference room that could have belonged to any Manhattan law firm. If law firms regularly hosted meetings, attended by beings with horns, pointed ears, and eyes that reflected light like mirrors. This feels weirdly corporate for a magical trial, she whispered to Kaelix as they were escorted to seats at a polished conference table that probably cost more than her yearly rent. Hell runs on bureaucracy, he replied under his breath. Even the dramatic confrontations require proper meeting facilities. Jess's palms were sweating against the leather armrests of her chair. At the head of the table sat a woman who radiated authority like heat from a furnace. Her silver hair was pulled back in a perfect chignon. Her charcoal suit was tailored with precision that suggested supernatural intervention. And when she looked at Jess, her pale blue eyes seemed to catalog every flaw and strength with uncomfortable accuracy. I am Magistrate Cordelia Ashworth, the woman said, her voice carrying the kind of crisp efficiency that made Jess want to sit up straighter. I'll be presiding over these proceedings. To my left, we have representatives from the Mortal Magical Authority. To my right, delegates from Hell's Contract Enforcement Division. Jess glanced around the table, her heart hammering as she took in the assembled authorities. This wasn't just about their relationship anymore. This was about magical law on an interdimensional scale. Through their bond, she could feel Kaelix's tension matching her own. Before we begin, Magistrate Ashworth continued, consulting a tablet that definitely wasn't any model Jess recognized. Let me state the charges. Miss Maxwell, you stand accused of unauthorized mass magical influence resulting in reality disturbance across multiple realms. Mr. Nethersyde, you are charged with negligent supervision of an untrained practitioner and dereliction of duty regarding your assigned post. Magistrate, Jess said, standing before she could lose her nerve. Her legs felt like jelly, but she forced her voice to stay steady. I'd like to request permission to represent myself. The room went silent, except for the soft hum of whatever supernatural technology was recording the proceedings. Magistrate Ashworth's eyebrows rose slightly. I beg your pardon? I'm requesting to represent myself in these proceedings. Jess felt Kaelix's surprise through their bond, but pressed on, channeling every difficult client presentation she'd ever survived. With respect, this isn't just about legal violations. This is about the future of human supernatural collaboration.
And I think I should be allowed to speak for that future. You have no legal training in interdimensional law, one of the Hell delegates said smoothly, looking at her like she was a particularly naive intern. No, but I have practical experience with accidental magical innovation. Jess shot back, her corporate presentation training finally proving useful for something important. I've created art that provided measurable psychological benefits to thousands of people across multiple realms. I've demonstrated that human creativity combined with supernatural guidance can produce unprecedented results. And I've done all of this in 3 weeks with 0 formal training. She could feel the room's attention focusing on her with laser intensity. Her mouth was dry, but she pushed forward. What I'm suggesting, she continued, her confidence growing as her mind shifted into problem-solving mode, is that instead of punishing us for accidentally discovering something revolutionary, you consider the possibility that we've stumbled onto a solution to a much bigger problem. Magistrate Ashworth leaned forward slightly. Which problem would that be? The complete disconnect between human and supernatural communities. Jess pulled out her phone with shaking hands, grateful that whatever dimensional space they were in still had cell service. Look at these statistics. She'd spent the morning preparing for this moment, researching everything Kaelix and the magical community had told her about interdimensional relations. Her art school professors would be shocked to see her putting those presentation skills to supernatural use. Supernatural-human magical collaborations have declined by 60% over the past century. Cross-realm business partnerships are at historic lows. Most humans have no idea that magic exists, and most supernatural beings think humans are too chaotic to work with effectively. She looked directly at the Hell delegates, fighting the urge to fidget. Meanwhile, Hell's bureaucracy is overwhelmed trying to manage interdimensional incidents without any human perspective on how the mortal realm actually functions. Your point? Magistrate Ashworth asked, though her tone suggested genuine interest rather than dismissal. My point is that Kaelix and I have accidentally created the first successful human supernatural business partnership in decades. Jess moved to the front of the room, her art school presentation training kicking in as she faced the tribunal. God, she hoped she didn't sound as terrified as she felt. My art reaches audiences neither realm could access alone. His administrative expertise gives my magical work the structure and scalability it needs to be genuinely useful instead of just chaotic. Through their bond, she felt a pulse of encouragement from Kaelix that steadied her nerves. You want to know what my magical art actually does? It provides immediate, measurable psychological relief to people experiencing stress, anxiety, and depression. In 3 weeks, my Instagram post has reached over 2 million people across 6 continents. The feedback isn't just pretty picture, it's this saved my life. This got me through my divorce. This helped me survive a panic attack. She could see several tribunal members taking notes on their supernatural tablets. Were they buying this? She couldn't tell. But that's just the beginning. With proper training and Kaelix's guidance, I could create therapeutic art for supernatural clients dealing with the stress of interdimensional work. I could design magical advertising campaigns that actually serve their audiences instead of manipulating them. I could develop new forms of reality-friendly enchantment that don't risk dimensional stability. And what exactly would Hell gain from such an arrangement? Torrent asked, speaking for the first time since the proceedings began. Jess felt her heart race, but forced herself to sound confident. This was it. The moment where her corporate bullshit skills either saved their relationship or got them both exiled to separate dimensions. Revenue, efficiency, and unprecedented market access, she replied, trying not to let her voice shake. A human artist working under Hell's guidance could establish legitimate supernatural businesses in the mortal realm. Art therapy for overworked demons,
stress management enchantments for supernatural bureaucrats, magical solutions to purely human problems that create goodwill instead of fear. She pulled up her notes on her phone, trying to channel Kaelix's professional competence while her hands trembled slightly. I've done preliminary market research. The potential revenue streams include therapeutic magical art, cross-dimensional advertising, supernatural consultation services, and educational programs for humans with emerging magical abilities. Conservative estimates suggest we could generate enough income in the first year to fund an entire new department in Hell's administrative structure. The Hell delegates were definitely paying attention now. One of them was actually smiling, which she chose to interpret as a good sign. And that's not all, Jess continued, gaining momentum as she warmed to her topic. Establishing successful human supernatural partnerships could reduce the kind of accidental magical incidents that currently overwhelm your enforcement resources. Instead of spending time and money cleaning up chaos, you'd be preventing it by providing proper guidance and support. Magistrate Ashworth consulted her tablet. These are impressive projections, but they don't address the fundamental issue. Your magical work has caused measurable reality disturbance. The aurora borealis appearing over Brooklyn, the power grid failures, the mass compulsion effects. Seeing Jess's stomach dropped, but she rallied. All symptoms of untrained power without proper guidance, which is exactly what our partnership would prevent in the future. Kaelix's expertise gives my abilities the structure they need. My creativity gives his bureaucratic skills practical application. Together, we're not just more effective, we're safer. She looked directly at Kaelix, who was watching her with a mixture of pride and amazement that made her heart skip. The bond between them hummed with shared determination. But this isn't just about business potential, she said, her voice softening as she spoke from the heart, instead of her prepared notes. It's about proving that different worlds can work together instead of apart. That magic doesn't have to be hidden or feared or regulated into meaninglessness. That humans and supernatural beings can build something better together than either could create alone. The room was quiet except for the soft sound of styluses moving across tablets as tribunal members made notes. Jess held her breath, trying to read their expressions. An interesting proposal, Magistrate Ashworth said finally. However, there remains the question of precedent. If we approve your arrangement, it would set legal groundwork for future human supernatural partnerships. The implications are significant. The implications are necessary, Jess said firmly, surprised by her own conviction. The current system isn't working. Humans are developing magical abilities, whether the supernatural community acknowledges it or not. Social media and global connectivity mean that magical incidents can't be contained the way they used to be. You can either adapt to that reality or spend the next century trying to manage increasingly chaotic consequences. She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment settle on her shoulders like a mantle. What I'm proposing isn't just about me and Kaelix. It's about creating a framework for humans and supernatural beings to work together, openly, safely, and profitably. It's about building bridges instead of walls. One of the Mortal Magical Authority representatives leaned forward. And if this experiment fails, if the partnership proves unstable or dangerous? Jess felt a flutter of panic, but she looked at Kaelix again, drawing strength from their bond and from everything they learned about each other over the past 3 weeks. Then you'll have clear documentation of what doesn't work, which is more information than you have now. But it won't fail. Her voice carried absolute conviction that surprised even her. Not because we're perfect, but because we're committed to making it work. Not just the business partnership, the personal one too. Ah, yes, Magistrate Ashworth said, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The soul bond, which brings us to the question of official registration and long-term commitment. We're prepared for whatever registration process is required, Kaelix said, speaking up with the kind of bureaucratic confidence that made Jess fall in love with him all over again, both professional and personal, including full magical disclosure under truth binding. Jess felt her stomach flip, but she nodded before she could chicken out. Whatever you need to verify our commitment. Magistrate Ashworth exchanged glances with the other tribunal members, some kind of silent communication passing between them that made Jess want to bite her nails. Very well, she said finally. The tribunal will consider your proposal for supervised human-supernatural business partnership with the following conditions. First, quarterly progress reports on all magical activities and business ventures. Second, mandatory training programs for you to ensure proper control of your abilities. Third, regular evaluation of the partnership's effectiveness and safety. Then, instead of facing punishment for magical violations, you'll be participating in an experimental program that could reshape interdimensional relations. Magistrate Ashworth's smile was sharp but not unkind. Quite an opportunity, really. Jess looked at Kaelix, seeing her own excitement and terror reflected in his expression. This was it. Their chance to turn their accidental love story into something bigger than either of them had dreamed. We accept, she said, her voice stronger than she felt. Excellent. The paperwork will be considerable naturally. I'd be disappointed if it wasn't, Kaelix replied, and several tribunal members actually laughed. As the formal proceedings began to wrap up, Jess felt a surge of pride and possibility that had nothing to do with magic, and everything to do with having fought for something worth keeping. Her hands were still shaking slightly from adrenaline, but she'd done it. She'd just negotiated the future of human, supernatural relations in a conference room, armed with nothing but presentation skills, market research, and absolute certainty that love was worth fighting for. And somehow, impossibly, she'd won. 21. The Artistic Trial. Kaelix had seen Jess work before. Late nights when she'd lost herself in painting. Afternoons when inspiration struck and she'd skip lunch entirely, consumed by the need to get color and light exactly right. But watching her tackle Hell's artistic trial was something else entirely. Okay, she said, surveying the supplies Torrent had provided in what used to be her living room. So I need to create magical artwork that simultaneously reorganizes Hell's filing system, provides therapeutic art for overworked demons, and creates a portal interface for easier realm communication. All within 24 hours. She said it like she was reviewing a grocery list instead of describing what was essentially an impossible magical task. The filing system alone would take most practitioners weeks to conceptualize, Kaelix said, settling at the kitchen table with his laptop. The complexity of organizing interdimensional paperwork according to both infernal regulations and natural magical flow. Right, but that's where you come in. Jess was already sketching, her pencil moving across paper with the kind of focused energy that meant her brain was working 3 steps ahead of her hands. You know how Hell's bureaucracy actually functions. I know how to make things beautiful and meaningful. Together. Hell, once to me, Hell. She looked up at him, paint already smudged on her cheek despite having started 5 minutes ago, and grinned. Together we're going to blow their minds. Kaelix felt something warm and proud expand in his chest. After 3 centuries of bureaucratic work, he'd never had a partner who looked at impossible tasks like they were exciting puzzles instead of soul-crushing obligations. Tell me about the filing system, Jess said, turning to a fresh page. Not the regulations. I don't need to know the rules. I need to know how it feels. How it feels? Yeah. When you're trying to find a specific form, what's frustrating about it? When you file something new, what makes it satisfying? When the system works perfectly, what does that look like? She was sketching as she talked. Abstract shapes that somehow suggested movement and organization. I can't paint bureaucracy, but I can paint the emotional experience of bureaucracy. Kaelix paused, considering. No one had ever asked him about the emotional experience of filing before. Frustrating when it's chaotic, he said slowly, watching her pencil capture concepts he'd never tried to articulate. Like looking for one specific book in a library, where nothing is alphabetized and the shelves keep rearranging themselves. Chaos anxiety. Got it. What about when it works? When it works. Kaelix thought about those rare, perfect moments when every form was exactly where it should be, when the whole system hummed with mathematical precision. Like a symphony, every piece playing its part, nothing out of place, everything flowing toward the same goal. Musical bureaucracy, Jess murmured, her sketch evolving into something that looked like sheet music crossed with geometric patterns. I can work with that. She grabbed her laptop and started pulling up reference images. M.C. Escher's Impossible Architecture, The Golden Ratio in Nature, abstract representations of sound waves, the therapeutic art component, she continued, fingers flying over the keyboard. What kind of stress do demons deal with? Because if I'm designing something to help, I need to understand what I'm solving. Kaelix settled into his role as supernatural consultant with the same efficiency he had brought to 3 centuries of administrative work. Perfectionism, mostly. Demons are promoted based on competency, so everyone's constantly terrified of making mistakes. Add in the isolation of a mortal existence and the pressure to maintain professional dignity at all times. Classic overachiever burnout, Jess said, adding notes to her growing collection of sketches. Plus, imposter syndrome and chronic loneliness. Okay, I can work with that too. Fernando, who'd been relocated to the coffee table for optimal commentary positioning, rustled his leaves approvingly. This is much better than watching you two dance around your feelings for 3 weeks. We weren't dancing around anything, Kaelix protested. Honey, you reorganized her art supplies by color temperature. That's either romantic or obsessive-compulsive, and given the context, I'm going with romantic. Jess laughed, the sound bright and unself-conscious. He's not wrong, though I have to admit, the color organization actually helped me work faster. See? Fernando said triumphantly. Perfect partnership. Now quit procrastinating and make some art that'll convince Hell's board of directors that love is good business. As the hours passed, Kaelix found himself marveling at the way Jess approached the impossible task. Where he would have started with detailed planning and risk assessment, she began with intuition and emotion, sketching feelings and concepts that gradually evolved into concrete magical solutions. The portal interface, she said around hour 6, when her hair had escaped its ponytail entirely, and she'd gone through approximately half her paint supply. It needs to feel safe, right? Like, if you're going to step through a doorway to another dimension, you want to feel confident that you'll end up where you're supposed to be. Absolutely. Portal anxiety is a significant barrier to interdimensional commerce. Right. So what if the interface looked like... She trailed off, grabbing a fresh canvas and starting to paint with the kind of focused intensity that made everything else disappear. Kaelix watched her work, occasionally fielding questions about infernal protocols or magical theory, but mostly just trying to keep up with her creative process. She painted like she was having a conversation with the canvas, adjusting and refining based on some internal dialogue he couldn't quite follow. Can you explain the relationship between magical energy and emotional resonance again? She asked, without looking up from a painting that seemed to shift between 2 dimensions as he watched. Magical energy responds to authentic emotion, Kaelix said, pulling up the relevant files on his laptop. The stronger and more genuine the feeling, the more power it can channel. That's why forced magic never works as well as magic that comes from genuine need or desire. So, if someone's using the portal interface and they're nervous about interdimensional travel, the magic would respond to that nervousness? Unless it was designed to counteract anxiety through its own emotional resonance. Jess nodded, adding swirls of color that somehow suggested both movement and stability. Comfort magic, built right into the visual design, so people feel calmer just looking at it. Around hour 12, Zara arrived with coffee and what appeared to be a care package from Mystic Grounds. "How's it going?" she asked, taking in the apartment that now looked like an art supply bomb had exploded in a very organized way. "She's creating an entirely new form of therapeutic bureaucratic art," Kaelix said, his voice carrying a mixture of awe and professional admiration. "It shouldn't be possible, but she's making it work." "Of course she is." Zara settled onto the couch, careful not to disturb any of the works in progress. Jess has always been good at impossible things. Remember when she convinced that gallery owner to give her an exhibition based on nothing but concept sketches and pure determination? "That was different," Jess said, not looking up from her current painting. "That was just regular impossible. This is supernatural impossible." "Same skill set," Zara replied confidently. "Just bigger stakes." By hour 18, Jess was operating on pure adrenaline and artistic momentum. The apartment had been transformed into a working gallery, with canvases propped against every available surface. Each piece served a specific function, while somehow working together as a cohesive whole. "The filing system piece," she explained to Kaelix, who was documenting everything for Hell's review board. "It's based on musical notation, but the notes correspond to different types of paperwork. When someone looks at it, they'll intuitively understand where things belong." The painting was stunning. Sheet music that seemed to dance off the canvas, with golden notes that rearranged themselves into perfect organizational patterns. Just looking at it made Kaelix feel the urge to alphabetize something. "The therapeutic pieces work on color theory and emotional association," Jess continued, gesturing toward a series of smaller canvases that seemed to glow with warm, comforting light. "Each one targets specific stress responses. This one's for perfectionism anxiety. This one's for professional loneliness. This one's for imposter syndrome. And the portal interface? That's the big one." Jess moved to the largest canvas, which showed what appeared to be a doorway that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Looking at it was disorienting, but somehow comforting, like being invited into a space that was both familiar and wonderfully strange. It's designed to feel like coming home, no matter where you're from, originally. Kaelix stared at the portal painting, watching the way the dimensional layers shifted and settled. "This is incredible. You've essentially created a magical user interface that operates on pure emotional resonance." "Is that good?" "That's revolutionary." As dawn light began to creep through the windows, Jess put the finishing touches on her last piece, a small painting that somehow incorporated elements from all the others, creating a visual summary of the entire project. "Done," she announced, collapsing onto the couch next to Fernando. 24 hours, multiple magical solutions, one very exhausted artist, and one very impressed bureaucratic consultant," Kaelix added, looking around at the transformed apartment. "Jess, this isn't just art. This is a complete reimagining of how magical and administrative systems could work together." "Yeah?" She leaned against his shoulder, and he could feel her exhaustion through their bond, along with satisfaction and hope. "Think Hell's board will be impressed?" "I think," Kaelix said, pulling her closer, "they're going to offer you a job. Good thing I already have a business partner." As if summoned by the completion of the project, Torrent materialized in the center of the living room, looking as impeccable as always despite the early hour. "Time's up," they announced, then paused, taking in the magical artwork covering every surface. "Though I must say this is not what I expected." "Is that good or bad?" Jess asked. "That's unprecedented," Torrent replied, moving closer to examine the filing system painting. "I've never seen administrative organization rendered as art before. It's quite beautiful." "Beauty that serves a function," Kaelix said, standing to give Torrance the full tour. Each piece solves practical problems while creating genuine emotional impact. Torrance spent the next hour examining each painting with the careful attention of someone conducting a formal evaluation. They made notes on their tablet, asked technical questions about magical implementation, and at one point actually smiled while looking at the therapeutic pieces. "Well?" Jess asked when they'd finished their review. "Well," Torrance said, "this is either the most innovative magical art project I've ever encountered or the most elaborate supernatural prank in history." They paused, consulting their notes. Given the quality of the work and the elegant solutions to multiple complex problems, I'm inclined toward the former. "So we passed?" "You exceeded expectations so thoroughly that I'll need to create new evaluation criteria." Torrance made another note. "Hell's Board is going to be very interested in your proposals." As Torrance prepared to leave, with documentation of the project, Kaelix felt a surge of pride that had nothing to do with professional accomplishment and everything to do with watching someone he loved achieve something extraordinary. "How do you feel?" he asked Jess as they settled back onto the couch, surrounded by the evidence of her impossible night's work. "Exhausted, exhilarated, terrified." She leaned against him, and their bond hummed with shared satisfaction. "Like we just proved something important." "What did we prove?" "That different kinds of intelligence can work together to create something neither could do alone. That love and partnership make people braver and more creative." She gestured around the art-filled apartment. "That maybe the tribunal was right about us having something worth saving." Kaelix looked around at the magical artwork that would reshape how Hell's bureaucracy functioned, created by a woman who 3 weeks ago had been designing marketing materials for luxury skincare. The transformation was remarkable, but not as remarkable as the fact that she'd done it all while making him feel like an essential part of the process. "Definitely worth saving," he agreed, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. From his spot on the coffee table, Fernando rustled approvingly. "Now, can you two finally get some sleep? All this creative breakthrough energy is exhausting for those of us just trying to photosynthesize in peace." 22. Halloween night. Jess had always loved Halloween, but she'd never expected to spend it in a coffee shop surrounded by supernatural beings, while her future hung in the balance of interdimensional bureaucracy. The blood moon hung fat and orange over Brooklyn, visible through Mystic Ground's large windows, casting everything in an otherworldly glow that made even the mundane seem magical. "I can't believe this is actually happening," she whispered to Kaelix, as they stood near her displayed artwork, watching Torrance set up what appeared to be a supernatural PowerPoint presentation for Hell's Board of Directors. "Neither can I," he admitted, adjusting his tie for the 7th time in 10 minutes. "In 3 centuries of bureaucratic service, I never imagined I'd be nervous about an art evaluation." The coffee shop had been transformed for the occasion. Luna had somehow expanded the space beyond its normal dimensions, creating room for the assembled supernatural community who'd gathered to witness what everyone was calling the most important interdimensional business proposal in recent history. Representatives from multiple realms mingled with local witches, demons, and assorted magical beings, all sipping Luna's supernaturally enhanced beverages while pretending they weren't anxiously waiting for the verdict. "You know," Fernando said from his position of honor near the main display, "when I first gained consciousness, I never expected to become a witness to supernatural legal history." "None of us did," Zara replied, checking her phone for the 100th time. "Though I have to say, if Jess was going to accidentally start an interdimensional incident, at least she did it with style." "I'm standing right here," Jess protested, but she was smiling. The familiar banter helped calm her nerves, which were currently vibrating at a frequency that probably registered on supernatural detection equipment. Torrance cleared their throat with the kind of authority that made the entire room fall silent. "Ladies, gentlemen, and esteemed representatives of various realms. We gather tonight to evaluate an unprecedented proposal for human supernatural business collaboration. They gestured toward Jess's artwork, which had been arranged around the coffee shop like a gallery exhibition. Each piece seemed to glow with its own internal light, responding to the blood moon's energy and the magical tension in the room. 3 weeks ago, Jessica here accidentally summoned Kaelix through what was supposed to be a simple revenge spell. Torrent continued, their usual clinical precision softened slightly for the crowd. What followed was a series of supernatural incidents that should have resulted in immediate contract nullification and disciplinary action. Jess felt her stomach drop, but Kaelix squeezed her hand reassuringly. Instead, Torrent said, their tone shifting, we discovered something remarkable. Not only did their partnership prevent further magical chaos, it actively solved problems that have plagued interdimensional relations for decades. The supernatural audience murmured with interest as Torrent began displaying Jess's artwork on a screen that definitely hadn't existed in normal reality 5 minutes ago. The filing system painting appeared first, its musical notation shimmering and rearranging itself in real time. Jessica's administrative organization art has already been implemented in 3 separate departments in Hell's bureaucracy, Torrent announced. The result? A 47% increase in processing efficiency and a 63% reduction in misfiled documents achieving sentience. Actual applause broke out among the supernatural audience. Jess blinked in surprise. Wait, you already implemented it? She asked. Preliminary testing began this morning, Torrent replied with something that might have been a smile. The results were so impressive that Hell's board fast-tracked full deployment. Then moved to the next piece. The therapeutic art designed for overworked demons. Similarly, the stress management installations have been placed in all employee break rooms. Initial feedback suggests a significant improvement in workplace satisfaction and a dramatic decrease in stress-related reality tears. Reality tears? Jess whispered to Kaelix. What happens when demons get too anxious? He whispered back. Usually requires expensive dimensional repair work. The portal interface painting appeared on screen next, its multiple dimensions shifting and flowing in ways that made Jess slightly dizzy to watch. And this, Torrent said, has revolutionized interdimensional travel protocols. Portal anxiety-related incidents have dropped to 0 in the past 12 hours. 12 hours? Jess felt like she was having trouble keeping up. How is that possible? Time moves differently when bureaucracy is involved, Kaelix explained quietly. Hell operates on efficiency time when processing innovations. Torrent consulted their tablet with obvious satisfaction. Bottom line, Jessica's work has not only proven the viability of human supernatural collaboration, it's generated enough immediate value to justify a complete restructuring of our interdimensional relations protocols. The room erupted in discussion as supernatural beings processed the implications. Jess caught fragments of conversation, unprecedented revenue potential, diplomatic breakthrough, artistic revolution. But it all felt slightly surreal. Does this mean what I think it means? She asked Torrent directly. It means, Torrent said, their professional mask slipping to reveal genuine enthusiasm, that Hell's board of directors has unanimously approved your partnership proposal, with one condition. Jess's heart stopped. What condition? The soul contract must be formally transformed, rather than simply modified. This requires both parties to publicly declare their deepest yearnings before the assembled supernatural community, under the blood moon's amplification magic. Torrent gestured toward the window, where the orange moon hung like a supernatural spotlight. Are you prepared for that level of magical and emotional transparency? Jess looked around the coffee shop at the assembled crowd. Supernatural beings she'd met over the past weeks. Luna grinning from behind the counter, Zara giving her encouraging thumbs up, Fernando rustling his leaves with anticipation. Then she looked at Kaelix, who was watching her with an expression of love and terror and absolute certainty. "We're ready," she said, surprised by how steady her voice sounded. "Then let us begin." Torrent moved to the center of the space, which had somehow expanded again to accommodate what was apparently about to become a supernatural ceremony. The blood moon provides optimal conditions for truth magic. Under its influence, deception becomes impossible, and authentic emotion is amplified. The room fell silent except for the soft hum of magical energy building around them. Jess could feel the moon's power pressing against her consciousness like warm honey, demanding honesty, making it impossible to hide behind careful words or polite deflection. "Jessica Maxwell," Torrance said formally, "state your heart's deepest yearning." The truth magic swept through her like a tide, washing away every defense she might have tried to construct. When she spoke, the words came from somewhere deeper than conscious thought. "I want to belong somewhere that celebrates who I am instead of trying to change me," she said, her voice carrying clearly through the expanded space. "I want to create beautiful things that help people feel less alone in the world. I want a partner who sees my weirdness and thinks it's wonderful, who makes me brave enough to take risks and smart enough to figure out how to make them work." She turned to face Kaelix directly, feeling tears prick at her eyes as the truth magic demanded complete emotional honesty. "I want to wake up every morning next to someone who fixes my coffee maker without being asked and reads me stock reports like bedtime stories. I want to build a life with someone who makes ordinary moments feel extraordinary just by being in them. I want you, Kaelix, all of you. Complications and interdimensional bureaucracy and terrible opinions about human nutrition included." The coffee shop was completely silent except for the sound of Fernando's leaves rustling with approval. "Kaelix Nethersyde," Torrent continued, "state your heart's deepest yearning." Kaelix looked at Jess, and she could see him struggling against 3 centuries of emotional reserve before the truth magic swept it all away. "I want to matter to someone," he said, his voice rough with honesty. "For 300 years, I was efficient, competent, reliable, but replaceable. I want to be someone's first choice instead of their administrative necessity. I want to share midnight grilled cheese with someone who thinks my organizational skills are charming instead of obsessive." His voice grew stronger as he continued, the truth magic making his words ring through the space like a bell. "I want to watch someone I love create beautiful things and know that I helped make it possible. I want to argue about proper nutrition with someone who quotes vines when she's nervous and talks to plants like they're family. I want to choose love over duty, partnership over safety, chaos over the predictable emptiness I called a life before I met you." He stepped closer, taking her hands as the blood moon's light seemed to intensify around them. "I want you, Jess. I want our impossible life together, our supernatural business partnership, our domestically chaotic future. I want to spend whatever time I have, mortal years or immortal centuries, making sure you never doubt that you're extraordinary, exactly as you are." The truth magic crescendoed around them, responding to their honesty with a power that made the air itself seem to glow. Jess could feel their soul bond transforming, shifting from accidental binding to chosen partnership, sealed by the most complete honesty either of them had ever attempted. "By the power of the blood moon, and in the presence of these witnesses," Torrent announced, "I pronounce your soul contract transformed. You are now officially registered as interdimensional business partners with permanent personal bonding clauses." The supernatural audience erupted in applause, but Jess barely heard it. She was too busy kissing Kaelix while their newly transformed bond hummed with joy and possibility and the absolute certainty that they'd chosen correctly. "So," she said when they finally broke apart, "we're officially supernatural business partners now?" "With excellent benefits," Kaelix replied, grinning in a way that made him look younger and happier than she'd ever seen him. "Full interdimensional health coverage, unlimited creative consulting, and a bureaucratic support system that actually appreciates your talents." "Don't forget the part where you get to stay on Earth permanently," Fernando added. "That seemed important to both of you." "The most important part," Jess agreed, looking around at their found family, Zara crying happy tears, Luna raising a champagne flute that definitely contained something stronger than normal alcohol, the assembled supernatural community celebrating their victory over bureaucratic limitation. Through the window, the blood moon was beginning to fade back to normal silver. But the magic it had awakened between them felt permanent and bright, and absolutely right. "Ready for whatever comes next?" Kaelix asked. "With you." Jess stood on her tiptoes to kiss him again, tasting moonlight and magic and the promise of their impossible future. "Bring it on." From somewhere in the crowd, someone started a cheer that quickly spread through the entire coffee shop. As supernatural beings celebrated the successful transformation of accidental magic into intentional love, Jess realized that this was exactly what she'd been yearning for all along. Not just romance, but recognition. Not just acceptance, but celebration. She found her people, her purpose, and her person all at once. Halloween had always been her favorite holiday, but this one was definitely going to be hard to top. Ever after. 3 months later. Jess woke up to the smell of actual coffee. Not the burnt offerings her old machine used to produce, but the kind of perfect brew that Kaelix had turned into both an art form and a morning ritual. She stretched in their new king-sized bed, luxuriating in having enough space to spread out without falling off the mattress, and listened to the familiar sounds of him moving around their kitchen. Even 3 months later, the possessive pronoun still gave her a little thrill. "Good morning, Fernando," she heard Kaelix say, followed by a rustling of leaves that sounded distinctly judgmental. "Don't good morning me," Fernando replied with the crankiness of someone who definitely wasn't a morning person despite being a plant. "You two were up until 2 a.m. again working on that commission for the Tokyo office. Plants need their beauty sleep, you know." "Plants don't sleep," Kaelix pointed out with the patient tone of someone who'd been having this argument for months. "Plants need their beauty rest," Fernando corrected. "There's a difference. Also, that coffee smells amazing and I'm jealous I can't drink it." Jess grinned and rolled out of bed, padding toward the kitchen in one of Kaelix's button-down shirts and her favorite fuzzy socks. The upgraded apartment, a spacious 2-bedroom in Park Slope that Hell's housing stipend made surprisingly affordable, still felt like a dream sometimes. Art studio space, actual closets, a kitchen where 2 people could cook without bumping into each other, and windows that faced east for perfect morning light. "Morning," she said, sliding her arms around Kaelix's waist from behind. He was standing at the counter in sleep pants and a t-shirt, hair sticking up at impossible angles, measuring coffee with the precision of someone conducting a scientific experiment. "Good morning," he replied, leaning back into her touch. "How did you sleep?" "Like someone who stayed up too late, perfecting magical art for supernatural corporate clients," she said, pressing a kiss to his shoulder blade. "But it was worth it. Did you see the feedback from the stress management pieces we sent to the London office? A 43% reduction in paperwork-related anxiety attacks and 0 incidents of filing cabinets achieving sentience this week."
Kaelix's satisfaction was evident in his voice.
"Your therapeutic art is revolutionizing Hell's Human Resources Department." "Our therapeutic art," Jess corrected automatically. She'd learned that, while she provided the creative vision, Kaelix's understanding of supernatural psychology and bureaucratic stress made their collaborations infinitely more effective. I never would have known that demons stress-eat paperwork if you hadn't explained the filing anxiety phenomenon. I never would have thought to address it through color therapy and emotional resonance without your artistic perspective, Kaelix replied, turning in her arms to press a soft kiss to her forehead. Partnership, remember? The word still made her heart skip, not just because of the romantic implications, but because of how seamlessly they'd learned to work together. Jess handled the creative process and client relationships, Kaelix managed the administrative side and supernatural logistics, and somehow they'd built something that was greater than the sum of its parts. Speaking of partnership, she said, stealing a sip of his coffee and immediately regretting it because demon coffee standards were approximately 3 times stronger than human tolerance levels. Zara texted that she's bringing pastries from Mystic Grounds for our client meeting today. The one with the potential new contractor? The one where we might get to help establish the first human supernatural art therapy program in the Boston area. Jess felt familiar excitement bubble up. Can you believe 6 months ago I was designing marketing materials for skincare companies, and now we're expanding our business to help other supernatural communities? I can believe it, Kaelix said, handing her a mug of coffee that was perfectly calibrated to human caffeine tolerance. You've always been remarkable. You just needed the right circumstances to realize it. Before Jess could respond to that statement, which still made her feel like she could conquer the world, her phone buzzed with a notification that made her pause. Oh my God, she said, staring at the screen. Derek's getting married. To Amanda? No, to someone named Sarah. Apparently, Amanda was too focused on her career, and Derek needed someone who prioritized relationship building. Jess scrolled through the engagement announcement with fascination. He looks happy, actually, like genuinely happy. Good for him, Kaelix said, and sounded like he meant it. Finding the right person makes all the difference. Listen to you, Mr. Relationship Expert, Jess teased, but she was smiling. Remember when you tried to break our soul bond to protect me from supernatural prosecution? That was strategic planning, Kaelix replied with dignity that was somewhat undermined by the way he was blushing. I've learned that making decisions for both of us without asking is a terrible idea. Have you now? I've been reading relationship advice books, he admitted. Fernando recommended several titles. Fernando's been giving you relationship advice? Honey, I've been giving everyone relationship advice. Fernando interjected from his spot by the window, where morning light made his leaves practically glow with smug satisfaction. I'm practically a supernatural therapist at this point. Yesterday I counseled that nice werewolf couple who moved into 4B about their communication issues. You talked to our neighbors about their relationship problems? Jess asked. They asked. Apparently, word's gotten around the building that we have a very wise houseplant. I'm thinking of starting a side business. Kaelix and Jess exchanged a look that was part amusement, part resignation. Fernando's growing reputation as a supernatural relationship counselor was both endearing and slightly concerning, especially since he'd started charging consultation fees in premium plant food. Well, Jess said, settling at their kitchen table with her coffee and the tablet where she'd been sketching ideas for the Boston project. At least someone in this apartment has a normal side hustle. I wouldn't call supernatural relationship counseling normal, Kaelix pointed out, joining her at the table with his own mug and laptop. Though it is more conventional than our interdimensional art therapy business. They settled into their morning routine, Jess sketching while Kaelix handled emails and administrative tasks, occasionally discussing client needs or bouncing ideas off each other. It was domestic and comfortable, and exactly the kind of quiet happiness Jess had never known she wanted until she found it. Around 10, Zara arrived with pastries, caffeine,
and the kind of focused energy that meant she was ready to help them conquer the supernatural business world.
Okay, she said, settling at their coffee table with her laptop and an impressive array of Luna's magical baked goods. I've got good news and potentially great news about the Boston meeting.
Hit me with the good news first, Jess said, grabbing what appeared to be a croissant that sparkled slightly in the morning light. The Boston supernatural community is definitely interested in therapeutic art programs. They've been dealing with increased stress levels due to some kind of interdimensional shipping dispute that's been affecting everyone's mood. Zara consulted her notes. They want something that can provide immediate emotional relief while their legal team works out the logistics. That's exactly the kind of project we're good at, Kaelix said, already pulling up files on his laptop. Immediate intervention art combined with long-term stress management installations. What's the potentially great news? Jess asked. They're so impressed with your work that they want to discuss franchising opportunities. Zara's grin was bright enough to power the apartment. Licensing your therapeutic art techniques to supernatural communities across the East Coast. Jess nearly choked on her croissant. Franchising? We've been in business for 3 months. You've revolutionized supernatural workplace mental health in 3 months, Zara corrected. Hell's productivity is up, stress-related incidents are down, and other supernatural organizations are taking notice. You're not just artists anymore. You're pioneers.
Yeah, and it was a miracle expensive. Now it doesn't remember the past. Now there in this turn, none of us so to defend them. I'm not yeah, as once and concerned the always in bags out and already that it was long. Fan, well, we are and now the Disney middle you still what but whatever if I shut up touch another repindle. I mean, the all the friends of the dire sir, Clora, Aaron Artley, keeps on the fishing hairs. And I'm a dance layer string and stairway and he's moving to the and it's hard enough. Hash about was my broad to spread him out as a clown. I'm just with I would sort of nest stick it deep in every hater. He's still already isn't sad. It's relevant. Little team. Telling our search at a family. Not a month. That's what it is. Into being an paradigm. I is in my house. Passion a curious and be what a little meme and I like the mad in the table. One on Mariel's love bot. Thing. Hello, person player. The hell actually as in the make owner unfurl it. That's that like and let like our jehel I because Brittany how he when the mother of the fact that the kids blood wearing like hey mid middle sorry I have to paint nuns or it's had a low so on no shit never this things could be took upstairs he's sing say cousins you got a badge so I'm sad or the devil to her I would not remember what to see him maybe even a wrong we seen we all run which used to play one hopes and is get I was run around and something off him STM see this is recognized super hand all your prior schools and no and the remember was already mega was with African and the picture makes right Randy he again and hard Brian where's the start to start machine where his dad enough strike by that love the care help down young Jason to be Egypt the gods the royal Shelly and is even out the fits give her that certain draws more she was all suppose the floor is very such as have and out as pleasant mirror hilarious and out with care I will they hit my door hello like now the kids pushed it out but then the fridge done some little pee I never really like having a fruit and those the giant leak I could has been big must have even them keeping him the Adams what is the name in the history no one Queen's group and Nazareth all pride Nash of mice like do whiskey the word and the average call them well okay first just for on working now I'm married almost else work you know Adam electric milling charge and yes such a misguided minister story the Adams burgers from their system but I didn't appear dance in response to him we're pulling you to billing agents being just chat and pay out of I wonder that I will put my law is owing at in this month yeah I later he's pretending to go to the July or I'm just bro he said where are shit and full good how so we will make him those that and on the times and probably up to get on I'm third so then if shower was so Aaron so and I would not now we will like your then I would need to this video no I feel easy to monk and will do another thing because when I need to order the move other are maybe speaking smell it regular me heck if all and grows to other and but share it was some friends and neighbors some push other was where you have to play that there I'm getting is really the step in but the yellow rams united and alarm braille for clean neck was we do I why not walk at Adam because in them help words the what in those of the side Mr. as well McCade.
It's exactly what you deserve, Kaelix said firmly. Your work helps people. It should be available to anyone who needs it. Looking at him, at his absolute confidence in her abilities, his genuine excitement about their shared future, the way he'd seamlessly integrated magical consultation with morning coffee preparation. Jess felt that familiar surge of gratitude for the accident that had brought them together. You know, she said, reaching across the table to take his hand,
When I cast that stupid hex spell 6 months ago, I was just trying to feel like I had some control over my life.
And now?
Now I feel like I accidentally found the exact life I was supposed to have. She squeezed his fingers, watching the way their bond seemed to shimmer between them like visible happiness. Chaotic, impossible, absolutely perfect life. Even with the interdimensional bureaucracy and Fernando's unsolicited commentary, especially because of the interdimensional bureaucracy and Fernando's unsolicited commentary.
I heard that,
Fernando called from the window. And you're welcome. Where would you two be without my expert guidance? Probably still dancing around your feelings instead of building a supernatural empire, Zara added, pulling up what appeared to be a presentation about franchise opportunities. We're not building an empire, Jess protested, though she was looking at Zara's market projections with growing excitement. We're just helping people on a potentially multinational scale, Kaelix corrected. Which is what empires are when they're built with good intentions. As they dove into planning for the Boston meeting and discussing the possibilities that stretched out before them, more cities, more supernatural communities, maybe even international expansion, Jess found herself marveling at how completely her life had transformed. 6 months ago, she'd been stuck in a job she hated, dating someone who didn't see her value, living in an apartment that felt more like a storage unit than a home. Now she was building a business that mattered, sharing her life with someone who loved every weird part of her, and waking up every morning excited about the possibilities ahead. Her phone buzzed with another notification, this time a comment on her latest Instagram post from someone saying her art had helped them through a difficult day. She showed the message to Kaelix, who smiled with the kind of pride that made her feel like she could paint entire worlds. Ready for the Boston meeting? He asked. Ready for whatever comes next, she replied, and meant it completely. Outside their windows, Brooklyn hummed with its usual January energy. Cold, but full of promise. The kind of winter day that made spring feel like an inevitability rather than just a hope. Inside their apartment, surrounded by the evidence of the impossible life they'd built together, Jess felt like she was exactly where she belonged. Her phone buzzed again. Mystic Grounds posting about a new supernatural being who'd just moved to the neighborhood and needed help adjusting to life in Brooklyn. Just like that, she could see their next project taking shape. Hey, Fernando, she called to the window. Any advice for our meeting today? Just be yourselves, Fernando replied with characteristic sass. Nobody likes fake people, especially supernatural ones. Also, don't forget to water me before you leave. All this relationship counseling is very dehydrating. Jess laughed, kissed Kaelix's cheek, and started getting ready to expand their supernatural empire, one therapeutic art project at a time. Some accidents, she thought, were the best things that ever happened to you.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.